Platz zu nehmen, dass wir mit dem Morgengebet Während die Letzten jetzt in den Raum kommen, würden wir beginnen mit dem Morgengebet. Ich bitte Sie alle, Platz zu nehmen, dass wir starten können. Wir sind gemeinsam vor Gott im Namen des Vaters und des Sohnes und des Heiligen Geistes. Amen.
Allmorgen ist ganz frisch und neu, des Herrn Gnad und große Treu. Sie hat kein End, den langen Tag, drauf jeder sich verlassen mag. O Gott, du schöner Morgenstern, gib uns, was wir von dir begehren, zünd deine Lichter in uns an, lass uns an Gnad kein Mangel han. Treib aus, o Licht, all Finsternis, behüt uns, Herr, vor Ärgernis, vor Blindheit und vor aller Schand, und reich uns Tag und Nacht dein Hand. Zu wandeln als am lichten damit was immer sich zutrag, wir stehen im Glauben bis ans End und bleiben von dir ungetrennt.
Im Anfang schuf Gott Himmel und
At the
Erde.
beginning, God created heaven and earth,
Gott sprach,
and he said,
es werde.
may it be.
Morgenzeit,
Morning time
Anfangszeit,
is the time of a
Neuanfang,
beginning, a
Neubeginn.
new beginning,
Gott ist
renewal.
einer, der anfängt am
God is
Anfang
one who
und der nicht aufhört
renews.
anzufangen
and he never
mit uns.
who never starts renewing
Siehe,
with us.
nun mache ich etwas Neues.
See,
Schon
now
sprießt es.
I'm going to create
Merkt
something
ihr es
new.
nicht?
It is sprouting. Don't you see it?
Gott ein Anfänger,
Is God a
einer, der
beginner?
mit uns etwas anfangen kann,
Someone
Geschichte.
who
immer neu.
can begin anew with
Wenn
us
wir
in history,
anfangen diesen Tag,
time and again?
dann in dem Vertrauen, dass Gott
When
mit
we
uns
are beginning a
anfängt
new
und
day,
nicht aufhört
it
anzufangen.
is in the trust
Mit der
that
Geschichte,
God
die wir haben, mit dem, was
grants
wir
us a
an
new
Erfahrungen,
start with our history,
Schmerz,
with our
an
experiences,
an
with
Sehnsucht
our
und
suffering,
Hoffnung mitbringen,
pain, anger,
dass dieser
longing,
Tag
and
neu
hope.
ist, dass wir in Geschichte
We hope that
gestellt
this is a
sind
new
mit
day,
ihm und dass er mit uns anfängt.
that God
Darum lasst
starts
uns
anew with
bitten
us.
in dem Gebet, das in dem
So
Liedheft
in our
oder
next
in dem
prayer
Textheft
that you will
abgedruckt
find
ist,
in your program,
unter der Seite
page
58,
58,
56,
no,
Entschuldigung.
56, sorry.
Gott, du liebst alles,
God,
was ist. Und
you love
verabscheust
everything that
nichts
is
von dem, was du gemacht
and
hast.
abhor nothing of
Denn
that
hättest
which
du
you
etwas
have
gehasst,
done.
so hättest
For
du es
if you
nicht
hated
geschaffen.
anything, then you wouldn't
Du
have made
schonst
it.
alles, weil es dein
You
Eigentum
spare
ist.
everything
Gott,
because
du Liebhaber
it's your
des
property.
Lebens.
God, lover of
Lehre
life.
uns das, was du
Teach
geschaffen hast,
us
zu
to
lieben
love
und zu achten,
and
wie du.
appreciate what you have created.
Du hast uns die Erde
Respect it like you do.
anvertraut.
You entrusted the earth to us. Stay
Du
with
gibst
us,
uns
good God.
Würde, die uns
You give us
niemand
dignity
nehmen
that
kann.
no one can take from us. Stay with us, good God.
Mit deinem Atem
With
hast
your
du
breath,
uns beseelt.
you have inspired us.
Bleibe bei uns.
Stay with us, good God.
Auf den anderen hin hast du uns geschaffen.
For the other, you have created us. Stay with us, good
In
God.
deinem Sohn bist du uns
In your
gleich
Son,
geworden.
you have become like us. Stay with us, good God.
Die Erde seufzt bis zum
The
heutigen
earth
Tag
sighs to this
und
day
hofft auf unsere
and
Umkehr.
hopes for our conversion. Stay with us, good God.
Auf dem Weg der Welt zu deinem Reich.
On the way of the world to your kingdom, stay with us, good God.
Guter Gott, du hast uns reich
Good Lord,
beschenkt.
you have given us richly. Let us be a blessing.
Aufmerksamkeit präge unser Leben.
Attention may shape our lives. Let us be a blessing.
Achtsamkeit bestimme unser Handeln.
May mindfulness determine our actions. Let us be a blessing.
Dankbarkeit für das Leben sei unsere Quelle.
May gratitude for life be our source. Let us be a blessing.
Achtung vor dem Leben sei unsere Haltung.
May respect for life be our attitude. Let
Lass
us be a
uns
blessing.
einander beleben.
May us lift one another. Let us be a
Lass
blessing.
uns einander nähren.
Let us nourish one another.
Ein Segen sein.
Let us be a blessing.
Gott, so bitten wir dich um deinen Segen für diesen
God,
Tag,
we are asking you to bless our day, our conversations, our
für den
thoughts.
Mut, die Ehrlichkeit, die Wachheit.
Please give us courage,
So
honesty.
segne du uns und
Let
alle,
us be
die unseren
awake.
Herzen nahe sind.
Lord, bless
Im Namen
us
des
and
Vaters
those
und des
who are
Sohnes
dear to our
und des Heiligen
hearts.
Geistes. Amen. Am Ende des Morgengebetes habe ich
At
noch
the end
eine
of the morning
schöne
prayer,
Aufgabe.
I have another
Wir haben heute zwei
beautiful task ahead of
Geburtstagskinder
me. We have
unter uns.
2 birthday children
Weihbischof
among us.
Nikolaus Schwertfeger hat heute Geburtstag und
Auxiliary Bishop
Johanna
Nikolaus Schwertfeger and
da
Johanna
sage ich jetzt sogar
Müller.
das Alter, die heute 18 wird.
And I will tell you that she is 18 today.
Ihnen beiden einen herzlichen Glückwunsch.
So
Wir
happy
haben
birthday to
überlegt,
both of you.
singen dürfen wir nicht, aber
We are
vom
not
Singen
allowed
stand
to
jetzt nichts
sing.
im Programm. Also
However,
von daher
we
wird Herr Reuland jetzt
are
einmal
allowed to
singen
hum.
und vielleicht können wir alle,
So Mr.
so wie es
Ryland
uns
will
möglich ist,
sing and
liebevoll
we
mitsummen
can
und ich
gently
hoffe, dass es
hum
bei den beiden
along.
Geburtstagskindern
And I hope it
dann
will
gut
reach
ankommt.
the hearts of
Dankeschön.
our 2 birthday children.
Viel Glück und viel Segen auf all euren Wegen. Gesundheit und Frohsinn sei auch mit dabei. Viel Glück und viel Segen auf all euren Wegen. Gesundheit und Frohsinn sei auch mit dabei.
Guten Morgen.
Good morning.
Guten Morgen in der Synodalversammlung.
Good
Ich darf
morning
Sie
to our
ganz
Synodal
herzlich
Assembly.
begrüßen vom
I
Moderatoren-Tandem
warmly
heute Morgen
welcome
Weihbischof
you.
Benz
We have a facilitators tandem
und
this
von mir,
morning
Andrea Heim.
with
Wir dürfen Sie heute
Archbishop
den Vormittag über
Benz
durch die
and myself,
Tagesordnung
Andrea
führen.
Heim.
Und bevor wir in
We
die
will guide you
Tagesordnung
through
gehen,
the
möchte ich
agenda
einen
this morning
organisatorischen
and
Hinweis geben.
just one
Wenn Sie zum
housekeeping
Essen in
point
die Messehalle
before
kommen,
we start.
bitten wir Sie ganz dringend, wenn Sie
When
Gepäck
you
dabei haben,
go
das
into
nicht
the
in den
hall
Gängen, in den Fluren, in Ecken
for lunch
abzustellen.
or
Wenn
dinner
Sie Ihr
and
Gepäck,
have baggages
nicht
with you,
mit zum
please
Essen
do
nehmen möchten,
not
bringen Sie es bitte an Ihren
place
Platz,
them
stellen Sie es hin, dann wird
in the
zugeordnet, dass
corridors.
Ihnen
You
schwarze
can take
Koffer,
it
die
to your
rumstehen,
seats.
sind nicht gut.
However,
Ich glaube, Sie
you
bekommen da
know,
ein
if you
Bild,
have
das Personal von der
baggages
Messe, das
standing
Sicherheitspersonal
around,
ist
especially
angewiesen,
black
die Koffer dann
luggages,
zu
black
entfernen.
suitcases, it will prompt the personnel of the
Leuchtet das,
fair
denke ich, allen
building
ein.
to
Wir
remove
haben
them.
heute
I
Morgen
think this
viel
is
vor.
quite
Wir werden 3
clear.
Vorlagen
We have quite a full
diskutieren und
schedule ahead of us.
Änderungsanträge
We will
abstimmen.
speak about
Und
3
deswegen
texts and
beginnen wir
vote
auch
on
direkt in der Tagesordnung.
amendments on motions. So we
Ich
will
rufe auf den
directly start with
3.1.
our first
Das
point
ist
of
der
the
Grundtext
agenda,
Macht und
3.1.
Gewaltenteilung
That's
in der
the
Kirche.
basic text
Und wir gehen vor, wie wir
on
das gestern schon
power
sehr
and
gut
separation
und
of
sehr
powers
diszipliniert
in the
und sehr
church.
erfolgreich
And we will
eingeführt
proceed
haben.
like yesterday.
Und
It
ich
worked
darf
pretty
nun
well
bitten,
with
die beiden
good discipline,
Vorsitzenden,
and we
Frau
were
Dr.
quite successful
Lückenmichel
yesterday.
und
And I would like to
Bischof
ask
Dr.
for
Franz
Dr.
Josef Oberbeck
Lückenmichel
die
and
Vorstellung
Bishop
der
Franz
Vorlage.
Joseph Oberbeck to present the motion. The motions text. Sisters and brothers,
Liebe Schwestern und Brüder, liebe
dear sisters
Synodale,
and brothers,
von
dear
uns
Synod
beiden, von
members,
Lückmichel und
on
mir,
behalf of
Ihnen
Ms.
auch ein
Lückmichel
herzliches
and
Willkommen
myself,
zu einem
a warm
wichtigen Thema,
welcome
das uns in der Kirche in
to
Deutschland schon lange
a
beschäftigt,
discussion about a very
worüber es
important
intensive
topic we have been
Dialoge gibt.
dealing with in
In
Germany
aller
for
Kürze
quite
werden
some
wir beiden
time, and we have
nun
had
den
intense dialogues.
Grundlagentext unseres
we will give you an introduction regarding our basic text on power and separation of powers in the church. In the first part, we looking at possibilities to react to the current crisis in an adequate manner. In the second part, we will name necessary steps for reforming the structures in the church. So where do these steps lead? How are they interrelated? Our central questions are quite clear, I think. How can church structures be changed in order to prevent abuse of power in the church in the future? And of course, how in the world of today we as a church, how can we proclaim the gospel in a credible manner? We want all faithful to find their home, however diverse they are. Only when we find an answer to this question, we can win their trust back. And this goes in alignment with the Second Vatican Council. Of course, there's the importance of scripture and tradition, but there are two other places of knowledge: the signs of the time and the sense of faith of God's people. And only if we take all these so-called places seriously, change is possible. There's not only one path leading to that, but several if you interpret the gospel. And this ambiguity is something we must deal with. Plurality does not mean, however, indifference. It is a sign of a living unity. In the ecclesiology of the Second Vatican Council, the Church is named an instrument. So, using this instrument by respecting tradition and the experiences of the present must serve one goal: to unite God and the human beings amongst each other. In the first part of the text, we want to show that a reform of a church structure needs a stable theological foundation. It's a difficult task, we admit it, to work on specific proposals, suggestions, and always question their legitimacy, their practicability, is something that must be achieved, first of all. We think that you need clear notions, clear differentiations. We need common standards and criteria, and our mission also is a separation of powers. Power and separation of powers can be asked for without forgetting what is specific to the church. We must ask for that if we assume that all the baptized and confirmed are able to participate. Dear Synod members, to clarify this in the basic text is important in order to live a conflict culture within the church. With clear notions and criteria, we can admit different perspectives, especially with regard to the highly disputed question of access to church ministries and offices. In the last part of our text, we are naming fields of action and decision-making procedures, and we have developed a model with 3 questions to see where changes are necessary and possible. One question is, how can liturgy and the diacon work can be strengthened at the level on the diocese, on the parish? Where are reforms necessary and possible? And finally, which are the dimensions of leadership work in the church where more transparency and control, more participation, more subsidiary, more diversity must be guaranteed? When tackling this task, we approached it as follows. We are working on the basis of the applicable canon law. Structural changes need to be introduced that strengthen the rights of all the baptized and confirmed in liturgy, in proclamation, and in parish work. At all levels of church actions, the principles of solidarity and subsidiarity should be the measure that applies. And thirdly, in all fields of actions of the church, and I'm not going to name them again, the criteria of participation, righteousness, transparency and control, professionalism, protection of trust should apply, and not only on the paper, but also in actions. And then it is possible that profound transformations of the structure of power become necessary so that altogether we will be better witnesses to the good news. And this might also mean that changes of canon law might be necessary. It becomes clear, dear Synod members, that in our text and in the framework of our community, the certitude is expressed that the person, the individual, is the starting point of all decisions, because the individual takes on responsibility regarding decisions. For this reason, a church decision-making structures must be aligned to participation, because all of us are called to freedom by God and with Him. This is why we would like to thank all members of our forum who were very committed in their work, in the discussion, in drafting the text. We are looking forward now to have a vivid exchange with you, dear sisters and brothers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this text, and we had a motion committee browsing through the motions. Professor Dr. Gregor Maria Horst, Dr. Yoga Knob, and Professor Thomas Söding. And I would like to ask the speakers, I think it's Professor Hoff, to come up and present the motions. Or maybe it's Professor Knob. I'm sorry about that. Dear members, it has been said that there were 3 of us working on the text. The text has been known to everybody for quite some time. It's a long text with many, many motions, 500 or 600 motions that were handed in with smaller debates. We worked with those notions, and it was our task to present them to you in a way regarding the essential aspects where a joint vote is needed. So this was our task, to present you with these motions. You are already well aware of the procedure, and I introduced you because we only prepared 10 motions combining many, many different questions and comments. And so these are the motions that we truly need a joint vote on. This text matured through months in the forum number 1, in the meeting in February, and it was also perceived in the public, and there were large consultations. In the light of the Forum 1 that had a consensus on the text, that was drawn up according to the procedures, and this is the text, the draft that we present you with for the first reading after you had the possibility to discuss the test. Synodality is something that emerges on the way, in the process. This is something that came up also in the debate. And it's really good to speak with each other, the bishops, the individual Catholics, in the organized forums, in the bishops' conferences or the Central Committee. This is why we recommend the first motion that is going to be seen here. So the motion committee recommends not to replace this text by an alternative text, but to consider it continuously as the basic text for the consultation. As I said, there were hundreds of motions. We discussed every motion, we clustered them, and we took a look at what motion we need to cluster in a way that it can be voted on by the assembly. We have motions that regard the editing group that need to be like phrases or expressions, wording that need to be precise or need to be more concise, motions where the synodal members underline that the text is too lengthy or that terminology needs to be precise. And the distance to the text is helpful. It's much better to take a look at the text again after a couple of weeks have passed by. So thank you for all the motions, and with regard to the motion that we need to precise the text and to create a more concise text, our recommendation is to continue with this text. And the second motion is that we would like to ask you to give us your vote in order to make sure that we continue with the editing group. We had a lot of overlays also with other overlappings with other texts, with the preamble and the basic texts, with the action texts of the Forum 1 and the action text to Forum 2 or 4, and we need to make sure that there's an improved fitting of the texts and less overlappings, and it's clear that we need to align those things. And you will also see that there are overlappings with the basic text that we heard yesterday, so somebody should go through the text again and see where we can be more concise. This is what we present in the motion number 3. So we recommend the coordination of the basic text with the action text of the Forum number 1, the preamble, and the orientation text, and the other text of the forums. We also formulated a recommendation that clusters something that in Antragsgrünen came up again in the debate yesterday. These are cross-cutting aspects. That is number 4. The committee recommend to double-check the text whether the reference to the problem of sexual and sexualized violence and its cover-up and their consequent sanctioning in the church has been considered appropriately. Number 5, 7, and 8, I come back to number 6 later on. 5, 7, and 8 refer to aspects and debates coming from the comments that we clustered from Antragsgrün that discuss from different perspectives and aspects that need to be expressed in a more precise way. It's more than just being more concise or shorter. It's about a precision, expressing things more precise regarding aspects that are very important. Yesterday we talked about the first aspect. We benefit from the resolutions with regard to the orientation text A5. This is about the importance of the Loci Theologici and to create an awareness for the historical dynamic of tradition. And we recommend to consider the motions related. Number 7. Number 7 is about precising the notion of power. It comes up in different moments, but it should be clusters, and it would be good to put it at the beginning of chapter 6 about the relation of spiritual and structural dimensions of powers, and to define them and to link them, and not to make sure that the spiritual aspect is dissolved in the structural dimension. It's about the allocation of potestas and auctoritas, so the service with regard to the separation of powers, and also the credibility and trust. So both allocations are Catholic, and in our context they serve a theological definition of the separation of powers. We would like to allocate that at the beginning of the part 2. Number 8 clusters a debate that came up in different areas. It's about an allocation of democracy and synodality, so a theological definition of a theology that does not undermine democratic standards. There were a lot of notions and suggestions that emerged, and we recommend to include them. Number 6 is in between an editing and a wording that needs to be more precise. It's about a part of the text that made it into the international public, a topic that is going to be important for us continuously. It is about the claim for truth of the revelation and the interpretation. How can we avoid relativism without negating the interpretation of the truth? So the tasks of theology and magisterium. And so we integrated a very important notion that we would like to come back to, and we have one synodal member who precised, who made a very precise notion, and we recommend to include that. Number 9 refers to best practice examples of the separation of powers of the spiritual communities and associations. You know, this is a traditional Catholic aspect, and many people think it is not allowed to structure the different ministries in a democratic and timely limited way, but we can refer to this old tradition in the Catholic Church of associations and so on, where this is already done. Number 10 refers to a topic that have been dealt with in other forums and have a reference to the question of powers and are a defined space and have an allocation in the basic text number 1. So motion number 10, we would like to recommend to precise these aspects. And so now we're looking forward to the discussion and the debate.
That is right, of course. Thank you, Ms. Knoop. Thank you to the Motions Committee. I think it was a difficult and challenging task to bundle all these comments and to sum them up this precisely. Thank you very much for your effort and work and the time you have invested. We will now get directly into the debate about the proposed amendments, and I would kindly ask for your understanding. We will not have infinite time. You had the possibility to voice your opinion beforehand. And now please keep it short and sweet when you speak up. And again, list yourself on the speakers list. And I'm calling the first speaker, Dr. Rainer Nomine. Good morning. I said yesterday that since 30 years I've been a judge. And of course, well, I know how an ordinary court works. This is why I recommend that you limit yourself today in your deliberations to what can be put in practice and not something that might be in cloud cuckoo land. So practicability and the possibility to implement things is important. I've got 3 questions to the committee. First, have you thought about the fact that in many cases not only the canon law but also the law pertaining to state churches may play a role? It might, concordance may be a problem in this context. With regard to the appointment of bishops, this might also need to be borne in mind. Second question. Have you thought about the control mechanisms that apply to decision makers at all levels? And that this could lead to lengthy and unsatisfying procedures if the jurisdiction is in charge of everything. It might also be in charge of decisions of the synodal path. So, example, what is being solved by debates about the rules of procedures today could in the future, might in the future, be solved by jurisdiction. And when it comes to voluntary measures, please bear in mind that you have 2 minutes left. Of course, you may finish your sentence, but yeah, okay. Well, have you thought about what might happen if there's a fragmentation of measures? So some pastors or bishops might not implement certain measures or reforms. Okay, Reinhard, Cardinal Marx, Archbishop of Munich. Well, I can tell you that it's fragmentation. We always have it. There are different ways and means. And in the text, it clearly says that there must be self-commitments and that there might be dioceses or parishes that advance faster than others. So I don't think it will be possible to proceed at the same speed everywhere. But nevertheless, I think this text is really good. It is realistic. It doesn't say, okay, we have to change the codex for the universal church, but we can make progress step by step. And, well, a lot will depend on the bishops. Individual bishops' self-commitment that use their mandate to inspire others as well. Well, today, there's also ways and means like calling the apostolic signature, etc. Lumen Gentium 8 says that church is a society, community, and the social reality and the spiritual reality of the church must be united. There are many possibilities to enculturate this social shape of the church. This is why I recommend not only to name the human rights, but also refer to Catholic social teaching. I did my doctoral thesis about that. So I think the Church must not orient itself below the level that the Catholic social teaching demands of other communities. Gregor Patschun, thank you. I subscribe to what Cardinal Marx said. It was a pleasure to read that text. It is really well written. And I think this subject of power is also linked to the MHG study. So a few comments I would like to make. What I was missing in the text was at the point where there's a good overview of the organization. However, what effect does power or the exertion of power has on people? So when you speak about sexual morality, for instance, what effect does it have on people if you force them to to confess, go to confession and make your confession about your sexual attitude, etc. And I think this is part of the problem when you speak about power. People are often feeling suppressed. Of course, I am in favor of a shared leadership. So a sharing of power between ordinated people and lay people. We have made very good experiences with this model. And I also recommend strengthening the aspect of human rights in the document. I think if the Church doesn't do that, it would ridiculize itself. But altogether, I recommend voting in favor of this text because I think it is really well done. Okay, our list of speakers is quite long. Time is passing fast. We will close the speakers list in a moment, so if you want to speak up, please, don't hesitate. Bishop Ackermann, thank you to the Motions Committee and the Forum for their work. When I heard what Ms. Knoop said, I've had the impression that the improvements I might have made is already or are already included in the proposed amendments. However, when it comes to the big amendments, the question is whether some points you would have liked to suggest yourself might have been neglected. So 4 points. What is not really clear to me is the difference between the basic text and the action text. So yes, this text in major parts is a basic text, but in section 8 and 9 it becomes quite specific. So I would think a bit more or a little more differentiation would be helpful. Then the notion of power should be precise. That was formulated in Amendment 7. I think it should be rather biblical. It's now rather focused on canon law. Then point 8, Cardinal Marx and Mr. Potschun mentioned it, the relationship between synodality and democracy. I think it's correct to say that we must oblige ourselves to keep a certain level, but sometimes you get the impression that in this text, that democratic society is like the second gospel. So I think we should have a closer look at this, and maybe pointing to the Catholic social teaching might be helpful in this respect. And point 9, the religious orders practice leadership limited for a limited time. I think that the religious orders also have been places where abuse of power and sexualized violence have happened. So we should bear that in mind. Bishop Ruderholzer, thank you for this presentation of the text. I would like to correct a small mistake. It's not 500 or 600, but 239 amendments that have been proposed or put forward by 35 persons, amongst them 8 bishops. 15.3% of those entitled use this instrument. This is why I call for an honest evaluation of the use of this tool, Antragsgrün. Regarding the text, I'm in favor of the suggested alternative text. Why? Because the orientation of this text is uncritically and over-emphasizing the MHG study, and there are deficits in many regards, a lack of sacramentality of the Church, amongst others. This is why this text by the plenary assembly of the German Bishops' Conference was referred to a certain committee that discussed it very critically. I can only quote Cardinal Kasper, who said that this text tries, by help of a theoretic structure, to reinvent the Church anew. Some theses deviate from the Second Vatican Council's opinion, for instance, when it comes to the sacramental understanding of the Church. This is why I'm going to vote nay and recommend the alternative text. Bishop Kohlgraf.
Ich kann mich sehr gut anschließen, den Text auch nochmal im Hinblick auf den
I would also recommend to adapt this text with regard to the orientation text. This might be helpful in order to avoid overlappings and to help harmonize some topics. I think we can live with the control of episcopal power. In some areas, this is already happening. For instance, in the area of finances, there's always a monitoring mechanism. And I think transparency and accountability is something that will help us. And a more collegial leadership style might help us all. What I find difficult is the election procedure for the bishop's office. I don't want to see something like an electoral campaign among bishops. That would be a disaster. And in such a case, there would be other candidates, so to speak, and the question of limiting mandates or the duration or terms of office is a question of modality. Well, let's just imagine that we have an electoral battle every 4 years. That would not be helpful. Processes take time. I'm seeing that in the Diocese of Mainz. Sometimes it's a painful process, and the question is also how to ensure continuity. Okay, we must close the speakers list now, and we have decided, view the length of the list, to reduce the speaking time to 1 minute 30 seconds. Please keep with this time. Professor Hoff is next.
I'm part of Forum 1, and I contributed to the text. So I know this text, Bishop Vorderholzer, and I don't see any
aspect where we would idealize the MAG study. The departing point is an analysis of the crisis of the Catholic Church, independent from the abuse crisis. It is a complex definition of the situation, and given that it is complex, it is not an idealization of the MHG study. I was irritated by how you referred to the study yesterday, and my impression is that you further want to cover up the abuse scandal. Diversity without dogma? No. If you take a look at 509, we say the people of God cannot vote against the bishops, and the different instances of the magisteriums are not outside of the structure of the church. It is not a diversity without dogma, but it is a mutual relationship of what this means. With regard to a lack of sacramentality, please read chapter number 5. We speak about the sacramentality. Reinvent church? No, the opposite is true. The permanent reference to the tradition, to the Loci Theologici, is to show that we make use of the options that history and the tradition of the church provides us with. I'm very sorry, but I have to interrupt you.
Professor Tiefensee, bitte.
Professor Tiefensee. I refer to motion number 1 with regard to the alternative texts. And I would like to ask to double-check if the reference to alternative text and bringing up and handing in alternative text, if that is against our rules of procedure. So in that case, we cannot vote for or against this motion. When it comes to power and sacramentality and the way how we live power and authority, we have to make clear that we are following Jesus, and this has to become visible in the way how we live authority and power. When it comes to power and authority, it is easy to overtax people. That means that the requirements to the responsible people are increased by standards that come from outside the church, but also from within the church. Abuse of power emerges also from feeling overtaxed. The compensation of going beyond one's limits, addictions, the danger of feeling overtaxed, people who withdraw and compensate by withdrawing to authority and idealizing one's own person and overtaxing oneself. When it comes to power, I would like to ask you not to refer always to universal church. The standards in the local church that are being set in the nations are differently. And also the requirements to professionality and professionalism. And we need to consider that European law is different from the legislations that is valid in many other countries on different continents.
Weihbischof Werner, bitte.
Thank you. Auxiliary Bishop Werner. discussion. Bishop Franke. The paper includes different analyses with regard to participation and power, transparency, that need to be taken seriously. I come from a congregational background, and in the document itself, I don't see any tools for a renewal of the togetherness in the church that stems from a spiritual community. So the kingdom of God and its promise is missing. So what we see is that we need to focus on processes of the human maturity, and we need to make sure that trust can grow to provide a basis for the right usage of power and authority. Of course, this way of setting out in such a process is not easy. But we see many models in the past of the Church of Saints and in their approaches with regard to reform. We mentioned Francis yesterday. The paper is very structurally oriented, and it can be seen also in the action recommends. It represents a system of control of power and distribution of power and participation, but also we can also see a hermeneutic of suspicion with regard to priests. It focuses on controlling those groups, but the responsibility in the different institutions is already a very broad one. And who is going to ask the controllers to be accountable? The parish councils are the only ones that are elected by the parishes. Bishop Fürst, please.
Ja, ich möchte grundsätzlich dieses Papier dem zustimmen und empfehlen, dass wir als
will vote for the paper, and I recommend that we use it for further consultation, for the further consultation process. In forum number 1, I would like to underline 2 or 3 dimensions where I believe that we need to specify things. That is the question of diversity and unity, the legitimacy of a diversity with regard to theological basic understanding, but also a unity in central questions of our faith. This is something where we have to be more specific and question ourselves about the criteria of unity in our church that we can't do without. And this should not be a uniformity, of course. A second dimension that I would like to refer to is that we have to be more specific when we speak about democratization of the church and democratic structures. It is possible to have democratic structures and procedures in the church. This is no question for me. But we have to make sure also that the aspects that we know from Revelation, that we can transport them and guarantee them in our life, also with regard to democracy and church. So we need to become more specific also in that aspect. I think our speakers list is getting longer and longer. And so please close the speakers list. And given the speakers that want to speak still, we reduce the comments to 1 minute. We're very sorry about that, but I think it makes sense in the context of our plenary discussion that as many people as possible can share their contribution. So 1 minute. Ms. Schmidt.
Frau Juliane Eckstein.
Thanks. Juliane Eckstein, please. I'm going to subscribe to the admonishment put forward by Professor Ackermann to be more biblical. Well, there are keywords such as justice and righteousness, or also the sense of community. And there's also a punishment theology playing a role in this context. And we had the history of the collapse of the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judea. Well, I would have desired that we had actually had these two texts together. I think the Tool Antragsgrün is a good tool, but I would like to be able to compare texts, and that was not possible. One more aspect concerning the limitation of the term of office. I think it is difficult with regard to bishops' offices that this control or monitoring mechanism should play a role, but in the universal church, the duration, the term of office, so to speak, of a parish priest is limited to 3 to 5 years. That's what we have heard from India, for instance. And this is a mechanism put in place in order to avoid any abuse of powers. So this limitation in time could be an argument that could be used, and this shared leadership in order to enable participation, joint responsibility is a good point. I'm coming from a youth organization where there's always a kind of a struggle, but it's very enriching also in terms of leadership. Father Zalauer, during the first Synodal Assembly, I played the role of an advocate of the people, and I would like to remind you of some things that were put forward back then. Many pointed out back then that there was an anonymization of power as well, the fear of an expertocracy, and many pastoral workers are seeing people who are working in their finance departments, for instance, experiencing them rather as superiors than as service providers. And last time during our last assembly, I tried to speak up for the people, and that's what I'm going to do here again. Yes, democratization, says Mr. Gärtner, is a possible way in order to avoid such an expertocracy that I have seen in many areas, amongst others in the area of finances. I think this text is well written, even though there might be room for improvement, but it tries, in the context of the applicable canon law, to show up potential change opportunities. But there's also the Concordat law and the state church law, but we must not simply take it for granted. Concordats can be changed, and we as a church might want to take a proactive approach as to shaping the state church law in the future before the political side imposes their view on us. Father Guttenreuther, with regard to content, sorry, we have a motion regarding the rules of procedure. I've been told that 2 participants who are joining from the hotel are not able to listen to all contributions, and on the internet sometimes The sound is muted or the screen is not visible. However, these two participants who are in the hotel and who have the right to vote must be able to hear everything. So we need to find a technical solution for that. Well, it is not something where we are going to hold a vote about. So I ask our tech team to take care of this, and we will continue with our speakers list. So, Father Otenreuter, please. Okay. When it comes to content, I totally agree with the text, and I'm pleased with this idea of better controlling power. In its form, I think this text is necessary for the discussion within the Church. However, with regard to its effect on the public, it is rather fatal because we are saying things here that are just common sense to normal people. They don't need a theological rationale behind it. They are just waiting for this. And basically, I think it's about writing a text. We are writing a text regarding the competence of all baptized and confirmed in a manner that seems to tell them that they are not competent. So I think that at the end of the day, we should actually provide a sort of pastoral letter, a version of all text that is comprehensible to the general public. Thank you. Thank you, first of all, to the Synodal Forum #1 for this good text. I would like to get back to this aspect of democracy that has been mentioned. Democracy, as well as separation of powers, it's not a simple thing, and it might provoke hurts and maybe effortsome. I can tell you that when you've been working in youth organizations, you know how to deal with these things, and you can see that they are enriching your work. And I think that is exactly what we need within our church. It can serve as a fertile ground for our serving society, and that should be our main objective, to be part of society as a church. And what is perceived as an essential point by many should be also valid to us as a church. Michaela Laboda. As a member of the Priestly Existence Today Forum, I was very interested in this text as well, particularly when it came to the notion of the priest service or the priest office. I'm seeing that the distinctions create quite a lot of resistance in me, because I'm coming from the practical point of view. So I would kindly ask that, or plead in favor of the, with regard to the next synodal path, to actually get the different forums together and have a discussion together. Dr. Belafi, please. Well, this paper is quite comprehensive, comprises nearly everything we've been discussing in the different forums, opening the admissions and offices to women, gender quota for the different bodies. What is interesting, however, is that this text is quite hesitant when it comes to speaking about celibacy. I suggest that I suggest to double-check whether this text might not go too far in some areas. With regard to limitation of the term of office of bishops, I'm quite skeptical. Relationship between synodality and democracy, okay. And then I think we must determine more exactly what applies to us and what applies to the universal church. If you think about offices that require an election and think of the way Catholicism is spread over the world, then you would have to draw the conclusion that also the Pope would have to be elected in a democratic manner. Please bear in mind the speaking time. Okay, and well, my last advice is be careful what you wish for. Bishop Dieser, thank you. In my opinion, this text is struggling between two principles, synodality versus democracy, but also versus hierarchy. Both are Catholic principles, but we are just learning that it is difficult to create a balance in a way that they can be fruitful. In my opinion, the principle of synodality and hierarchy must serve the aim of our church, namely that in the people of God, a change of mind, a change of culture is necessary. Our Pope provides us with a formula, Sub et cum Petro, which unites both principles. However, yes, they need to enrich each other instead of falling into a rough conflict, which we have seen in some dioceses in our country. So, Mr. Raj, please bear in mind the time is limited. Okay, and again, the question of the term of office of bishops, this is a point that must be worked on. I'd rather see a solution in the collegial work or cooperation of the bishops. As a guest of the Synodal Forum 1, I would like to say thank you to the participants in this forum, especially the chairs of the forum, because we as two guests who are affected persons were really cared for well by them. So once again, I would like to say thank you. Second aspect, I expect 3 years after the presentation of the first major study and diverse smaller studies, I'm expecting a sensitive handling of language. When we are talking here about a dogmatic idealization of the MHG studies, is disrespectful of the victims, and I'm expecting a different use of language. So if you don't deal with the results in an adequate manner, please deal with it in an adequate manner when using language. Thank you. Ulrike Göken-Husmann. I subscribe to what our colleagues from the umbrella organization of Catholic Youth said. In the women's organization, we have a limited term of office. It's 4 years, and then we can re-elect it twice. I know now that in the spring, my term of office will be ended, and we find these structures important, and we are not afraid of any electoral campaign or whatever. And I think a leadership should be shared between like a man and a woman, for instance, this spiritual tandem. And this double chair that exists in many Catholic associations could serve as a role model for all offices within the Catholic Church. Professor Gail Falkowitz, please. I'm a philosopher, so my perspective is slightly different. I agree with Bishop Dieser. In my lecture, well, you know, I think most of the arguments put forward refer to this disequilibrium between power and authority. And it might be really helpful also in order to avoid certain controversies if you define authority better. It's not a hybris to speak of authority, it's the power of Jesus. And when it comes to the administration of the sacraments, well, the confession has been mentioned. Also, when it comes to the confession, there might be abuse. But how could this be controlled? And let me use different terms. If the spiritual must not simply be dissolved into the structural. This is the end of my contribution. Thank you.
We're at the end of the speakers list, and we now move on to the motions. We have 10 motions, and before starting the voting process, I would like to share a couple of things with you. Yesterday, people asked to have the devices double-checked. And last night, the technical staff double-checked the devices, and in fact, 75% of the people were not there and were not able to give their vote. So functionality of the devices is guaranteed. It has been tested again. So we can, Bishop Bessing? So, and it has been made sure also that now everybody knows how to use the voting device. So we have the OK button, and you also have the abstention button, and you have to press those buttons in order to hand in your vote. Last night, we had the motion number 6. It was not clear how to deal with abstentions. The Synodal Committee and the Interpretation Committee consulted on that question, and abstentions will not be counted. Abstentions will not be counted as against or in favor, and they were not considered. So we had the motion in favor, and then we interpreted in a way that the abstentions were counted as no. But the first voting is valid because abstentions are not considered as votes against, but they are simply not counted. And I got the information that people were always also confused because there are two different drafts of the rules of procedures. We work along the lines of the rules of procedures that has been sent to you together with the invitation to this assembly. So now we have a motion pertaining the rules of procedures. And given that it's not clear what the votes mean, so I would like to repeat that vote again to make sure that everybody knows what they do when they vote and use the device. Are there any comments? Well, it has been clarified already in the first Synodal Assembly. We spoke about the simple majority of the members of the Synodal Assembly, and that led to this very question: how is it meant? So are abstentions to be considered as against? And at that point, we decided with a vote that abstentions are not going to be counted, that the simple majority decides over adopting a resolution or not. So the ratio of votes in favor and against. And this is how we included it in the rules of procedures that we voted on in the first Synodal Assembly. And the Interpretation Committee clarified that for us again. And so yesterday we made a mistake. And that means that the motion number 6, with regard to the preamble, with regard to evangelization that Pope Francis referred to and focuses on in his letter, that this evangelization should be stronger, should be considered more strongly, and we accepted that motion. So this is so if I understood you correctly, you would like to have another vote on that motion. Is that accurate? Yes. Okay, so we will vote again we will vote on the motion pertaining the rules of procedures. So who is in favor that we will vote again on motion number 6 of yesterday? Please use your device and give your vote. Do you want to vote that motion on that motion again? Number 6 yesterday regarding the preamble. Thank you so much. We have a lot of votes coming in already. Give you some time. We are at 202 votes. And I think everybody had their opportunity to cast their vote. So here we are. The motion for the 5 abstentions, 115 yes, and 84 yeses and 115 votes against. So we are not going to vote on that motion again. Before we move on to the motions with regard to the text that we are currently discussing, and I would like to refer to the request of the interpreters in the booth. So whoever speaks here, the introductions to the different commissions, to make sure that a professional interpretation and the theological terminology can be carried out, we would like to ask you to send your statements in advance to Dr. Kager to make sure that he can further forward them to the interpreters. So for the further contributions, your statements, whenever you speak up on stage, please send it to m.kager@dbk.de in order for the text to be forwarded to the interpreters. So now we will move on to the 10 motions with regard to the basic text of the forum number 1. The first motion is about not replacing the text by an alternative text, but to maintain and keeping it as a basic text for the further consultation. So please make sure that you get not confused when voting now. There was the question of Professor Tiefensee if an alternative text is eligible anyway, and if we can vote on alternative text with regard to the rules of procedures. Formally speaking, only the Synodal committee and can be well, fact is that the alternative text has been handed in as a motion. And, you know, this is right at the limits of what you can call a motion. But as the motion committee already said, it makes sense to vote on this proposal of not replacing the text. People ask for showing the text on the screen. So the request is, the motion is not to replace the basic text of form number 1 by the alternative text, but to continue working on this text in the further consultation process. We have a motion pertaining the rules of procedure. Please explain how we have to vote, if yes or no, if we want to replace it or not. So if you want, can we show the text again to make sure that I don't say anything wrong? If you want that the text of the forum will not be replaced by an alternative text, please vote yes. We have many votes coming in. Thank you so much. 5 more seconds.
das Ergebnis zu präsentieren, wenn es eingegangen ist.
So please present us with the result.
Wir haben 162 Ja-Stimmen
162 yeses, 32 no.
Damit bleibt der Grundlagentext
So
in der Form
the
und wird
basic
nicht durch den
text is
Alternativtext
going to be
ersetzt.
kept up, that is will not be
Wir gehen weiter zu
replaced.
Änderungsantrag
We move
2.
on to motion
Der
number
Änderungsantrag
2.
2
The motion
lautet,
number
die
2
Antragskommission
says
empfiehlt alle
that
Hinweise auf
the
verbesserte Formulierungen,
Commission
Erweiterungen und Streichungen, sobald sie
recommends
keine inhaltlich
to make sure
richtungsentscheidenden Änderungen enthalten,
that all
Forum
the
1 mit der Bitte
requests with
Prüfung
regard
zu
to
überweisen.
more specific wording,
Bitte stimmen Sie
applications
jetzt
and deletions, if they don't contain any decisive changes with regard to the content, that they will be transferred to the Forum 1 and will be double-checked by the Forum number 1.
Die eingehenden Abstimmungen verlangsamen sich. Ich glaube, wir können dann soweit auch schließen und das Ergebnis bitte anzeigen.
So we can close the voting process and please show us the result.
Es gibt 179
yes, 17 no's and 5 abstentions. So we adopted the motion. And we move on to the motion number 3. The Commission recommends to make sure and double-check the coordination of the basic text with the action text of Forum 1, the preamble and the orientation text. Yes, no, abstention.
Das läuft schon sehr gut. Wenn alle die Gelegenheit hatten, ihre Taste zu drücken, dann können wir die Stimmabgabe jetzt schließen. Ja-Stimmen,
184 in favor, 11 against, and 8 abstentions. We adopted the motion. We move on to number 4. The motion committee recommends to double-check the text with regard to the referral to the problem of sexual and sexualized violence and its covering up, and the consequent sanctioning of the church has been considered in the text appropriately.
Wir sind jetzt plötzlich nur noch 193.
193 votes in total.
Es werden bitte auch darauf achten,
please make sure
wenn Sie Ihre Ja- oder Nein-Taste gedrückt
when you
haben, dass
cast
Sie
your
auch
vote
mit
and
OK
press
steht.
yes or no, please confirm with OK.
Also bitte nicht zu früh abstimmen.
And don't vote too early, because in that case your vote will not be counted in.
Okay.
All right.
Wir sehen das Ergebnis bitte.
So please show the result.
Wir haben 142
yes or in favor.
147, Entschuldigung.
147. I need new glasses. Thank you. 143 no. Yes, 34 no. So the motion is adopted.
Wir gehen weiter zum nächsten
We
Antrag
move on to the
5.
next motion. The committee recommends to include the references to the importance of Loci Theologici and the dynamic of tradition. Please move on to the vote. Right. Please show the result.
Wir haben
156 in favor, 27 against, so we adopted the motion. We move on to number 6. The recommendation to include the wording of Bishop Dr. Wiesemann as a precise differentiation, avoiding misunderstandings and specifying the theological basis and reasoning behind.
Antrag zur Geschäftsordnung.
A motion pertaining the rules of procedure. Can we see the alternative text again? Can you show the alternative text again?
Das versuchen wir herauszufinden.
Yes, let me see if that is possible.
Da ist er.
There it is.
Ich übernehme die Aufgabe, Ihnen das vorzutragen.
I will read it out to you.
Bischof Dr. Karl-Heinz Wiesemann.
Karl-Heinz Wiesemann says some aspects of.
Ich fange bei den Anführungsstrichen
I start with a quote. We believe that God keeps his people in the truth that has been revealed by Christ. It is our task to testify this truth in an authentic way and to keep the church in its unity. And this is the basic task of the magisterium. But that does also include that we have to search again and again for the truth in the difference of the times and in the different cultural forms. And when we speak about the truth that is entrusted to us, we can only do so if we know about the complexity of the different approaches and open a space for debate. So this type of approach with regard to complexity is important due to the character of history of the truth of the salvation, and is important for our contemporary society also. It is thus a basic condition of current or contemporary theology. There is not one central truth of religious and political world, and not one mindset that can claim for the authority. And also within the church, we can have competing convictions, and they can also claim to be true and to be understandable and to be accurate. And despite of that, they can show contradictions in the language. Many times in the past, the magisteriums did not dissolve this type of tension, but only showed that there is an interrelation of the different positions, like in the central question about mercy and freedom. So different interpretations can also be legitimate with regard to the statements of the magisterium, and this goes also for the synodal path. So let's move on to the motion. The committee recommends to include this differentiated passage into the text.
gehen einige Stimmen ein. Wir kratzen an der 200-Marke.
We are close to 200 votes cast.
Der Kaffeedurst macht sich bemerkbar.
Some people seem to be longing for coffee. Maybe some have left the room already. But I'd kindly ask you to vote now. Is there a problem? Mr. Neer's device doesn't work. It says vote received, but we were not able to vote now. So I'd like to ask our technical team to solve this problem without having a discussion about it here. Motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. I would kindly like to ask you to repeat this vote after the text was being read. Are there any objections? No? So I kindly ask our technical team, after I have read this contribution by Bishop Wiesemann again, to repeat the voting procedure. Okay, I think it works, at least on my device. Doesn't work. Well, votes are coming in quite slowly. We are at 195 now, so please cast your vote if you have not yet. And show us the result. We have 169 votes in favor, 22 against, and 9 abstentions. So this motion is adopted. Number 7. The proposed amendment. The Motions Committee recommends to specify the notion of power in its different aspects, with view to the relationship between structural and spiritual dimensions of power, with reference to the allocation of potestas and autoritas in the service of a theological determination of separation of power in the Church. So the voting procedure is open. Please cast your vote. Okay, 200. The threshold of 200 has been reached. If you have not cast your vote, please do so now. Okay, that's it. 200. The results, please. We have 179 votes in favor, 14 against, and 7 abstentions. So, motion adopted. All devices seem to work again, and Mr. Neer's device as well. So we continue with our proposed amendment number 8. The Motions Committee recommends to specify the relationship between synodality and democracy in a constructive allocation, which can be measured against the recognition of the human rights. Please vote now. So some more votes are coming in. Please come to an end.
die letzten Stimmen eintrudeln,
while the last votes are coming in, we are awaiting the result regarding this motion.
Wunderbar, wir sind wieder bei unseren
Great, we have around 200 votes cast again.
Sehen, dass
and 164 votes in favor, 25
Enthaltungen angezeigt werden.
Votes again and 12 abstentions, so the motion is adopted. Let's continue with number 9. The Motions Committee recommends to include the pointing to good experiences with elections, dual leadership, and shared control mechanisms, as well the timely limitation of terms in office that already exist in religious orders, associations, and spiritual communities. So please vote now.
Die 200-Marke ist fast erreicht, aber es kommt kein neues Ergebnis
Nearly
dazu.
reached the 200 votes, so please show us the result.
Das sind
164, no, 144. I have to see my doctor in order to get new glasses, I think. 44 votes again and 11 abstentions, so it is adopted. Okay, we will continue with number 10. The Motions Committee recommends to be more precise about the relationship regarding the clarification of access to church offices and the question of power and separation of powers. That's our last amendment we are going to vote on today, and you may do so now. Okay, 202 votes have been cast, and the result is as follows: 153 votes in favor, 37 against, and 12 abstentions. So we have finished the votes regarding the individual proposed amendments, and now we have reached the point where we will vote on the text altogether. So the presentation of the Synodal Forum on Power and Separation of Powers. Is there any motion pertaining to the rules of procedures? Yes, in this case, I ask to have a separate vote of women. The reason is that women have not had a say so far in such decisive question, and for me as a member of the forum, it would be important to know what percentage of women is in favor of this text. Is there any, or are there any objections regarding this motion? Okay, this is not the case. Then we will proceed like this. And so I need help of the tech team, how we should do this. Okay, we have accepted Mrs. Goebel's proposal, and I'm just waiting for somebody to tell me how we should do that. Okay, as follows. So we will have everybody cast their vote now, and then we can count the part of the non-male electors, or we can have two separate elections. It's the way you want. But well, first of all, we should have a vote on whether we accept this motion. No, there was no objection. This is, well, I'm the chair, so I decide. And there was no objection, so we will have it like the lady proposed. Well, but the idea is, do we want to have two cycles of voting now? Well, what is important to me is to know the percentage of women who agree. If this can become visible in one voting procedure, then we can do so. Yeah, just to clarify whether this is technically possible. Yes, it is. So we will vote all together, but first of all, we're going to show the result of the female or non-male participants and then the result of the whole plenary.
Mir würde eben noch ein wichtiger Hinweis
One thing has been pointed out to me that I'm going to read out now. According to Section 5, subsection 3, letter L, Rules of Procedure, a separate voting by the female members can be demanded, and according to this paragraph or section, a motion was put forward to the Synodal Committee. A clarification whether the terminology of female members corresponds only to cis women, that would be a narrow sense of the term, or B, according to the potential intention of the person putting forward the motion. It could also mean non-cis male persons. That would be a broader sense of the team. According to the rules of procedures, the Synodal Committee decided to apply it in the broader sense of the term, so it should be read non-male members. Okay, so please vote now whether this presentation of the Synodal Forum 1 should be adopted as a foundation for further deliberations. Please vote now. Okay, we have surpassed the threshold of 200 now. We will now first of all show the all-over result, total result, and afterwards we can proceed the other way around if you prefer. Well, okay, I just do as you asked me to. So that's the total result. We have 194 votes in favor, 30 votes against, and 8 abstentions. Thus, the motion is adopted.
Auch dafür ist noch Zeit.
It's time for applause as well.
Und wir bekommen jetzt
and now the result of
das Abstimmergebnis der nicht-männlichen
non-male persons. Should read.
Muss ich ganz transparent hier machen, gerade mit der Lese, also mit der Interpretation dessen, was angezeigt wird, überfordert.
I'm just overwhelmed with the interpretation of what it shows.
Ja, von den nicht-männlichen Mitgliedern haben
non-male 58 votes in favor, 3 against.
Dankeschön. Manchmal sieht man dann doch viele Buchstaben und
yeah,
das Wort
sometimes you see many letters that you're not able to read the word. Thank you for helping.
Ja,
okay.
deutlich vorangeschritten. Wir sind längst
Time is running out.
Von unserem Zeitplan her
We
haben
are,
wir bis 11:30 Uhr Zeit
well,
zu beraten.
we have until 11:30 for the next consultations on the action text, on a joint consultation and decision-making, and the involvement of faithful in appointment of diocesan bishops. In the next 40 minutes, we will certainly not be able to treat both of them, so maybe we can discuss the action text, joint consultation and decision-making. In the lunch break, the Synodal Committee will decide how to proceed with the second action text. However, even this new schedule would be quite tough, quite narrow. This is why I asked the speakers now to really keep it short, and the speakers list will be limited to 1 minute per person. Okay, now I would like to ask Professor Carlotte Kräuter-Kirchhoff to present the action text, joint consultation and decision making. She's not there this morning. She's not here. Yes, she is. Okay. I'm not Ms. Kräuter-Kirchhoff, but I can do it.
I will be very brief. So I believe that you read the text. The text is part of power controlled by synodality and is closely interwoven with the text of promoting synodality. Basically, it's about a new order or a further development of the structures of committees. First goal, to have control of powers by being held accountable, for example, and the participatory rights of the faithful in decisions in order to make sure that there's quality control and efficiencies. We need also to do away with double structures and also to work on the voting procedures in order to have a representation of minorities also. The core of the text is based in the question, can bishops and priests be willing, are they willing to share their power with a larger group of people, especially with lay people, and are they willing to be controlled and double-checked? Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Die Antragskommission. Darin haben mitgewirkt
Commission, Regina Pasurk, Pfarrer Otto, Professor Sellmann.
Jetzt bin ich etwas vorsichtig. Man hat mir gesagt, dass
and I was told
die Schwerpunkte und die brisanten Aspekte
that Pfarrer Otto is going to speak about the different aspects, also the controversial aspects. And I would like to ask you for your introduction.
Ja, liebe Synodale,
Dear Synod members, with regard to our text, we received many comments and motions, and we are delighted about that. Many suggestions were transferred to the forum for further consultation. 13 motions are presented here today. It's quite a lot, and this is why we included the reasoning behind into the text, so I will only dwell on some central questions here. The text presented, the action text, is very important to the forum because we expect it to generate a short-term change with regard to the power construction, and this can only be done if the bishops and the clergy commits to a self-commitment with regard to participation in decisions decision-making of lay people. So I'm happy that we developed the text together with bishops that were part of the Forum number 1. One motion, number 7, aims at transferring the self-commitment of the bishops and priests to an official commitment. This is not possible, and we would have to include a vote and a motion to the Pope to that. Then it comes to the diversity of synodal structures and different traditions, and our action text does not want to propose a structured rule manual, but only express minimum standards. And some of the motions ask for more specifications. In motion number 2, we speak about the role of the voluntary staff. Number 4 refers to the elections with regard to the committees. There are different opinions whether the voting process should be held by the faithful directly or by the different committees. Number 6 refers to the co-option of members into the synodal committees. Some motions are in favor, others against. Number 9, integration of the priest council in the synodal council of the on a diocese level. Some regard this as necessary, some think this is going to be a problem. The same goes for the merger of the synodal council and the administrative council. And again, we have different opinions here. The diversity of the suggestions confirm our conviction that it is good, as it has been presented in the text, to express minimum standards only. And when it comes to the specific wording, this should be done by the individual dioceses. And we hope that this will create a major acceptance. So we recommend that all the motions should be rejected. When it comes to arbitrary procedures, if the council and the bishops don't find an agreement, this is not about a separate arbitrary organization. So we suggest that we can also include in this case other councils of other dioceses. With regard to number 1, for some of the action tests, people ask to find a regulation with regard to a uniform wording of the texts. We asked the Synodal Committee about that, did not get an answer, so we propose a uniform structure of the texts in number 1. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Pfarrer Otto, and our thanks go also to the other members of the Commission. And I would now like to open the debate on the draft 3.1. The auxiliary bishop already said you have 1 minute time for your contribution, and please add yourself to the speakers list. We start with Professor Julia Knoop. Thank you very much. We have reached a point where the general debate moves to consequences. This is an important point, and this is to show if we are really serious about what we strive for. I participated in Lingen, and the gentlemen of the Bishops' Conference will remember the shock that the abuse study created, and it was transferred into an energy brought into the word by Cardinal marks, and we have the solution. We need participation. We need participatory consultation, and the consultation makes sense if we safeguard it on a structural way. We are not together because everything works well, but we got together because we cannot solve conflicts if we only transfer things to people responsible, but we need a structured participation of the faithful. Bishop Dieser. The document specifies an aspect that I found problematic in the basic text. Synodality and hierarchy, how can we align these things? And in this action text, the solution is an arbitrary committee, and this solution, I have my doubts about this solution. We have to enforce, of course, and enhance synodality, but maybe we want to look for a different solution, the consent solution. So a solution must be found if everybody doesn't have any objections. So that's the voting process. So the voting committee is then obliged to find a solution that everybody can be in favor of. I think that is a better solution. I have to close the speakers list. Professor Kaup, a very brief comment. On a parish level, the parish council is not mentioned, and the parish council and the administrative bodies are organized differently in the different dioceses. So it's important to integrate this into the paper. Christian Gärtner. With regard to number 12, I would plead that the financial committees and the Synodal Council should be merged. It was the recommendation of the Würzburg Synod, and it was implemented only in the Diocese Rothenburg-Stuttgart, especially in the light of smaller financial budgets. We cannot have double structures. The representative committee that this synodal committee has to become needs to control also the budget. And it's very important that we establish a committee that has also budget control, and that we don't have different committees competing with each other, the diocesan committees, the parish council, and so on. So please vote for the merger, and it should not only be an option. Dr. Wieland. In Gaudium et Spes, we hear about the variations of mergers in the church. It's the apostolate of the lay people, number 26. Lay people are recommended to set up organizations independent from the magisterium. They have their own responsibility for their statutes with regard also to their task of charitable work. And then we read about the pastoral council focusing on pastoral care with members that are from the clergy and lay people on the level of the parishes. And this is what Ms. Koch said, we have the parish council. My question is, this is the body that should merge both aspects. Where do we allocate the new body? Markus Leitschuh. We repeatedly talked about the understandability of our text. I'm against motion 1. So we should first explain things and then explain the reasoning behind, because this might be a theological reasoning. So every reader should have an understanding of what we talk about. So I'm against motion number 1. We should first refer to the content and then explain the reasoning behind. I would like to share an experience from my work. Oftentimes, I'm invited to councils, to associations in pastoral spaces in order to discuss the synodal path. And people on a local level tell me one thing over and over again. They want to discuss, be involved in the discussion, and they want to decide. This is very important to them. They don't want to depend on the pastor's decision when it comes to the final decision on what they work on in their group. So I would like to understand people want democracy, and people know how to live democracy, and they desire that church also opts for democracy. Viola Kohlberger. Yeah, I agree with what we just heard. And my plea is to extend the self-commitment. At the end of the day, it should not depend on individual people who, due to their ordination, have the right to do differently. We know everything about democracy. In the Youth Association, we have been based on democratic structures for many, many years. And we have the idea that this works also for the official church, and we can implement that in the official church. So let's do it. Let's be bold. And I think altogether we will benefit from this. Mr. Kuczynski.
I understand myself as a spokesperson for the parishes on a local level. And we know that there are models showing that it works very well. What you need is a certain security so that we do not only pay lip service to it. With regard to volunteer work, we need binding guidelines that pointed out that the people responsible have a right to participate in decision-making processes. And when you have to make decisions, you also need access to finances. And if you don't have access to finances but are in a decision-making position, you are a toothless tiger, so to speak. So I kindly like to have a positive feedback from the synodal path with regard to the commitment of volunteers at the local level. Bishop Wiesemann, I think that we have addressed many areas where there is potential for participation and co-decisions. So I think there are frameworks or settings where this works well. I think what is important is that such procedures become binding, that there's a co-determination or co-decision. Also, methods for mediation or arbitration should be put in place. But again, you know, at the parish level, if everything is referred back to the bishop at the end of the day, that would be a mistake. I think ways have to be found at the local level to get to an arbitration or mediation, because otherwise you would spend all the time with referring dispute matters to the bishop. Well, by the process kicked off by the Pope, you know, we come back to the question of what is synodality. Then we have a sexualized violence in a document of the Universal Church. I find it important that besides clarifying the structural questions, we should always get back to the question of what culture of togetherness we need within the different bodies. So this structure, attitude, and should be balanced.
Markus Schuck.
Markus Schuck, please.
Ich möchte mich stark machen für die Annahme,
I would like to stand up for the adoption of this text, this action text, even though there might be a need for improvement or clarifications with regard to details. But I think what is evident is that the participation and co-decision at places such as dioceses, parishes, there is need for improvement, and the action text points into the right direction, and we should support it. Two short remarks or comments. Well, this is about reworking of the structure of councils, which is necessary. We have to think things anew, create attractive bodies where people wish to participate and get involved. And I think that we should simply, set the course for a new chapter. Karl Rahner said in the late 60s that self-commitment by bishops is possible. You can find this online if you are interested in reading it. So it's about starting a new story, telling us about more participation as a response to the problems we have faced in the past. So this text is not finished yet, but it can be a motivation and impetus for the synodal path altogether. Okay, so the general debate on this action text is closed now. We have a motion pertaining to the rules of procedures. Just a question. There were some specific questions, and the question is now whether the motions committee may respond. There's no objection? Yeah, so a short comment is allowed. Briefly, it's about the idea of a model standard. So that would be the opposite of a detailed regulations, and that there will not be an arbitral committee or an arbitral court, but an arbitral procedure. So established forms of mediation or arbitration at the episcopal level could be used at the diocese level, and the bodies that already exist now can be continuously developed. That's also an aspect that you can find in the text. So it is about using existing structures and improving them and adding the quality criterion of co-decision or participation. Okay, so let's get to the amendment or proposed amendment number 1. Please show the text. Well, it's rather basic amendment, and I'd ask Father Otto to explain it a little bit better. So this is not only a motion put forward by the committee, but it was decided with the Synodal Committee. Yes, there was a misunderstanding. So the Synodal Committee is, Mr. Kaga just confirmed it to me, is agreeing to this. Okay, I'm going to read. The majority, the motion was put forward, the presented action text, to structure it in a different order. Structure, introduction, motion, reasoning, was met with approval. Similar proposed amendments or motions can be found in the example of other action texts. So this motion marks a topic that might be meaningful for many other texts. So a decision on this motion will be setting the course for the structure of all action texts. The Motions Committee recommends to adopt the motion regarding the reworking of the structure of the action text, and thus create a binding and uniform basic structure for the action text of the synodal path. Please vote now. Apparently, we don't manage to get more than 200 votes now. So please show the result. 156 votes in favor, 21 votes against, and 11 abstentions. So the first proposed amendment is adopted. We continue with number 2. Motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. I kindly ask for clarification. Have we voted on the formal concept of the action options for continuing our work in the synodal path? This is not clear to me. It might have implications on the structure of continuing to develop texts. I'm not clear about the impact or implications of this vote. Please clarify. Well, in fact, this structure or this motion here, this proposed amendment, will have an impact on the structure of all action texts. So all action texts will then accordingly be adapted. Another question. So we have such an important question regarding our future work, and it was just decided by simply having a general vote. I find this difficult. So please, I kindly ask you not to get back into discussion again, debate. That's not the time you. So, well, I cannot raise my hand now. I see it differently. We are at our first reading and we have not made any resolutions, so it should be referred back to the forum. So I don't think that at this point we are able to take a decision now regarding all the other action texts in all the other forums. That's a matter of interpretation now, and we as chairs of this meeting are not entitled to provide an answer. Yeah, this is something to be dealt with by the Synodal Committee. Within the Synodal Committee, we have decided that there are contexts and action options in the course of time with regard to the formal presentations of the text. Certain decisions have been made, so yeah, we have to work on this. However, the way I understand this voting procedure is as follows. There is a clear tendency or trend pointing to this new structure with the 3 parts which make everything easier and more transparent, notably when it comes to communication, but we will work on it. Okay, we'll get to motion number 2. Another motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. Father Zalauer, please. I'm just hearing that some people around me have not voted because it was not clear to them what we are voting about. So I might, well, I can vote now on this text. However, I don't want it to have an effect on further procedures. So it was not clear to me, meaning, will this have any implication regarding the structure of further options for action text in the future? So this is still not clear. Is that a vote with regard to content or with regard to structure of action options in the future? Well, at this moment, we cannot have a debate on this. We are having a vote on motion 1, proposed amendment number 1. The Synodal Committee will discuss this question again, so I think we have to postpone it until the moment when the Synodal Committee has come to a decision. So my suggestion is that we wait
we should wait for the decision of the Synodal Committee and continue with motion number 2. And you will see that the motions are longer, the wording is longer, and we will read it to you so that it is clear. With the amendment tabled on participation and co-determination of the pastoral staff in decision-making within the diocese, it was requested that the role of full-time chaplains or pastoral workers be clearly identified. The motion committee recommends that the motion be rejected. Reasoning in line 76 and follows says that the Synodal Council in its composition represents the people of God in the diocese. This means that the inclusion of full-time staff in this council is quite possible and meaningful. In lines 93 and following, the Council of Priests, which either remains in existence or is to be united with the Council, is explicitly mentioned. How exactly these full-time members are represented in the Synodal Council should be regulated by each diocese on its own. The Motions Committee therefore recommends to retain the chosen wording or formulations. So now you have to vote yes if you reject. Is that correct? It's a double negation here, be careful. Okay, rules of procedure. Yeah, maybe I've got a blackout, but I don't see a formulation or wording regarding this text, so I don't know what I'm going to work about. There's no clear motion, or, but, well, it reads, it recommends. Well, yes means that you follow the recommendation, and the recommendation is to reject the motion. Thank you for this help with regard to interpretation. Okay, thank you. So the vote is open now. Okay, once again, sorry for interrupting again. There are two recommendations included in text, one in the beginning and one at the end. And which one are we going to vote about? Could the Motions Committee please clarify? Well, what is being voted on? And it says the Motion Committee recommends to retain the chosen formulations, meaning that the first sentence does not apply. Yeah, but the first sentence is also a recommendation. The Motions Committee recommends to reject the motion, and the second sentence refers to the first sentence. Well, the first paragraph is sort of an explanation, and then there is the recommendation of the Motions Committee.
Es wurde ein Änderungsantrag eingebracht. Das ist der erste Abschnitt.
A proposed amendment was made. That's the first paragraph. But we are now deciding or voting on the motions put forward by the Motions Committee. Meaning, the idea was to clearly point out the role of full-time pastoral workers, chaplains, and now it says the Motions Committee recommends to reject this motion, and then the reasoning follows. There's another motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. Well, it's more or less a comment. I find it very difficult that we have votes ongoing while we are still explaining what we are voting about. So please communicate it clearly beforehand. Check whether there are any questions that need to be clarified. And don't start the vote before. And I'm not ready to vote on things that have not been clarified or discussed fully. Thank you for this comment. We are going to ask whether everything is clear, whether it is clear what we are voting about before casting the vote, and also in order to avoid debates during the voting procedure. I suggest that with this
chaos, we start this vote anew. May I just have a summary of what we are voting about now? Well, we will show the motion 2 again, and I'm going to read out the second paragraph. The Motions Committee recommends that the motion be rejected. Reasoning. In line 76, it reads, the Synodal Council in its composition represents the people of God and the diocese. This means that the inclusion of full-time staff in this council is quite possible and meaningful. In lines 93 and following, the Council of Priests, which either remains in existence or is to be united with the Council, is explicitly mentioned. How exactly ministers are represented in the Synodal Council should be regulated by each diocese on its own responsibility. The Motions Committee therefore recommends retaining the chosen wording of formulation. So the formulations or wording used in the presentation or in the draft should be kept, and this is why the Motions Committee recommends to reject the motion. And I admit that this is quite confusing. Okay, the vote is ongoing. Kindly ask you to come to an end, and we will show the results now. So we have 141 votes in favor, 34 against, and 9 abstentions. Thus, the motion is adopted.
Gehen wir weiter zu Änderungsantrag.
Okay, let's proceed with number 4. 3, sorry.
Jetzt lässt die Konzentration nach.
Concentration is fading.
Ist jetzt
so we now have the proposed amendment. The amendment table to the principles of joint deliberation and decision-making, it was requested that the framework regulations should be decided jointly. Now, the Motions Committee recommends that the amendment be adopted and proposes the following wording for line 60. For his diocese, the bishop shall, with the consent of the synodal bodies of the diocese, adopt the framework regulations. Can we start the vote now? Okay. So please vote now.
Bitte das Ergebnis.
So please present the result.
Ja,
160 votes in favor, 25 against, and 4 abstentions. So the motion is adopted. We continue with aspect 4, or motion 4. With the submitted amendment on possible candidates, it was proposed that the members be elected from parish or deaconry committees. Now, the Motion Committee recommends that the motion be rejected. Reasoning, In Forum 1, it was deliberately decided to provide only for minimum standards and to leave the specific structure to be developed by the individual dioceses. In the section on elections, the word direct was avoided. It is therefore quite possible that the Synodal Council is elected by the bodies of the parishes or deaconries. What is important is that its composition ultimately represents well the people of God in the diocese. The Motions Committee therefore recommends to retain the chosen formulations. Can we vote? Okay, everything's clear, apparently, so please vote now.
Wir sind bei 192 Stimmen. Ich sehe,
192 votes were cast, and I see there's no further votes.
Wir sind gespannt auf das
So
Ergebnis.
we are excited to learn the result.
Wir haben 156
So we have 156 votes in favor, 28 against, and 8 abstentions.
Damit ist der Änderungsantrag
Thus, the motion has been adopted.
Gehen wir weiter zu Änderungsantrag 5.
Let's continue with the proposed amendment number 5. With the amendment submitted on the composition of the Synodal Council, the following was requested. It was proposed that the Council be composed in a gender and a generation-appropriate way. The Motions Committee recommends that the motion be adopted and proposes the following amendment in line 76 and following. The Synodal Council, in its composition, represents the people of God in the diocese and is therefore composed in a gender and generation-just manner. There's no motions pertaining to the rules of procedures, no objections. Okay, so please vote.
Wer es noch nicht getan hat, bitte abstimmen.
Please vote and cast your vote if you haven't yet.
Okay, bitte das Ergebnis anzeigen.
So please show the results. 121 votes in favor, 48 against, and 11 abstentions.
Wir gehen weiter zum Änderungsantrag 6.
We move on to number 6, motion number 6. With the amendment tabled on the composition of the Synodal Council, it was proposed to exclude or limit the co-optation of members. The Motion Committee recommends that the co-optation of members should be rejected, and the justification for that is there are different views on the co-optation of members. The chosen wording provides co-optation as a possibility. Further details can be regulated on a diocesan level. Also, the question of whether co-optees have voting rights or only have an advisory supervisory function. The Commission therefore recommends that the proposed wording should be retained. Is everybody clear what we vote on? Okay, please start the voting process.
Es tut sich noch ein bisschen was.
Things are still moving.
Vielen Dank für Ihre Stimme.
Thank you for your votes. We're looking forward to the results.
Wir haben
140 votes in favor, 41 against, 11 abstentions. Motion adopted.
Und damit gehen wir weiter zu
We move on to number 7. The amendment tabled on the issue of leadership calls for more extensive democratization of leadership responsibility, which legally binds the bishops. The motion committee recommends the motion to be rejected. Justification: the action text aims at a self-commitment of the bishops to involve the faithful in the responsibility and therefore deliberately remains on the ground of canon law. Some submitted comments aim at a more far-reaching democratization of leadership responsibility which legally binds the bishops. This cannot be implemented within the framework of current law. In case of a change in canon law, a separate proposal text would have to be formulated and with a corresponding vote to the Apostolic See. Is it clear what we vote on? It's a little complex. We have a motion pertaining the rule of procedures. Yes, it's a similar problem like we had before. Do we vote on giving a vote to Rome as well? To handing? No. Okay. If that is clear. So who votes yes now joins the motion committee to reject the motion. Can we start the voting process? So please cast your vote now. So let's come to an end. If you haven't cast your vote yet, please do so.
Ja, bitte das Ergebnis anzeigen.
Please show the result. 146 in favor, 42 against, 4 abstentions. Let's move on to the next motion. We have a motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. Thank you. I would like to ask you, given that we changed the procedure, so we voted on the motions and on the votes of the Synodal Committee, please tell us before every vote what it means if you vote in favor or against. I think that would be helpful. It's always about the motion committee.
Darf ich kurz was dazu sagen?
Can I comment on that? Basically, every text has the same setup. First, the amendments are mentioned that were entered into Antragsgrün. And in the second paragraph, we speak about the recommendation of the motion committee. And we vote on the recommendation of the motion committee.
Es ist der zweite Teil. Dankeschön.
So that's the second part.
Antrag zur Geschäftsordnung.
Motion pertaining the rules of procedure, I would like to clarify. So if the committee recommends to reject, if I'm in favor, am I against or in favor? Because this is the question here.
Ich würde für die restlichen Anträge,
so for the rest of the motions, let's go ahead as follows. I hand over the floor to Mr. Otto, and you can explain things again, and then everything will be clear to all members. Just a brief suggestion. During the voting process, you know, you can read what you vote on. If you read it, you know whether you have to vote for or against. Thank you.
Dann gehen wir weiter zum
Let's move on to motion number 8.
Der wird uns hier auch schon angezeigt. Nach dem eingebrachten
The amendment to the arbitration procedure was requested to make it clearer that the aim is not to introduce a subordinate arbitration board, but rather to open arbitration proceedings by mutual agreement. The committee therefore recommends to adopt the motion and add, if no agreement is reached because the bishops also object to this decision, arbitration proceedings shall be opened, the terms of which shall have been determined in advance and to which all parties involved undertake to adhere. Bishops and synods and from other dioceses might be involved in the procedure. Mr. Otto, what do we vote on? There was the concern that a subordinate arbitration board should be involved if the committee and the council and the bishop don't align to one agreement. So if they agree to an arbitration procedure, we added the last sentence that it is possible also to involve bishops and synod members from other dioceses into the procedure. So let's move on to the voting process.
Es gehen noch Stimmen ein.
Votes are still being casted.
Ich sehe keinen weiteren Stimmeneingang und bin gespannt auf das Ergebnis.
So let's take a look at the result.
Wir haben
161 in favor, 22 against, 11 abstentions. Motion adopted.
Wir gehen weiter zu Antrag 9. Mit dem eingebrachten Änderungsantrag zur Integration des
we move on to number 9, integration of the priest council in the Synodal Council. And the request is that the priest council should be maintained. The Commission underlines that the integration of the priest council in the Synodal Council has been judged by in the different commentaries in a different way. So the the motion committee recommends to keep up to the formulation of an optional integration of the priest council. So if you vote yes, it means that you vote in favor of keeping the text like it is, meaning that the integration of the priest council in the Synodal Council is an option. So please cast your vote now.
Bitte das Ergebnis anzeigen.
Please show the results.
One
157 in favor, 29 against, 8 abstentions.
Wir gehen weiter.
We move on to the next motion with the amendment introduced on the self-commitment of parish priests. It is pointed out that the bishop cannot require parish priests to voluntarily commit themselves. The motion committee recommends that the amendment may be rejected. In fact, the examination of common law has shown that it is not possible to require parish priests to self-commitment. However, this obligation is not demanded in the text. The motion committee therefore recommends that the formulation, the parish priests are required to be retained. So no commitment of the parish priests, but the pastors or the parish priests are required. That is a recommendation and not an obligation. Please vote in favor of keeping up this wording.
Bitte das Ergebnis.
Please show the result. One 162 in favor, 23 against, 6 abstentions.
Wir gehen weiter.
We move on.
Änderungsantrag 11.
Number 11, with the submitted amendment with regard to the conciliation process, it was requested that the arbitration process should be directly connected to the diocesan synodal council or a person committed by it and not to the staff of the bishop. Note of the Commission and the Committee for such cases, the action text provides for guarantee of legal recourse and provides for a diocesan arbitration board. So in this arbitration process, this is the recommendation. He or the council may submit the case to the diocesan arbitration board. The current wording foresees that the parish priest, if he doesn't find an agreement with the council, he can ask the bishop to decide. And we want to change that and say that he or the parish council can make use of the diocesan arbitration board. And we would need to set up that board. We can move to the voting process.
letzten Stimmen werden übermittelt.
The last votes are being transferred.
Und wir sind gespannt auf das Ergebnis.
146 in favor, 27 votes against, 20 abstentions. Motion adopted, and we move on to motion number 12. With the submitted amendment with regard to the Synodal Council of Parish Priests, it was required that this council also takes over the power and tasks in the area of pastoral care that were previously exercised by other bodies, for example, church administrations. The committee recommends to the motion to be rejected. The examination of church law, of canon law, has shown that questions of concordat law are affected here. Different models for dealing with these questions could be tried out in the different dioceses, and which could then be evaluated in the course of a nationwide evaluation. The Commission therefore recommends retaining the option. In the first paragraph, there is a typo. It is the Synodal Council of the parish, and the existing text says that the administrative council that has the budget control, it can be merged. And some Synodal members want to make this an obligation, but we recommend to keep it up as an option, that the two councils can be merged. Motion pertaining the rules of procedures, that means I have to say no if I want to keep it an option? Yes. So let's open the voting process.
Das Ergebnis einblenden.
Please show the result. One hundred 42 votes in favor, 39 votes against, 11 abstentions. We move on to the last motion with regard to this draft. The motion committee recommends editorial amendments are not discussed individually, but should be referred to the Synodal Forum for further consideration. I think we don't need Pfarrer Otto to comment on that. Anything not clear? If this is not the case, let's move to the voting process.
Kommt bestimmt gleich. Kommt bestimmt gleich.
It's coming, it's coming.
Kommt noch nicht, aber ich bin sehr zuversichtlich,
Not yet,
dass sie gleich kommt.
But I'm sure it's going to show up.
Zuversicht ist das, was uns trägt. Und sie hat sich gelohnt.
Confidence is
Und während Sie jetzt
important.
bedanke ich mich ganz herzlich für Ihre
So
Disziplin.
while you voting, I would like to thank you for the discipline you showed. So we are waiting for the result of the last motion, and we'll then have a general vote.
Dafür ging es jetzt ganz arg schnell.
It was fast.
Die letzten Stimmen noch abgeben.
Please vote if you
Und
haven't
das
yet,
Ergebnis abwarten.
and
Und
wait
da
for the
bin ich
result.
zuversichtlich, dass es kommt. 181
181 votes in favor, 10 against, 8 abstentions. We have a motion pertaining the rules of procedure. My motion is that the votes of the bishops should be shown separately, similarly to what we did with the non-male votes, because here it becomes clear what the synodal moment is to be in the church, not only have a consulting process, but also decide together. So it's a very important moment and text with regard to the body and the reflection of the church in Germany. Some are convinced that in order to continue in working in Forum 1, it would be important to understand how the bishops vote. Are they willing to self-commit themselves? The tech team tells me that this motion is not possible. I guess this is because this is part of the second reading. Well, yes, I get the feedback. A differentiated showing of the votes of the bishops will be done in the second reading. I would like to have a recorded vote. Are there objections? I have an objection. I think the differentiation of the two-thirds majority is important, but it is foreseen for the second reading, and I don't like to include this measure here now. You know, let us move on with confidence, and this is why I'm against a recorded vote at this point. So let's vote on the motion with regard to the rule of procedure. Who is in favor of a recorded vote votes yes. Who is against a recorded vote, please vote no. No further votes coming in. Please show the result. Oh, okay, no, we have votes coming in. So now we move on to the result. 65 in favor, 129 against. That means we won't have a recorded vote at this point. And we move on to the voting rules of procedure, motion pertaining the rules of procedure. I just need an explanation why it was possible to do so with regard to the non-male members and why it doesn't work with the bishops now. Let me ask for a clarification of the Synodal Committee. That was not an objection. But to clarify that, why it was possible with the non-male votes before and it's not possible now. With the first motion, we didn't have any objections, and given that there was no objection, the motion was adopted, and this is why we had a separate vote for the non-male votes. And we considered in the interpretation committee, and it is a fact that the vote en bloc, bishops, non-male persons, it is foreseen in the context of the second reading of the text. And the result of this vote with regard to this motion, it works well and matches the considerations of the interpretation committee. motion pertaining the rule of procedure? Thank you. I would like to ask you to clarify whether it is a technical problem why we cannot have a separate vote, or if it is a problem pertaining the rules of procedure, because we can adapt and interpret the rules of procedures, the technical options. If we don't have the possibility, we can't handle that. So otherwise, I would like to urge for repetition of that vote. We are going to clarify that. Let me add to that, as a technician responsible for the voting process, the structure of the participants, of male and non-male voters, was done beforehand, but a categorization of bishops and non-bishops is not available. We can do that during the lunch break, but at this point we cannot have separate votes of bishops and non-bishops. There is a motion of Professor Lopudepol, and then we also will listen to Ms. Lux-Pellmann. Rules of procedure. So let's use the lunch break in order to provide the technical option for the later voting processes.
Okay. Christiane Fuchs-Pellmann.
Christiane Fuchs-Pellmann. So the rules of procedures, if I interpret it right, is section 5. That lists different options for motions, and we have the motion with regard to a separate vote of non-male participants, but it does not list a separate vote of bishops. So there is not this motion with regard to the rules of procedure. It would have to be integrated. So the situation is different from what we had with the non-male members before. Ms. Wieland, I would like, I'm part of the interpretation committee as well. The votes of the bishops will only be counted separately when it comes to a resolution. And the resolutions happens after the second reading. This is what we agreed on. We don't resolve today. This is why the bishops' vote are not counted separately. And there's no basis in our rules of procedures for that. If the plenary wants that, according to the rules of procedure, we need to change the rules of procedures in order to enable for a separate count. At this point in time, it is not included. It's not about a technical problem. But a recorded vote would be possible. Of course, that's a different thing. If we want to have a secret vote, that would be against it. Thank you, Ms. Wieland, for clarifying this, for our expert and interpreter of our statutes and rules of procedures. Thank you for clarifying this in such a great manner.
Geschäftsordnungsantrag von Nadine Mersch.
Another motion pertaining to the rules of procedure by Nadine Mersch. It's more or less a comment regarding the rules of procedure. We have developed the rules of procedure at a point in time when we didn't have any experience with our assemblies. We didn't know how the procedures would be. This is why I would like to tie in with Mr. Lopudepol and ask for clarification today with regard to this question, because there's a desire of the forum that has been put forward, and I understand this desire for, this way of acting, no matter what my personal opinion is. And I would really like to see us finding a possibility of clarifying this, in order to respond to this desire or this wish that has been put forward. It would be great, to do so, but I think we really need a break in order to do so. Formally, we are at a point now where
Antrag zur Geschäftsordnung namentliche Abstimmung abgelehnt hatten und
we had
eigentlich steht jetzt noch
rejected
eine
a
Abstimmung
recorded
gesamt an. Und
vote.
ich würde Sie
So
einladen,
the only thing that
Geschäftsordnungsanträge
remains to be
tatsächlich auch auf
done
solche zu
is
beziehen, die in der Geschäftsordnung
the
stehen. Da
general
hinten
vote on
ist
the
noch ein
text. So
Geschäftsordungsantrag.
if there are other rules of procedure motions,
Also ich stelle jetzt Antrag auf Schluss der Debatte.
well, I put forward the motion that we end this debate now. We have the following problem. Obviously, the rules of procedures do not stipulate that there is a categorization of votes. So first of all, we would need a decision regarding a change of the rules of procedure. Recorded votes are possible, but we had already voted on it. We had rejected this motion. So nothing else can be done now. Well, there is a motion pertaining to the end of the debate now. Close any objections to that? Yes. Well, you don't have to put forward reasons, but Nadine Mersch was the first person to raise her hand. I am against this motion because I have the impression that it doesn't reflect what we have just been talking about or what we are sensing here. We have the impression that something has not been clarified yet. This is why I plead in favor of rejecting this motion and rather put forward a motion to interrupt the session now. Okay, we will now vote on the motion end of the debate. If you're in favor of the end of the debate, please vote yes. Ms. Knoop, I think we really need to vote on this now, okay? And afterwards, I'll ask you to take the floor, okay? But then, well, if it's rejected, I cannot. If the debate is ended now, I'm not allowed to speak. Well, there was this objection, and now we are going to vote on it. So this is about the motion pertaining to the rules of procedure, end of debate. And the vote is already ongoing.
Bitte das Ergebnis anzeigen.
Please show the result.
Es gibt
114 votes in favor, 81 against.
Damit ist der Antrag zur
Thus, this motion has been adopted.
Die Debatte ist beendet.
So the debate is ended.
Wir kommen zur Abstimmung.
We get to the vote now on the text. There's another motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. Professor Lopude-Pohl put forward a motion regarding the interruption of the session, and there was no objection. So either we formally call for any objections, or we assume that this motion pertaining to an interruption of the session is adopted. So we need to take action. We cannot simply admit objections in some cases and not in others. There's an inflationary use of the motions pertaining to the rules of procedure. That doesn't make it easier to check whether a certain motion is really pertaining to the rules of procedure or not. This is why I suggest the following. Well, well, first of all, if there is any objections, of course, I would like to point it out. We have accepted with a majority to end the debate, and just to be sure, I want to underline this again. It's a section 5, subsection 3b. Yes, if there is a motion regarding the end of the debate, the vote must ensue. And we have decided upon closing the debate and passing on with the vote. This is correct, but before there was a motion pertaining to the rules of procedure to interrupt the session. Mr. Lopude-Pohl,
I have the following motion, and it was not been voted on. So it was that the lunch break should be used in order to create the technical prerequisite in order to make a separate or categorized vote possible. But my motion only referred to the technical possibilities. So let's simply vote on it or raise objections, or if there's no objections, adopt it. It's a big difference, and I would like to point out that I appreciate the skills of the interpretative committee, but I would like to point out as well that my opinion is different than yours. Okay, we are going to check the technical conditions or circumstances, but this is not a motion pertaining to the rules of procedures foreseen in our rules of procedures. This is why I'm not going to cast a vote now on this. We will now vote on the text, on the draft presented. So, the action text, joint consultation and decision making. So, the vote is now on this action text, joint consultation and decision making.
Es sind bereits 202 Stimmen eingegangen.
202 votes were
Derzeit
cast.
ploppen auch keine weiteren
No
Stimmen
others
mehr
are coming in,
auf und wir sind gespannt auf das
and we are
Ergebnis.
excited to learn the result.
Wir haben 167
167 votes in favor, 32 against, and 3 abstentions.
Der Handlungstext ist damit
So the
angenommen
action
worden.
text has been adopted.
Damit sind wir
So we have come to the point that we will have a break now. We have the difficulty that in this room we need some reorganization work for our Eucharist celebration. I've heard that, if possible, we should start the Mass at 12:20. This is why I kindly ask you to use those minutes not to, not to walk downstairs, but maybe use the toilets or stay on this floor. Please don't have a snack now. Be a little bit patient so that we can start at 12:20 again. If there's a couple of minutes more needed due to technical preparations, that's no problem. But otherwise, please be here at 12:20.
Bitte nehmen Sie Platz. Texte zur Eucharistiefeier finden Sie ab Seite 58. Eigentlich sind da abgedruckt das Kyrie, Sanctus und Agnus Dei. Das Sanctus werden wir entgegen dem, was hier abgedruckt ist, miteinander beten und bei Kyrie und Agnus Dei miteinander die Anrufungen mit A, wie Sie es gewohnt sind, beten. Leider sind Sie es in dieser Synodalversammlung auch gewohnt, nicht laut äußerlich mitzusingen, sondern mitzusummen und innerlich sich in die Musik hineinzugeben. Die Kommunion wird ausgeteilt wegen der Corona-Hygienemaßnahmen nur in der Gestalt des Brotes. Sie wird hier vorne ausgeteilt und vor den Blöcken. Bitte gehen Sie die Wege so, wie Sie es in der Gemeinde auch tun, dass jede Reihe nacheinander, die ersten jeweils auf den Innenplätzen herauskommen, alle um den Block rum dann wieder an ihren Platz gehen. Ist es Platz genug? Wer nicht zur Kommunion gehen möchte, dann mit dem Stuhl so weit vorzurücken, dass die anderen gut vorbeikommen. Eine Voransage schon für die Fürbitten. Die Lektorin wird im Grunde einen Satz vorgeben, ein Thema für die Bitten. Zum Beispiel Menschen, die Not leiden. Und da Sie Mikros haben, sind Sie eingeladen, eine Situation, einen Menschen, eine Gruppe zum Beispiel, ein Anliegen in einem Wort oder in einem Halbsatz selbst zu nennen. Nach jeweils 2 bis 5 Anrufungen, Bitten, wird die Musikgruppe des Maranatha spielen als unseren Bittruf. Ja, Herr Bischof Dr. Betzing, dann bitte ich Sie, mit der Feier zu beginnen.
Das Leben teilen wie das täglich Brot. Wenn alle, die uns sehen, wissen, hier lebt Gott. Jesus Christ, Feuer, das die Nacht erhält. Jesus Christ, nur neues unsere Welt. Wenn wir das Blut des Lebens teilen wie den Wein, wird Gott lebendig sein. Jesus Christ, Feuer, das die Nacht erhält. Jesus Christ, nur neu ist unsere Welt. Wenn wir uns öffnen für den Herrn in dieser Zeit, Wege ihm bahnen, dass er
Namen des Vaters und des Sohnes und des Heiligen Geistes. Amen. Die Gnade unseres Herrn Jesus Christus, die Liebe Gottes des Vaters und die Gemeinschaft des Heiligen Geistes sei mit euch allen. Schwestern und Brüder, in der Mitte des Tages, die schon überschritten ist, in der Mitte unserer hitzigen Debatten und Abstimmungen, in der Mitte des Raumes, in dem wir arbeiten, beten, denken, streiten, zusammenfinden, feiern wir jetzt die Eucharistie. Wir tun es in Verbindung mit der Kirche des Himmels. Heute ist der Gedenktag der heiligen Therese von Lisieux, der Patronin der Mission, der Evangelisierung, obwohl sie nie einen Schritt aus ihrem Land herausgetan hat.
Therese de Lisieux, whose feast it is today,
wir rufen unseren Herrn Jesus Christus an, denn er ist die lebendige Mitte, die uns zusammenhält. Die Wahrheit, die wir glauben, die Spur, der wir folgen im Leben, vergewissern wir uns, er ist da, er ruft uns, er stärkt uns.
Herr Jesus Christus, du sprichst uns dein Wort zu, das Wort, das uns den Sinn erschließt. Herr, erbarme dich. Jesus Christus, du zeigst uns dein Licht, das Licht, das uns den Weg weist. Christus, erbarme dich.
Christe, Christe, eleison. Christe, Christe, eleison.
Herr Jesus Christus,
Erbarme dich unserer Schwachheit, unserer Verschlossenheit, unserer Schuld. Nimm alles weg, was uns von dir und voneinander trennt, damit wir dir mit freiem Herzen dienen. Amen. Lasset uns beten. Herr, du führst und beschützt deine Kirche. Gib allen, die sich zu dieser Synodalversammlung gefunden haben, den Geist der Wahrheit, der Einsicht und des Friedens. Lass uns erkennen, was dir gefällt und mit ganzer Kraft deinen Willen verwirklichen. Darum bitten wir durch Jesus Christus, deinen Sohn, unseren Herrn und Gott, der in der Einheit des Heiligen Geistes mit dir lebt und herrscht in Ewigkeit. Amen.
Lesung aus dem Buch Baruch. Der Herr, unser Gott, ist im Recht. Uns aber treibt es bis heute die Schamröte ins Gesicht. Den Leuten von Juda und den Bewohnern von Jerusalem, unseren Königen und Beamten, unseren Priestern und Propheten und unseren Vätern. Denn wir haben gegen den Herrn gesündigt und ihm nicht gehorcht. Wir haben auf die Stimme des Herrn unseres Gottes nicht gehört und die Gebote nicht befolgt, die der Herr uns vorgelegt hat. Von dem Tag an, als der Herr unsere Väter aus Ägypten herausführte, bis auf den heutigen Tag, waren wir ungehorsam gegen den Herrn, unseren Gott. Wir hörten sehr bald nicht mehr auf seine Stimme. So hefteten sich an uns das Unheil und der Fluch, den der Herr durch seinen Diener Mose androhen ließ am Tag, als er unsere Väter aus Ägypten herausführte, um uns ein Land zu geben, in dem Milch und Honig fließen. Und so ist es noch heute. Wir haben nicht auf die Stimme des Herrn unseres Gottes gehört und auf alle Reden der Propheten, die er zu uns gesandt hat. Jeder von uns folgte der Neigung seines bösen Herzens. Wir dienten anderen Göttern und taten, was Gott, dem Herrn, unserem Gott, missfällt. Wort des lebendigen Gottes.
Dank sei Gott.
Mit dir überrenne ich Scharen, mit meinem Gott überspringe ich Mauern. Gott, sein Weg ist lauter, das Wort des Herrn ist im Feuer geläutert. Ein Schild ist er für alle, die sich bei ihm bergen. Außer dem Herrn, wer ist wie ein Fels, wenn nicht unser Gott? Gott hat mich mit Kraft umgürtet und vollkommen macht er meinen Weg. Darum will ich dir danken, Herr, inmitten der Nationen. Ich will deinen Namen singen und spielen. Seinem König verleiht er große Hilfe, Huld erweist er seinem Gesalbten David und seinem Stamm auf ewig.
Herr sei mit euch. Aus dem heiligen Evangelium nach Lukas. In jener Zeit sprach Jesus: Weh dir, Chorazin, weh dir, Bethsaida. Wenn einst in Tyrus und Sidon die Wunder geschehen wären, die bei euch geschehen sind, man hätte dort in Sack und Asche Buße getan. Tyrus und Sidon wird es beim Gericht nicht so schlimm ergehen wie euch. Und du, Kapharnaum, meinst du etwa, du wirst bis zum Himmel erhoben? Nein, in die Unterwelt wirst du hinabgeworfen. Wer euch hört, der hört mich. Wer euch ablehnt, der lehnt mich ab. Wer aber mich ablehnt, der lehnt den ab, der mich gesandt hat. Evangelium unseres Herrn Jesus Christus. Die gute Nachricht, diese anspruchsvollen, ziemlich aufreibenden Texte bleiben der Sonntagsgemeinde in der Eucharistie verborgen. Nie in den 3 Lesejahren werden diese Texte Baruch und das Weh dir Jesu gelesen. Aber uns bleiben sie nicht erspart. Es sind die Texte dieses Freitags in der 26. Woche im Jahreskreis. Ich will Ihnen keine Predigt halten. Die Schrift selber ist die Predigt. Ich will Ihnen nur ein paar Impulse geben für die stille Zeit, die wir dann bis zu den Fürbitten miteinander halten wollen. Weh dir. Jesus verlässt seine Heimat, Galiläa. Kapharnaum, das ist seine Stadt, so heißt es im Evangelium. Bethsaida, da kommen Simon, Andreas, Philippus her. Da hat er das Wunder der Speisung gewirkt. Chorazin, nicht weit vom See Genezareth entfernt. Überall dort hat er sein Wort gesagt und seine Wundertaten vollbracht. Die Menschen folgten nicht, außer einer kleinen Schar. Mit diesen Weherufen beginnt sozusagen nach der Sammlung der 12 und der 72 der Reisebericht, den Lukas sehr ausgefaltet hat, also die Strecke zwischen Galiläa und Jerusalem, die Jesus auf sich nimmt. Jesus verlässt seine Heimat. Und nach dem Lukas-Evangelium kommt er auch als Auferstandener nicht mehr dorthin zurück. Das, ihr werdet ihn sehen in Galiläa, ist eine Tradition der anderen Evangelisten. Bei Lukas findet sie sich nicht. Er nimmt seine Heimat mit Zustimmung und Ablehnung mit nach Jerusalem, mit hinein in das Ereignis des Kreuzes und der Auferstehung. Seine Heimat, die Kirche, uns. Manchmal muss Jesus vorausgehen, auch uns, nicht ohne uns mitzunehmen in das Geheimnis seines Pascha. Wir haben gestern miteinander gesprochen und den Vorschlag des Präsidiums haben Sie angenommen, dass wir irgendeinen Akt der Buße auch setzen wollen. Und da trifft uns das Bußgebet, das im Buch Baruch aufgeschrieben ist. Das Gebet der Verbannten, die nicht mehr in Jerusalem sind und sich nach Jerusalem sehnen. Baruch, das war der Sekretär des Jeremia in der Zeit des babylonischen Exils. Aber wir wissen, dieser Text ist aufgeschrieben erst kurz vor der Zeitenwende, wahrscheinlich Ende des 2., Anfang des 1. Jahrhunderts vor Christus. Was er sagt, die Untreue zu Gott ist die Ursache der Situation, die wir jetzt erleben. Die Untreue zu Gott ist die Ursache dessen, was wir jetzt als Kirche erleben. Und was mir auffällt in diesem Text, es ist ein deutliches Wir, das da spricht. Nicht ihr, die anderen. Wir haben gesündigt. Ich bin sehr dankbar für den Weg, den die Synodalversammlung genommen hat, dass wir ein gemeinsames Erkennen von Schuld und Versagen in der Kirche als die Basis unseres Miteinander auf dem Wegseins bestellt haben. Insbesondere im Blick auf die Betroffenen. Da war von den Propheten die Rede, auf die ihr nicht gehört habt. Wir haben nicht gehört auf die zaghaften, die oft unterdrückten, zur Seite geschobenen Stimmen der Betroffenen. Sie sind die Propheten, Prophetinnen,
They are the prophets of the church of our days, and we did not listen. Now you are here with us, and we want to listen. We need to listen. This is your resolution and your role.
Wir werden einen Akt, eine Form suchen, wie wir auch gemeinsam, nicht nur in Texten,
we will search for an act, for a form of how we together, not just in texts, but also in community, can send forth a prayer of repentance and a commitment to a new beginning, so we can find a way into the future. We want to adhere to Jesus. We don't want to overlook this prophet's voice, because we have understood he is the way, he is the truth, he is life.
Lasst uns Fürbitte halten.
Für die Länder, die von Krisen, Krieg und Klimakatastrophen betroffen und bedroht sind.
Für die vom sexuellen Missbrauch Betroffenen, und zwar insbesondere für diejenigen, die das aus der Bahn geworfen hat, die krank wurden, die sich das Leben nehmen wollten und die sich das Leben genommen haben. Für sie und ihre Familien.
Für Afghanistan.
Für die Frauen und Mädchen in Afghanistan.
Für Menschen aus der Flucht, die ihre Hoffnung auf Europa und auf Deutschland setzen, besonders im Mittelmeer.
Für Nordmosambik. In unserem Kirchenasyl.
Für Organisationen, Gruppen und Menschen, die sich für Menschenwürde, für Gerechtigkeit, Frieden und Bewahrung der Schöpfung einsetzen.
Für Fridays for Future. Für Fridays for Future.
Für die Politikerinnen und Politiker, die auf dem Weg sind, eine neue Regierung für unser Land zu bilden. Für alle, die in unserer Gesellschaft Verantwortung tragen.
Für Miserio und Brot für die Welt.
Für unsere katholischen Jugendverbände.
Für die, die kleine Anfänge setzen in ihrem Alltag.
Für den Weltgebetstag der Frauen.
Für die in Weißrussland, Russland und in vielen anderen Ländern inhaftierten Politikerinnen und Politiker.
Für sie alle um Weisheit und Unterscheidung.
Für alle, die Flüchtlinge aufnehmen und bei der Integration begleiten.
Für Menschen, an denen Schuld begangen wurde. Für Menschen, die am Rand der Gesellschaft stehen. Für alle, die Not erfahren und auf Hilfe angewiesen sind.
Für alle, die unter der Corona-Pandemie leiden und einsam sind. Für alle Verstorbenen und ihre Angehörigen.
Für unsere Mütter und Väter, denen die enge Sexualmoral der Kirche sprichwörtlich die Lust am Leben genommen hat.
Für alle queeren Menschen in der Kirche, die sich von der Kirche und von Gott verlassen fühlen, dass sie einen Platz mitten unter Gott, unter Jesus finden und dass wir hier die Kraft haben, ihnen den Platz zu geben.
Für alle Alleinerziehenden und Familien, die nicht nur in der Corona-Situation zwar nicht überfordert, aber sehr oft überlastet sind.
Für alle, die
für die christlichen Kirchen in ihrem Auftrag in unserer Zeit, für unsere Beratungen hier in Frankfurt.
Für den Mut zur Veränderung.
Für die verfolgten Christen weltweit.
Dass wir die Hoffnung auf ein gemeinsames Abendmahl nicht aufgeben.
Für die Kraft zum Streiten.
Für alle, denen wir uns verbunden wissen und deren Anliegen wir im Herzen tragen. Für unsere Verstorbenen.
Für Pater Hagenkort.
Für die Opfer der Flutkatastrophe.
Für alle, die allein gelassen wurden beim Sterben im vergangenen Jahr.
Für Eberhard Schockenhoff.
Für diese Schwestern, die nicht hier sein können, weil sie einen Angehörigen beerdigen.
Für alle Lebensmüden.
Ja, komm, Herr Jesus, richte das Reich deines Vaters auf, in das du uns eingeladen hast. Sei gepriesen in Ewigkeit. Amen. Lasset uns beten. Herr unser Gott, dein Sohn hat uns versprochen, er werde in unserer Mitte sein, wann immer wir in seinem Namen versammelt sind. Er selber erfülle das Lobgebet, das wir über Brot und Wein sagen, mit seiner Hingabe und Liebe, damit dir gegeben werde, was dir gebührt, heiliger Gott. Darum bitten wir durch ihn, Christus, unseren Herrn. Amen. Der Herr sei mit euch. Erhebet die Herzen. Lasset uns danken dem Herrn, unserem Gott. Wir danken dir, Gott unser Vater, und preisen dich, denn du hast uns ins Leben gerufen. Du lässt uns niemals allein auf unserem Weg und bist immer da für uns. Einst hast du Israel, dein Volk, mit starker Hand durch die weglose Wüste geleitet. Heute führst du deine pilgernde Kirche in der Kraft des Heiligen Geistes. Du bahnst dir den Weg durch diese Zeit in die ewige Freude deines Reiches durch unseren Herrn Jesus Christus. Darum singen wir mit allen Engeln und Heiligen das Lob deiner Herrlichkeit. Heilig, 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 Gott Herr aller Mächte und Gewalten. Erfüllt sind Himmel und Erde von deiner Herrlichkeit. Hosanna in der Höhe. Hochgelobt sei, der da kommt im Namen des Herrn. Hosanna in der Höhe. Ja, du bist heilig, großer Gott, du liebst die Menschen und bist ihnen nahe. Gepriesen sei dein Sohn, der immer mit uns auf dem Weg ist und uns um sich versammelt zum Mahl der Liebe. Wie den Jüngern von Emmaus deutet er uns die Schrift und bricht das Brot für uns. So bitten wir dich, gütiger Vater, sende deinen Heiligen Geist über die Gaben von Brot und Wein. Er heilige sie, damit sie uns werden, Leib und Blut unseres Herrn Jesus Christus. Am Abend vor seinem Leiden nahm er beim Mahl das Brot und sagte dir Dank, brach das Brot, reichte es seinen Jüngern und sprach: Nehmet und esset alle davon. Das ist mein Leib, der für euch hingegeben wird. Ebenso nahm er nach dem Mahl den Kelch, dankte wiederum, reichte ihn seinen Jüngern und sprach: Nehmet und trinket alle daraus. Das ist der Kelch des neuen und ewigen Bundes, mein Blut, das für euch und für alle vergossen wird zur Vergebung der Sünden. Tut dies zu meinem Gedächtnis. Geheimnis des Glaubens. Deinen Tod, o Herr, verkünden wir und deine Auferstehung preisen wir, bis du kommst in Herrlichkeit. Darum, gütiger Vater, feiern wir das Gedächtnis deines Sohnes, der uns erlöst hat. Durch sein Leiden und seinen Tod am Kreuz hast du ihn zur Herrlichkeit der Auferstehung geführt und ihn erhöht zu deiner Rechten. Wir verkünden dieses Werk deiner Liebe, bis er wiederkommt, und bringen dir das Brot des Lebens und den Kelch des Segens dar. Wir feiern das Opfer Christi, das er uns anvertraut hat. Er hat sich für uns hingegeben und schenkt uns Anteil an seinem Leib und Blut. Wir bitten dich, schau gütig auf die Gabe deiner Kirche und gib, dass wir im Geist deiner Liebe für immer verbunden bleiben mit ihm und untereinander. Barmherziger Gott, durch die Teilnahme an diesem Mahl stärke uns in der Einheit. Lass uns in Gemeinschaft mit unserem Papst Franziskus, allen Bischöfen, Priestern, Diakonen, den Ordenschristen und allen in deinem ganzen Volk in Vertrauen und Hoffnung deine Wege gehen und für alle eine Quelle der Freude und Zuversicht sein. Vater, erbarme dich unserer Brüder und Schwestern, die im Frieden Christi heimgegangen sind, und aller Verstorbenen, deren Glauben du allein kennst. Lass sie dein Angesicht schauen, schenke ihnen das Leben in Fülle. Wenn unser eigener Weg zu Ende geht, nimm auch uns für immer bei dir auf und lass uns zusammen mit der seligen Jungfrau und Gottesmutter Maria, mit den Aposteln und den Märtyrern, mit der heiligen Therese von Lisieux und mit allen Heiligen dich loben und preisen durch unseren Herrn Jesus Christus. Durch ihn und mit ihm und in ihm ist dir, Gott allmächtiger Vater, in der Einheit des Heiligen Geistes, alle Herrlichkeit und Ehre, jetzt und in Ewigkeit. Lasst uns beten, wie der Herr uns zu beten gelehrt hat. Vater unser im Himmel, geheiligt werde dein Name, dein Reich komme, dein Wille geschehe, wie im Himmel, so auf Erden. Unser tägliches Brot gib uns heute und vergib uns unsere Schuld, wie auch wir vergeben unseren Schuldigern. Und führe uns nicht in Versuchung, sondern erlöse uns von dem Bösen. Erlöse uns, Herr, mächtiger Vater, von allem Bösen und gib Frieden in unseren Tagen. Komm uns zur Hilfe mit deinem Erbarmen und bewahre uns vor Verwirrung und Sünde, damit wir voll Zuversicht das Kommen unseres Erlösers Jesus Christus erwarten. Denn dein ist das Reich und die Kraft und die Herrlichkeit in Ewigkeit. Amen. Jesus, du unser Friede, wir bitten dich, schau nicht auf unsere Sünden, sondern auf den Glauben deiner Kirche und schenke ihr nach deinem Willen Einheit und Frieden. Der Friede des Herrn sei allezeit mit euch.
Verspottet
Feindesliebe, du nimmst hinweg die Sünde der Welt, erbarme dich unser.
Lamm Gottes,
hingegeben, uns mit Gott zu versöhnen, du nimmst hinweg die Sünde der Welt, erbarme dich unser.
Lamm Gottes,
Schenke uns ewiges Leben. Seht das Lamm Gottes, das hinwegnimmt die Sünde der Welt. Herr, ich bin nicht würdig, dass du eingehst unter mein Dach, aber sprich nur ein Wort, so wird meine Seele gesund. Tauchen Sie ein. Tauchen Sie ein. Lasset uns beten. Barmherziger Gott, das Sakrament, das wir empfangen haben, stärke alle in der Wahrheit, die sich hier versammeln, und lehre uns, deine größere Ehre zu suchen. Darum bitten wir durch Christus, unseren Herrn. Amen. Der Herr sei mit euch. Der Name des Herrn sei gepriesen. Unsere Hilfe ist im Namen des Herrn. Es segne und behüte euch der dreifaltige Gott, der Vater und der Sohn und der Heilige Geist. Amen. Geht hin in Frieden.
Eine gute Mittagspause. 14:20 Uhr geht's hier weiter.
with this text, and we hope that there will not be any other text that we will not manage to tackle. We will continue with the report of Bishop Ackermann and the report, and then we are going to speak about the basic text of Forum for Life in Successful Relationships. Bishop Ackermann is going to present his report. You all read and read the text as far as I know. So, dear friends, welcome. Well, thank you that I start on the basis that everybody read the text. And so we always have a report of the Bishops' Conference on this topic. So, you know, it's basically a continuing or continuous report. And this time people asked me to make sure that I hand in the text in writing, to make sure that everybody can read the text and acknowledge the basic content, and then we have the opportunity for discussion. So the draft on the first page, you see the 6 bullet points. These are the self-commitments that the bishops comply to in the assembly on the basis of the MHG study. And if you take a look at these bullet points, basically, apart from one bullet point, the last bullet point, we made quite some progress when it comes to implementing these self-commitments that we obliged ourselves to. First aspect is the standardization in clergy record keeping. And during the fall assembly in Fulda, we tackled this topic again, and we managed to finalize it on the basis of the legislation of the Acts for Civil Servants, and also on the backdrop of the MHG basis. We will approve a legislation for the clergy, and things that are regulated in there are, among others, that especially incidents and violations with regard to sexual abuse have to be documented in a uniform way without any aspects missing. It's about the record keeping of these documentations, and also when it comes to the transfer of a bishop from one diocese of the other. And the MHG study pointed out that there are gaps, and our new regulation is going to close those gaps. Another important aspect is that not in the record keeping, but in the context of a standardization, we will come up with a legislative basis for the dioceses with regard to the reappraisal of abuse, because we need to create the precondition for the dioceses to be able to access the different files. And at this point, you know, I would like to move to the 5th bullet point, independent reappraisal, that is closely connected to what I already mentioned. So we obliged ourselves to the independent reappraisal. We came up with the standardized criteria for the reappraisal, especially when it comes to the institutionalized reappraisals in the dioceses. And since June, on the website of the German Bishops' Conference, you find the list a list that tells you the progress, that shares with you on the progress of the different dioceses with regard to reappraisal work. Many dioceses have already set up a commission, also an advisory council of the person affected. The reappraisal commissions should not start their work without the involvement of persons affected. And you can find more information on the website of the German Bishops' Conference and track the progress. I had a digital meeting also with representatives of the diocesan reappraisal commissions, and we have a next meeting in November. And this is to show that it's so important to have an exchange, a collegial exchange in this area. We also created a common digital platform where the different commissions of the different dioceses can upload documents and information in order to benefit from each other, because we wanted to make sure that we work along the lines of standards that can be compared with against each other. More structured participation of persons affected. The Council started their work last year. It's the Victims Advisory Council, and you know that they have carried out a lot of work. And at this point, I would like to thank and express my deep respect for the fact that the Victims Advisory Council started their difficult task under the conditions of Corona. And as far as I know, the Advisory Council met only once in person. Apart from that, they have individual contacts, they have digital formats that they meet in, and that is also supported by the German Bishops' Conference. We try to give all the support that is requested, and I would like to underline that it is so impressive that this committee, this council meets in this way and started their work under these difficult conditions. In the context of the MHG study, we also underlined that we want to make sure that the persons affected can have an easy access also to get in touch with us. We have the independent responsibles and contact person in the dioceses, and this might, for some people, be even too difficult to reach out to, and our concern was to create contact centers where people can inform themselves about ecclesial procedures and have also the option to get counseling independently from the church structures. And with the Secretariat of the German Bishops' Conference and of the dioceses, we saw that we have contact centers in several dioceses. We try to increase the visibility. At some website, it is difficult to understand where the independent centers are located, and so we track and trace these things in order to align things and improve things, to make sure that we enable people to reach out, to get in touch, and to express themselves in a very discreet and confident way. Since January 2021, there is the further developed procedure to acknowledge suffering. The Independence Commission started their work, and I do believe that the way we established that order and the regulations for that extended procedure, we took care of most of the aspects underlined by the MHG study. It was about the independence of the committee, to make sure that there are not only recommendations and votes for the dioceses who carry out the payments, but that the committee itself can transfer the payments and make their own decisions. It was about the criteria as a basis for decision-making. Who are the people who decide, and the transparency of both. A uniform procedure had to be established established across all the dioceses together with the religious and the religious congregations, because that was yet another aspect. And the feeling was the dioceses decide, despite the central coordination center, and have a different way of approaching the cases, and we wanted to make sure that there is a uniform approach. And given that we have a nationwide responsible body, this is a given now. And we also dealt with the amount of the payments, and we said we expand the amounts, and as a reference point we take a reference framework outside of the church that comes from the government area, from the legislation in the public sphere when it comes to compensation for damages. And we said that they should be aligned along the lines of the upper amounts of the compensation payments in the public area. And we're going to hear more about that, and there is criticism that we receive in the context of people complaining that the time of processing takes so long once they apply for the payments. And please consider that many of the applications are second applications, so people reported things already. They were already part of a procedure, and they say, okay, with the renewal of the conditions, I want to apply again. And maybe we need to dig deeper into the questions that have to be dealt with. And we got the feedback that the procedure as such leads to people being, again, traumatized, because people say, I already reported on everything, and maybe now, after years pass by, and maybe it would be easier for me now to report on it again, but, you know, I have to deal with it again, and then that creates new wounds and a new trauma for me. And of course, in individual cases, people are complaining about the amount of money they get. When it comes to the processing of the requests and applications, we talk to the Independent Commission. We respect the Independent Commission, their experience, also their statement that they said we needed to start working together. We needed to find a modus operandi, and together with the other commission, we aligned the standards. So we have two independent bodies to make sure that we have a faster decision-making with regard to the requests and
damit das besser geht. Ich denke, dass man die Wirkungen, die das hat, auch jetzt im Herbst.
And in autumn, we will see the first impact of this new structure. And despite the criticism that has been expressed, I would like to thank the members of the Commission. It's a voluntary task that they took on. They were willing to contribute with their legal or medical expertise. These are all people who are expert in the area. They know about the complexity and the sensitivity of the topic and the cases, and they all know that there is no solution that takes care of all the requests, and this is why I would like to explicitly thank the Independent Commission that they support us with their commitment and their expertise.
Ja, ich glaube, dass das angebracht ist, wirklich den Personen zu danken, weil sie eben auch durch die Kritik
it is due to thank the Independent Commission, because the criticism created quite some pressure for them. So let me speak about the qualification and further training, yet another aspect on part of the Secretariat of the Bishops' Conference. We have different cooperation partners, and so for the responsible people in the dioceses, as well as for the members of the independent commissions on a diocesan level, we offer training formats, also formats for exchange, and also with regard to dealing with the affected people of sexualized violence and the legal impacts and aspects of working with such cases. So we support them with different offers and different measures, and in order to make sure that we support them, because we know that knowing about the legal situation is one thing, but being in touch with the people on a practical and specific level, this is something very special, and the MHG study also underlined that. So we need to focus on that as well and the further training. And then another aspect, we committed ourselves to a cross-diocesan monitoring for intervention and prevention measures. This is a topic where we thought things are already on the way, and given the other aspects that seem to be more urgent to make sure that they are dealt with in a timely manner, 3 years passed until we made this process and launched everything. So we see that this aspect is still open and still needs to be tackled. I know that there are monitoring tools and measures in different associations and dioceses. I was thinking of North Rhine-Westphalia. They are setting up a program in order to carry out impact studies. So this is an important topic. Legislation is one thing, as I said, but the impact and the implementation of the legislation, be it for intervention, be it for prevention, this is yet a separate topic that we need to consider separately, and it is something that we need to deal with and work on in the future. Thank you very much so far.
Thank you very much, Bishop Ackermann, for this report on the current status of reappraisal of sexual abuse. Now, the Victims Advisory Council that was established past year and took up a very committed work. 2 members of this council will now respond to Bishop Ackermann's report, Johanna Beck and Kai Moritz. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Synod members, many thanks to the Synodal Committee and the organizers of the conference for first commenting on Bishop Ackermann's report from the perspective of those affected, at least briefly. Yes, there are some things, perhaps many things on the way, but a first general problem becomes clear in the context of the timeline. Maybe that's our personal martyrium. We are in the year of 2021, that is 11 years after the first public explosion of the topic in the space of the Church, 3 years after the publication of the MHG study, many plenary meetings of the Bishops' Conference and countless meetings of the Permanent Council, and we can only say, yes, we are on the way, but this way is still very long and very rocky. And as we have learned, or as we learned yesterday, unfortunately, the past often seems to escape us while we are just standing still. Even though many speakers have already mentioned this here since yesterday, we must, however, point out a basic situation. As long as even 3 years after the MHG study, after numerous diocesan investigations and studies, also, by the way, with a clear systemic investigation approach, it is still being negated from German bishops' houses that abuse has especially systemic causes, and numerous of these systemic causes are structurally anchored in our Church. As long as we are still repeating this, we are at the very beginning of the path. And as long as we will have to draw attention to the fact that there are still many, or too many people who have perhaps not recognized the problem or who, driven by fear or necessary solutions for the systemic problems, who still define sexual abuse as a regrettable collection of acts committed by individual perpetrators. Yes, we are on our way, we are on a path, on a common path. An example is this personal record management currently decided by the last fall plenary assembly of the Bishops' Conference, and it shows how far the Bishops' Conference is willing and able to use its own room for maneuver. However, the Victims' Advisory Council has also made it clear that in the sense of coming to terms with the past, in the sense of reappraisal, it is imperative that regulations be in place to provide information to the diocesan investigation commissions. To this end, the Bishops' Conference has issued corresponding model regulations, and the Victims' Advisory Council expect these to be transposed into diocesan law without exception. If the plenary assembly of the German Bishops' Conference agrees with the assessment of the Victims' Advisory Council that the current procedure for the recognition of suffering exposes those affected to the danger of re-traumatization, but is not prepared to follow the urgent request and recommendation of its own Victims' Advisory Council to expand the recognition system in the short term with an addition in the sense of a short-term intervention, the following question must be allowed. Why are those affected, in this victims of violent crimes, why are they being exposed to a renewed and in this case exclusively system-related risk of traumatization with open eyes? In doing so, we would like to emphasize the knowledge about the problem is undoubtedly present. Bishop Ackermann has clearly confirmed this with the present report as well as his original report at the fall plenary assembly. The alternative solutions of those affected are also available, but still this problematic procedures being maintained. Bishop Ackermann, you refer, understandably, to the discussion scheduled for 11th of October between the German Bishops' Conference, the Independent Commission, and the Affected Persons Advisory Council, the Victims' Advisory Council. From the point of view of those affected, ways and possibilities must be found in this discussion as to how the problem of the system can be countered in the short term, and especially with regard to avoiding the danger of further traumatization. There can be no such thing as business as usual in this problem situation. The Victims' Advisory Council at the German Bishops' Conference would not be available for a business-as-usual approach. In this respect, at this point, our more than urgent request and call to seize this opportunity to finally, together with us as affected persons, bring about an acceptable and satisfactory solution, and not, as so often before, to play for time, because many of those affected don't have time. And it is also something that we no longer have. In yesterday's meeting, there was a renewed call for reconciliation and even for a Christian reconciliation or even atonement. As long as by the perpetrators reconciliation is considered and handled as an excuse and a free right for a punishment and responsibility-free continuation, those affected cannot accept this. Absolution that is given to oneself can only be toxic. Even if this should be functional in the conscience of the faithful, it must not protect from worldly, tangible punishments or consequences. Reconciliation must be based on trust, truthfulness, and, last but not least, courage to stand by one's own responsibility instead of delegating it hierarchically. Where is this feeling of shame that was mentioned before from the book of Baruch? The request for forgiveness must not and cannot be addressed to those affected, but if at all to God himself. To expect that those affected tell them that everything must be okay now, since we as a church are a space of reconciliation, is ultimately a renewed misunderstanding in the face of perpetration or co-responsibility in the space of the church. The God who dries all tears and promises comprehensive reconciliation will not grant this reconciliation on the backs of the people affected by the respective calamities. And this applies to every injustice suffered in the world. Those affected are not per se the better people or those with a cleaner slate. But in the context of injustice suffered, there is no shortcut to reconciliation that leads past them. In this sense, we feel it is our responsibility to remain uncomfortable, so to speak, and to be putting our finger in the wound. But we are doing this as people amongst people. We are all standing in front of the same court, and the church is Jesus Christ, so to speak. Each prayer for forgiveness is in his hand. In recent months, we have always been asked to make statements or answer questions on church issues. Today is no exception. But actually, we are the ones who carry many burning, urgent, and ever louder questions within us, especially in view of the last weeks. So today, we don't so much want to make a statement, but to put forward some of those questions. Why are the people who have had to know the worst possible face of this church, why are they not being allowed to know the best possible face of the church now? Why do you, as bishops, during the plenary assembly, speak the intercession? May God dry the tears of those affected instead of drying these tears yourselves. Why are some bishops still preferring to be brothers in the mist instead of being children of the light? What kind of church is this, which is supposed to be a healing space to heal wounds, but which, through abuse, cover up, and closing an eye on things, or discriminating women with the shrouded sexual morality, and by excluding LGBTQI persons, creates new wounds? What kind of church is it that is supposed to heal wounds, but continues to inflict wounds? What kind of church is this that speaks of structural sin, but that does not want to see or change its own sinful structures, or refuses to change them? And no, these are not rhetorical questions. They are burning questions that want resonance and press for answers. They are questions of survival for us, those affected, for the faithful, and for the entire Catholic Church. They are questions that you, and especially you, dear bishops, must answer. But we can give you at least 3 thoughts. First, all this is certainly not in the sense of the inventor, so to speak. Secondly, this church cannot, indeed must not, remain like this. It must change in order not to be ineffective. It must fundamentally work up its dark sides of abuse. It must do its work of reappraisal. It must compensate affected persons adequately. It must reform its abuse-promoting structures, and it must dig out its brand core, which is good per se, but covered by rubble, cinders, and sediments, in order to be able to communicate the message more clearly in a more credible manner, instead of simply being redundant. And yes, one possible answer to these questions is, in our opinion, the synodal path. Otherwise, we would not be standing here today, because something has to move in this church, which is in kind of a deadlock situation. So let's continue on this way, actively, critically, struggling, open-minded, just as giving, outspoken. In other words, gospel-centered. We have no chance, so let us use it. And as we all know, hope dies last. As you can see, and as you certainly realize, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the road we all have in front of us is quite long. But we firmly believe that it is worth walking this path, even despite all the pains and intricacies and difficulties. And be assured that we all will continue to accompany our church on this path. And whenever, for example, the walking speed drops or there is a danger of making a wrong turn at a crossroads, we will clearly articulate the voice of those affected. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to Johanna Beck and Kai Moritz for these impressive words and for these, as they emphasized, non-rhetorical questions. So the speakers list will now be opened. You can take the floor, try to provide answers, maybe ask questions yourselves. So we will take some time for this debate before entering into the text work again. Ms. Irmstadt-Akar first, please. Bishop Ackermann, sorry, please, we will use our timer again and limit the time to 1 minute. I'll try. Thank you, Bishop Ackermann, for your report and this accountability report as well. I'd like to get back to this interdiocesan monitoring that you have mentioned, because I see a gap here. I think we need this cross-diocesan approach because it is indispensable to have a common understanding regarding certain measures or parameters, and to find an agreement as to where successes and failures of measures are. And it is something that apparently does not go for itself, and this is why I find it very important to take this stick. Thank you, Professor Dr. Kamp. Bishop Voderholzer is next, please. Thank you for your report, Stefan Ackermann. From the perspective of the dioceses, what is missing, in my opinion, is the emphasizing all the measures that were introduced before 2008, procedures that have been concluded, where the affected persons have been included as well. And this idea of coming to terms or finding a peace with regard to this conflict has been expressed by the affected. I know about the tears of the affected. I know about the tears of grown-up men. I have had very many conversations with them. But I know that there's the possibility of finding peace, of pacifying this conflict, which can reach its aim if a distinction is made between the worries of victims or survivors or affected persons and church policy arguments. Don't reproach me that I am not sensitive to these questions, and you can actually learn about it when you Google the Diocese of Regensburg. It is not about emotionalizing this debate. Okay, thank you, Bishop Voderholzer. Bishop Nominee, please. I just wanted to say something regarding this personal record management. What I've just heard goes certainly beyond what is possible in the public sector or public service. Inspection of the files or record is only possible in exceptional cases. This is why I find this step remarkable. I read in the FAZ newspaper that this publication of the study in the Cologne diocese failed because third parties put forward interim injunctions. Last but not least,
an diesen schrecklichen Verbrechen keinen Anteil. Ich bin auch nicht verantwortlich.
I have no part in these serious crimes. I am not responsible, and this is why I defend myself as being named a member of a perpetrator organization. The Catholic Church is not an organization of perpetrators. There are many perpetrators there, but not everybody is a perpetrator. Thank you, Dr. Nomini. Dr. Eckstein, please. Thank you for this report. I also thank Bishop Ackermann for making this report available beforehand. I am seeing that there is progress. However, I have to emphasize what is still missing, and that's the procedure, this procedure of the independent commission, the Independent Commission on Recognition Payments. And, well, we spoke about, with regard to compensation payments or recognition payments, of an orientation at the higher amounts. But when I'm reading about not only abuses, rapes, multiple rapes, where people still need surgery today in order for their wounds and hurts to be healed. And that in this case, 35,000 euros is the limit, not even 50,000. I don't know what else must be done in order to reach this higher or upper threshold. It cannot stay like this, and I can only provide support to the affected persons, and I understand fully what they are asking for. Thank you, Dr. Eckstein. Ms. Lux is next, please. Brothers and sisters, we are members of a perpetrator organization. We are members of an organization which committed sins and which is guilty in its structures. And I find it really hard to see this shift in the discourse. Maybe not each and every one of us has fallen guilty within these structures. However, we are responsible to prevent that these things happen again today or in the future. And there is a link necessarily with the structures that foster or that are conducive to crimes that are being committed against children, young people, or adults in sensitive situations. This is a responsibility we must face, we must take on, and I really ask you to avoid this shifting of our discourse, but to keep a clear view on it. Thank you very much.
I would like to point out that we're going to close the speakers list soon. We have 7 more speakers. There will be 1 more minute for everybody to put themselves on the list. After that, we're going to close it. And Nadine Mersch has the floor. I would like to start with something very pragmatic. Bishop Ackermann, you spoke about the websites of the different dioceses, and the conditions are different in the different dioceses, and maybe it would be easier to cluster things on the website of the German Bishops' Conference to make sure that affected persons find one place where they find all the contact information on the procedures and so on, to make sure that they don't have to consult different websites. I would like to thank the members of the Victims Advisory Council and the speakers that I met here again. You opened my eyes. I was too fast at the time in joining the logical system between those who were guilty individually and those who and us who are are part of that organization. And you have to come to terms with terms. And that led to the fact that I supported a request of the Central Committee of German Catholics that now I would not support now. We hand over the floor to Professor Aschmann.
Ja, vielleicht gleich anschließend an den Begriff der Täterorganisation.
Perpetrator organization as a notion is a difficult term. Maybe we find notions that are more appropriate, but it is right to speak about a shared responsibility that we have to accept. Also, we as lay people, because oftentimes we just looked away. Maybe not me personally, not you personally, Mr. Nominee, but in general, people that join us in the different committees and that we are spend time with in the parishes. So the shared responsibility is important. And I would like to thank the representatives of the Victims Advisory Council of the German Bishops' Conference, because we always said you have your own voice and you represent your own voice. And my question goes to Mr. Ackermann. Why don't you go back to the Victims Advisory Council's recommendation? How do the conversation on a local level work? Because they're not organized by the independent committee. So how do you organize the conversations in the dioceses? And there are research projects to show that the ongoing abuse for people who have been abused many years, that oftentimes there's a structural problem behind, and we need to take a look at that. Bishop Franz Overbeck. Yesterday, we said we as a church are the people of God in a differentiated way, in a way that Lumen Gentium and Gaudium et Spes are important, and only then we can be the light for the world if the tears and the difficult living situation of so many people affected are treated appropriately. And so this is why we can speak about a magisterium of the affected. And this brings them close to Jesus. And it is important for me that at this point, we know that this is the magisterium that is the most important one. Thank you so much to the affected, the three affected persons that are here. It cannot be taken for granted that you're here and you represent all those who cannot be here. And I thank the Victims Advisory Council of the German Bishops' Conference that you support us, because I say us because I'm part of the system. And our political agenda comes up, emerges from the changes that we need to bring about. Because to take the affected person seriously means to change the system. Mr. Norput said it's not enough to see the tears. We need to do something about it. Katharina Norput. First of all, I would like to thank that you enable for change and you allow for change, that things move even in a slow pace. So I would like to pay respect to the Victims Advisory Board Council and those who join us here in the meeting, and all those who in the background make sure that we are aware and get information on what is happening on the Victims Advisory Council. And with this exceptional commitment, talking about that this debate is an emotional debate, this is outrageous.
Ulrich Hoffmann hat das Wort.
Ulrich Hoffmann. Many things have been said, and I would like to remind us that we need to take care of our wording. Non-violence starts with the wording, and some expressions that I hear are made to further hurt people. And I expect from us as a church that we listen closely more than speaking, and that we do not justify ourselves. And when it comes to the infallible magisterium, this is what we talk about when we speak about infallibility.
Johannes Norput.
Johannes Norpold. When it comes to the clergy records and the current legislation, I'm a responsible data protection person in my regular life. And what you did is a sign how far you want to go, and I would like to acknowledge that. Let's go 2 weeks back with regards to what is happening in Rome. I was not surprised by those decisions. What filled me with shame is the reasoning behind it, the new definition of Rome with regard to modesty. And they focus on their system and to ask the Holy Father if those mistakes can be part of this system. Humility, for me until then, was a sign of an inner attitude. I have to ask you to get more time. We are in one row here. The nuncio is here. Excellency, Your Excellency, I do believe that you are going to report on this meeting for the Holy Father. Please tell the Holy Father, give them the greetings of the Victims Advisory Council, and please tell him that this kind of humility creates irritation and speechlessness on part of the victims. Please, I really urge you to tell the Pope this, because you are the one who can report on this there. I'm ashamed about this justification, and I'm ashamed for the Church. We have 2 more speakers, Claudia Lückel-Michel. I would like to speak on my own responsibility, of the responsibility of all lay people, and the structural guilt is part of that. And the responsible of the responsibles, so if responsible people acknowledge their guilt, this is a strong sign, but also those who, clericalism is an important aspect. For 10 years, I refused for myself that I have to do something with it, but this is wrong. I cannot wait any more. I cannot wait 10 years again, and I'm going to try to contribute to changing the structures of sin and blame and guilt. Thank you. Bishop Wiesemann. 10 years ago, I myself believed that these were individual cases. You know, since then I had a learning curve, and this learning curve was established by speaking to persons affected. In this learning experience, talking to persons affected was a very intensive experience of the question of the gospel. And I see that with regard to this question, refers to the credibility and the core of our proclamation, and it refers to the very center of our faith. These were very intensive conversations that still touch me today. And this is why I don't see any contrast or contradiction. We are led to our core by this crisis. We are not led away from it. And this has always been in the history of salvation. And the question of the structural and inner renewal of the Church have to be tackled with an open ear for those effective. And I would be so sorry if bishops who have done so many positive things would open old wounds. We don't want that. Thank you so much for this hour that we spent on this central topic. And what I feel, it was a very intensive exchange, and we're going to continue that at the next Synodal assembly and also in formats in between. One suggestion that I heard, the text, if you want to have the copy of what the two people of the Victims Advisory Council just said, you can download it on the website of the Synodal Path and further deal with it if you would like to. Thank you so much. So we move away from this point on our agenda. Wilfried, let me say two things. I'm Ackermann. I'm here. Yes, we recognized you from your voice. I want to go back to two things. I'm grateful for what Ms. Mersch said. Centralization of all the contact details in order to create easy access. This is available already. The contact people are available on the website of the German Bishops' Conference, but when it comes to the independent contact centers, this is a good inspiration. And secondly, I think Professor Aschmann, with regard to the question, why don't you refer to what the victims say? Mr. Moritz mentioned it. In 2 weeks' time, we will have another conversation, and we have a suggestion of the Advisory Council that is going to be part of our conversation. Thank you for that as well. So how do things work in the different dioceses? We can speak about that during the break. Thank you so much, Bishop Ackermann. So we're going to close that topic on our agenda before moving to topic 6.1. And before we go on, I would like to refer to Ms. Mersch. She had the feeling that she was not heard with her request. So Professor Nutella and myself said we are going to insert it here before moving to the next point on our agenda. Ms. Mersch, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. So I had the impression also during the break, people approached me and said that we might do something to make sure that we can work with less friction with regards to the rules of procedure. This is just a regular process because the rules of procedure also further develop. So I have the question to the Synodal Committee and others up to the prior to the next assembly to double-check certain procedures in our rules of procedures, with regard to the readings, there were irritations before we met, and also how we process the voting processes, and if we have to improve with regard to the motions or harmonize the statutes and the rules of procedures. This is the first request, and the second smaller request also for this meeting, to have the possibility after the debate and after the resolutions to go back to the speakers list, because this was the helpless attempt of people showing both hands in order to be able to speak again. Maybe you can open up the speakers list again. So after the individual votes that we are going to have, hopefully, we will give people the opportunity to open the speakers list for clarification before we have a vote on the overall text. So before we vote on the text. So we will give you that opportunity. This is something that we learned from the morning. And Ms. Mersch, we're going to include your inspiration and input and going to double-check things. Thank you so much for not presenting that as a motion pertaining to the rules of procedure, but as a request. Thank you. So now we move on to 6.1, first reading of the basic text of life in successful relationships. Life in successful relationships. Ms. Mock and Bishop Dieser are going to present us with their text. It's not that easy after that dense hour to move on to the next topic. But maybe it works well also and is a good fit because we're going to want to take a look at the future. We would like to welcome you all, and at the beginning we would like to thank all those without whom our basic text would never have come to life. We thank our executive officers, the members of the editorial group, Maria Boxberg, and all those who facilitated our sessions, the team of 4 who were responsible for our hearing, and last but not least, thanks go to all the 31 forum members. In the forum, we tested a shared responsibility in many ways. Also, and even the two of us as a dual leadership. This is a first important learning experience of the synodal path. Shared leadership in the church is possible, it's helpful, and it's even a great joy. So since last February, our forum has met for a mostly 2-day session. We have integrated many things into the text. We have talked very intensively about 2 basic papers that were produced by smaller forum groups. Both have been incorporated into the basic text. The version that you find before you today is, in our perspective, a text that merges both texts. All members of the forum have contributed to the text. In fact, 150 amendments from the forum itself were incorporated in advance. Some things are certainly still open despite all the work, and so we are looking forward to your suggestions. And at the same time, we would like to tell you that we are preparing 12 action texts that we are going to present to the next meeting. Welcome to everybody also on my part, all members of the Synodal Assembly. I would like to share with you some of the content of the text. Our basic text unfolds a positive, optimistic interpretation of human sexuality. It belongs and it's part of God's good creation, about which the Holy Scripture says God saw everything He has made. It was very good. And this very good is something that God sticks to, despite the sin of the people, and even people are sinful, but man is not completely corrupted. So we have not to be suspicious about sexuality. So this is how we understand sexuality, not first of all and not exclusively. We referred to the nature as a basic or something that lacks natural expression, but we refer to the person, and this is how sexuality is not only limited to the genitals. Sexuality can be expressed freely, and it receives the other person also with sexuality. We are never unsexual beings, always. Sexuality is part of our personality and has to be integrated into our personhood in a coherent and truthful way. When it comes to the moral aspect, it is important that the dimensions of sexuality that we describe in our text and that are manifold, that we don't hold them against each other, but that we affirm them equally. And that means that during the course of the life, they can be expressed and experienced in different ways, and they are not present in every situation at the same time, and they don't have to be present. And we orient ourselves along the lines of the values of the gospel. Sexuality has to be an activity of love, faithful to oneself, faithful to the other, and to the other person that is loved. And this perspective is faithful to the Christian tradition, without doing and we're not doing away with the fact that sexuality is the experience that enables men and women to establish a insolvable relationship and to participate in Christ and His church. This choice of life, this form, is something that we want to recommend to young people, and we want to accompany them in that task. However, we take it very serious that not all people are able to establish a marriage, but they are sexual beings. And we emphasize that the path of following Christ is a path of growth and can bring forth new gradual forms of Christianization, including sexuality. Our text is serious about the fact that all people are called to accept the gospel and to follow Christ, and therefore wants to overcome by creating paths for everybody, and by we want to make sure that everybody can access asexuality and along the lines of the gospel. We want to overcome the accusation of people that we discriminate against people with sexual morality.
The basis of the personal interpretation of human sexuality is same-sex sexual couple relationship that is designed for acceptance and commitment can also be a way of following Christ, of Christ discipleship. However, if this appears to be possible in principle, then such a union must also be able to receive a blessing from the Creator and Redeemer of all people without wanting to justify an analogy to the sacrament of marriage. You are seeing this. We have put up a petition with more than 13,000 signatures of readers of a theological magazine, which actually submitted this vote to us. That's the second list of signatures. So after the Roman responsum, a lot of pastoral workers also sent us their signatures, or handed in this, or signed this petition. For us, sexuality is a life task. This is how the theologian Eberhard Schockenhoff, who worked in our forum until his death, put it. Sexuality is inseparable from identity. And if we assume that all people are created and loved by God in their sexuality, we must not exclude any person per se from it. For pastoral practice in Germany, we would like to see visible signs of this realization. For our deliberations in the synodal path, we have been carried by great confidence in two questions. Question number one, so one must not change church doctrine. This touches on our basic understanding. It is about the question of how ecclesial development may take place. We see the promulgation of doctrine precisely as a mandate, as a mission. And the church history bears witness to many examples in which practice precedes doctrine. Request number two, or question number two, there must be no German exception, no German special way. We must also be very conscious of the challenges of inconsistencies. If we cannot answer this question, no universal church can take place in the modern world that remains in time, in all places at the same time. For this, the mathematician and theologian Nicholas of Cusa may inspire us. His theology of a unity in multiplicity was cast in architecture in Bernkastel Kues. In this little town, on the Mosel, it can be seen in the cloister of his former old monastery. Each tracery is different, unique, and at the same time, its divine aesthetic is created by the unity of the place. This is my vision of a universal church in our times. Unity in multiplicity. We can trust in that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for presenting the paper, the next text. Now we are going to vote the motions. Again, there's a three-person motions committee, Ms. Kretler-Kroos, Ms. Kim Stadler-Kapp, and Mr. Lob-Hüdepohl, whose task is to present you the appreciation of the motions committee of the individual points. And we all look forward for coffee at 16:20. We are not sure whether we manage until 4:20, but we will make sure that we will have a coffee break. We must not forget the breaks, of course, but now it's Andreas Lob-Hüdepohl.
Herzlichen Dank, liebe Synodal.
Thank you, dear Synod members. So the Motions Committee has appreciated 282 comments, which reflect a broad spectrum of formal aspects and content-related aspects. Some comments concern additions, deletions, or emphases that should be made. Other comments are in favor of a replacement of the current text by another text. Then there's still other comments that comment other comments, either by affirming them or by negating them. So out of these 282 comments, we have, so to speak, distilled 40 recommendations. If you want to work on all of them, it will be a lot of work. However, also clear mandate regarding reviews and assessments. We think that it would enrich the basic text and make it more diverse. I say that very consciously because a rich text or a diverse text also has disadvantages. It might lead to statements or formulations where some people find that they can identify themselves with, but others cannot at all. Maybe some of you have realized that when studying the current text. Some might wish for a basic text that is written in one flow, so to speak. Those who expect this expect almost necessarily a text that has been written by one person. Of course, it would be more comfortable to read such a text. Perhaps it would be more stringent. However, a draft coming out of one pen, so to speak, would not be a fraction of the diversity that is being carried forward by the synod members. A synodal feather or a synodal pen must sometimes turn left, right, up and down. What is important is that it is moving in each direction that the synodal community wants to move. This basic idea is what we've been following in the Motions Committee. With our 40 recommendations, we would like to ensure the transfer of multifaceted impulses within the Synodal Forum number 4. Well, to be more exact, there are 39 small individual resolutions and one
Dieser findet
let's
sich
call it
ganz
collective
am Anfang
resolution or
nämlich als
recommendation,
Änderungsantrag
which
1,
you might recognize
der
again.
empfiehlt, und das
And
ist
it's
der
number one.
Wiedererkennungswert von vorhin, all jene Kommentare in das Synodalforum zwecks Prüfung und gegebenenfalls Umsetzung zu überweisen, die Hinweise auf Doppelungen,
all formulations, wording, overlaps,
die aber zumindest aus der Sicht des Redaktionskomitees bzw. der Änderungskommission
as long
keine
as they
inhaltliche Richtungsänderung des Textkörpers
contain any
bedeuten.
changes in content should be
Wenn Sie
referred to
also
the
diesem
Synodal Forum for
Sammelbeschluss
consideration.
zustimmen,
So
sichern
if
Sie
you
einer
agree with this
Vielzahl von
collective
Anregungen und Vorschlägen aus dem Kreis der Synodalversammlung
it's not a resolution recommendation,
Beachtung
then
in unserer
you will make sure that the other smaller
Die 39
recommendations will
weiteren
be
Änderungsanträge
worked on as
bilden
well.
schon eben ein
So the other
Destillat aus den
39
282
recommendations
Kommentaren. Und doch könnten Sie
have been, as I've
unser
said,
arg
distilled
limitiertes
from 282
Zeitbudget
comments.
noch mehr
However,
sprengen.
it could make our
Deshalb
limited time budget
erlauben Sie mir auch
explode
in
once again. So
Absprache
please allow
mit
me, and
unserer
this is also
Antragskommission,
in accordance with our
einige
Motions
Änderungen zu
Committee,
priorisieren
to give priority to
und sie
some
bevorzugt nachher
amendments
auch zur Abstimmung zu stellen.
and to have you vote on them.
Priorisiert,
And if you set priorities, you are posterizing as well. You are postponing things, and we would like to avoid this by, in case you accept our suggested procedure,
Änderungsanträge aus Zeitgründen nicht abzustimmenden
by
Änderungsanträge
not
gewissermaßen auch gesammelt
these
postponed
recommendations individual but in a collective manner. Well, I have to interrupt you. You don't have a limited time, sorry.
Das war mein Wunsch jetzt.
Okay, that was my desire, that you come directly to the
Festhalten am vorliegenden Grundtext.
motions now, or the proposed amendment.
Der Änderungsantrag
Number 2
Prüfung
is
eines anderen
based
Titels
on the basic
als den
text.
derzeitigen Arbeitstitel.
Number 3 regards the review of the title of the basic text, because it's just a working title at the moment. Point 4.
Danke. Stärkung des Aspekts der
It's a
Sexualität
strengthening
zölibatär
of
lebender
this
Menschen.
aspect of the sexuality of people living with celibacy. Number 10. Just flicking through it.
Stärkere Verzahnung der MHG-Studie und Reformbedarf kirchlicher Sexuallehre, das ist mehrfach angewandt worden.
Putting into context or linking the MHG studies and the necessity to review the church sexual doctrine. Point 11, keeping the comparison of different positions in order to express plurality. Number 16,
als letzter
including
1840,
the words regarding divorce of marriages.
Folgen christlicher
And then we
Freiheit
have
und die
number
Beibehaltung von Votum 10.
The consequences of Christian freedom.
20.
Number 20,
Beibehaltung der Kriterien
keeping
Menschenwürde
the criteria
und
of human
als die
dignity
zentralen
and love as the central principles for orientation of
und
sexuality.
tatsächlich jetzt als letzteren
And
Änderungsantrag
last
Alleinstellungsmerkmal
proposed
sakramentale Ehe
amendment
zwischen Frauen und Männern,
is the
für die
sacramental
die
marriage
Antragskommission
between
plädiert. Ich danke
women
herzlich für die
and men that
Aufmerksamkeit
should
und bin
be
gespannt auf die
kept
Debatte, wie
as
die
a
Abstimmung.
unique position here. So this is what we are putting forward, and the speakers list will now be opened. Thank you.
Wir starten, wie Sie sich denken können, mit einer
Okay,
Minute
we will be
Redezeit.
starting with 1 minute per speaker.
Bischof Wilmer.
Bishop Wilmer first, please.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Die
Studie, die wir im
The
Bistum
study
Hildesheim vor wenigen Wochen veröffentlicht haben,
it's been published
über
in
die
the Hildesheim
Amtszeit von
Diocese
Bischof Heinrich
a few
Maria
weeks ago
Jansen, vor allem
regarding
aber
the German
über
office
die
of Bischof
Jahrzehnte
Heinrich
Ende der
Maria
50er
Jansen,
Jahre, 60er,
which
70er
dealt
Jahre
also
zeigt,
with the events in the
dass wir
1950s, 60s and
einen echten
70s,
Diskurs
shows that
benötigen
we read a
über
new
die
discourse
Vorstellungen
on
von
the
Eros,
ideas of
Sexualität und der
eros,
Sexualmoral.
sexuality and sexual morality.
Entgleisungen haben dazu geführt, dass
And there have been
Beichtväter
deviations leading to the fact
penetrant
that
in die Psyche junger Menschen eingedrungen sind,
priests who received the confession
wir einen Begriff von
penetrated
Sexualität
the
vorliegen haben,
psyche of young
der
people,
sagt,
and this is due to the
Sexualität
fact
und
that
Erotik und Lust sind
that
grundsätzlich
there is this
schlecht
idea that
und verwerflich,
eroticism,
es sei denn, sie dienen
sexual
der
pleasure,
Zeugung von
sexuality
Kindern.
itself are
Beides
evil
muss geprüft
things
werden. Danke.
unless they serve procreation.
Dankeschön, Bischof Wilmer. Dann rufe ich Frau Schmidt
Thank you, Bishop Wilmer. Next is Miss Schmidt.
Ich vermisse in dem Text,
What
beziehungsweise ich sehe da einen
I
falschen
find
Sündenbock. Immer wieder wird
missing,
von
or
der Kirche
what is wrong
gesprochen, die als ganz
scapegoat
durch
in
ihre
my
Sexuallehre
opinion is
schuldig
that
ist.
it
De
always
facto
says
ist
that
es
the
so,
church
einzelne
is
Mitglieder der Kirche
guilty
haben sich
due
durch
to
Vertuschung,
its
Ignoranz
sexual
und Barmherzigkeit
doctrine.
schuldig gemacht. Und
But
man
the
kann auch
fact
nicht
is
sagen,
Ja, vielen Dank. Zum vorherigen Redebeitrag
Professor
möchte ich mich nicht
Knob, I
äußern.
don't
Ich
want to
könnte nur
say
entsetzt
anything
äußern. Ich möchte aber
regarding
die
my
55
predecessor. I could
Sekunden ausreizen
only
für einen eigenen
be
Beitrag. Ich möchte
outrageous.
dem
However,
Forum
I would like to use
ausgesprochen
the
herzlich
time for
danken, dass
my
Sie dass
own
es den Mut
contribution.
aufbringt, einen
I'd
solchen
like to thank the
Paradigmenwechsel
forum
vorzuschlagen
to
und
suggest
auch
such a change of
auszusprechen, dass es ein
paradigm and to
Paradigmenwechsel wäre
speak
und die Konsequenzen auch
out
sehr
that
klar
such a change of
auszubuchstabieren. Ganz
paradigm
herzlichen
is
Dank dafür. Die
necessary, and
synodale Weg ist
also
ein
to mention the
Lernprozess, ein
consequences that would
Reflexionsprozess, und wenn
ensue.
wir nicht in
Thank
eine
you.
solche
The synodal
Entwicklung
path is a
kämen,
learning
könnten wir, glaube
process,
ich, alle nach
and
Hause gehen.
if we
Ganz
didn't have
herzlichen Dank
such a
dafür.
development, we could all go
Denn
home.
Lehrentwicklung ist, das wird
Because,
vielfach
you know,
debattiert
it
in
is
diesem
being
Punkt
debated
dringend
very
geboten,
often.
denn was wäre es, stellten wir uns das vor, was wäre
Let's
es
just
für ein
imagine
katholisches Profil,
what
das
kind of
nicht an der Würde
Catholic
der Person
profile
Maß nähme. Das sagte doch sehr
would
viel
it
mehr
be
über
if it
Katholizität
was
aus und sehr
not
viel Problematischeres
oriented at
über
the dignity
Katholizität
of
als über
people?
menschliche Sexualität
That
aus,
would be
die
much
man
more
jetzt auch nicht, das wäre mein einziger
problematic
winzig
or
kleiner
telling in
Kritikpunkt,
terms of
verchristlichen und in ein
Catholicity,
Evangelium der Sexualität aufheben müsste.
instead of, you know,
Vielen Dank,
simply
Frau
including
Professorin Knob. Dann rufe ich
sexuality.
Herrn
Thank
Ferber
you,
auf.
Professor Knob. Next is
Bei allen
Mr.
guten Seiten des
Ferber.
Textes möchte ich
Well,
anmerken,
there
dass
are
mir an
many
vielen
good
Stellen das
points
Bewusstsein
regarding
für
the
die
text,
strukturelle
but at
Diskriminierung
many
von
places the
LGBTIQ-Personen durch die
structural
Kirche
discrimination of
fehlt, dass das deutlich klarer benannt werden muss,
LGBTQI
denn die
people is
Kirche hat durch
missing.
ihre Struktur, durch
And
ihre
the
Lehre
Church,
extrem
through
viele
its structure,
Verletzungen
through its
bei
doctrine, has many
LGBTQ-Personen
times hurt
zugefügt.
this
Sie tut
group
es
of
immer noch
people
und
and
das
is
muss
still
benannt
doing
werden.
so, and this
Außerdem
must
geht
be
mir der Text in
mentioned.
Bezug auf queere Beziehungen nicht
And
weit
with regard
genug
to
und ist
queer
nicht
relationships,
schlüssig. Wenn die
I
ganze
think
Zeit
this
von der
text does
Gleichwertigkeit
not
geredet
go
wird,
far
dann muss
enough.
das auch
If we
umgesetzt
talk
werden
about
in einer Ehe für
equality,
alle, denn nur die
it
ist der Weg,
must
um die Diskriminierung
be
zu überwinden, wenn wir das denn
implemented
wollen.
through a
Und wir
marriage for
entscheiden gleich über
all,
diverse
if we want
Richtungsentscheidungen,
it.
unter
And
anderem in dem
of
Antrag
course, we will be
30 zur Ehe für alle.
deciding
Und da möchte ich Sie alle bitten,
with
fragen
regard
Sie
to
sich,
motion
möchten
30
wir weiterhin eine Kirche der
about,
Diskriminierung und der
about
Gewalt
marriage
sein
for
oder
all?
möchten wir eine
Do
Kirche
we
der
want to
Gerechtigkeit sein im
be
Sinne
a
Jesu?
church of the ordinated or the ordained, or do we want to be
Danke,
a
Herr
church
Ferber.
of justice,
Ich schaue auf
of
die
equality
Rednerliste.
in the
Wir haben
sense
noch
of
15
Jesus
Meldungen.
Christ?
Wir wollen
Thank
sie
you, Mr.
nicht
Ferber. We
sofort
have
schließen,
15
aber
more speakers
die noch
on the
etwas
list, so
sagen möchten,
those
bitte
who
ich
want
innerhalb
to
der
add
nächsten
their names to
Minute,
the speakers list,
sich auf
please
die Liste zu setzen. Dann
put your
werden wir sie
name
schließen.
on the list in the
Jetzt
next
bitte ich
60
Herrn
seconds, then it will be
Johannemann um
closed.
sein Wort.
Mr. Johannemann, please. Thank you very much. I'm a member of Forum 4, an advising member, and as Bishop Beckton mentioned, listening or hearing. Well, I can tell you, I am a gay person. I grew up in a small village next to Osnabrück, and when I was like 12 years old, I knew that I was gay. And it was clear that to me that, well, God won't accept me. It is not possible. And during my youth, each night I prayed to God, please, God, make that I'm different. And now I can tell you that this was an impact of a Catholic sexual doctrine. And it has been toxic. I don't know where it comes from. I had very loving parents, but still it was always clear that being gay is not okay. And today I'm super happy that I know that God loves me, that I am accepted in my partnership. And against this backdrop, with regard to synodality, with regard to listening to each other, I would really like to ask fervently of all priests and bishops that they don't, have other young people or kids have such a childhood. Please read this text. Lukas Ferber said it. Please keep with the time. I don't understand why I should not marry my partner and receive the sacrament of marriage. So please think about it. Thank you.
Prälat Neher hat das Wort.
Prelate Neher.
Ja, zunächst mal herzlichen Dank
an das Forum. To the forum.
Und ich finde es ausgesprochen wohltuend,
and
diesen Paradigmenwechsel vorzunehmen. Und ich finde es völlig legitim, hier tatsächlich auch zu einer Weiterentwicklung der Lehre von Sexualität zu kommen. Und zwar einfach deshalb, weil es neue biblische Befunde auch gibt und auch neue humanwissenschaftliche Befunde. Und deswegen wäre es völlig verkehrt, tatsächlich die auszublenden und nur zu tun,
knowledges derived from the Bible or also from the humanities. Well, yes, certainly we have a sexual morality, but some people don't understand it. What I think is critical in this text is that there are redundancies which are not necessary. And I think it would be good to check what is linked to the MHG study, and I think we should leave out unnecessary biblical references here. But altogether, I think it's a good text. Okay, thank you, Ms. Lagoda.
Ja, Lucia Lagoda für die
Lucia Lagoda for KFD.
Bei den 31 Mitgliedern des
I would like to thank the 31 members of Forum 4 for the intensive and good work and for the well-presented draft. The paper with regard to content goes pretty far, and it also
nach einer neuen Sicht auf die vielfältigen
reflects the desire of many people to have the diversity of human sexuality taken into account and to have a new sexual ethics developed within the Catholic Church. And many are also thinking a renewal of the theology of marriage. The KFD, with regard to questions of marriage, separation, divorce, family, same-sex partnerships, we have always been dealing with that.
Begleitung und Unterstützung des synodalen Wegs und vor allen Dingen des Forums 4
accompanying and supporting the synodal path, and especially Forum 4. Once again, please keep with the time. Well, we have also drafted a paper about women's life and diversity. If you're interested, you can find it on our homepage. Thank you. To Forum 4. Gregor Putschun is next. Thank you. As a member of the forum, I stand behind the text, and I think it is really good. And as Birgit Mock said, it's already a compromise. What I would like is that we have or could find the aspect of self-determination in the text, and I would also wish for the marriage for all, or the equality of other partnerships than just the traditional marriage, equality for all people, same-sex partnerships, non-binary persons. And I also think that we should consider sexual morality as an instrument of power in this context. So please vote in favor of the text so that we can continue to work on it. And we should also take the human rights as a basis. And I just want to remind you that 25 people in the other vote voted against taking the human rights as a foundation, and I think this is really incredible. Okay, we still have 20 people on the speakers list, and now it is closed, definitely. Professor Thomas Söding has the floor. We are standing before a fundamental decision, and I am really grateful to the Forum for making this possible. Since the 19th century, there has been a sharpening of a sexual morality within the Church, which defines itself through bans, first of all, and has developed a power that we can only grasp today. However, Scripture can go a different way. So if you want to push forward ethics via bans and exclusions, you will reach the contrary of what you want to achieve. What we need is an inclusive approach, which is differentiated, certainly. We need responsibility, and we need freedom that is being led by love. Thank you for enabling us to walk into this direction. Thank you. Well, that was less than 60 seconds. That is great. We don't have much time. Okay. Professor Tiefensee, yes, I also think that it's a very good text. However, I ask myself whether it shouldn't be made more clear where the limits of the Catholic social teaching are. We are all familiar with something like the own laws of the mundane world, meaning humanities, etc. And the Church, in many areas, does not have the mandate to make decisions. And we also know that the magisterium has sometimes usurped certain powers and abused authority, so to speak. So it cannot be ruled. Not everything can be ruled by the Church. Thank you, Professor Tiefensee. I would also like to ask now Ms. Eckstein to take the floor.
Ich möchte noch mal kurz auf den Parallel-Alternativtext eingehen, der
I would like to briefly mention the alternative text that was being offered. I know about this theology of the flesh. That's a coherent system, of course. The problem, however, is that it must not interfere too much with reality. And the major criticism in this theology is especially with regard to very pious people, that it simply doesn't work. There's a process from this purity culture, and I've learned this in my youth. And that's what I find in this paper. Okay, you have simply accept Jesus into your life, you have to be a good believer, and then everything will fall into place, everything will be solved. And this leads to pious people becoming victims of sexually immature people. And this is why I would not like to follow this direction. Thank you. Father Wojensky. Yes, I'm a priest in Dortmund, in the pastoral space, so I would like to thank the Forum for their great work. I think it's a great work to deal with this topic and to sum it up. I was very grateful for the hearing that took place beforehand. I know it is not possible with every text, but it was a really good learning experience for me. I'm a learner, And this representation of the church, the social teaching, which Mr. Söder mentioned, to see the developments in the last 150, 200 years. And I think Ms. Kreidler-Coes has a great PowerPoint presentation, which maybe can be made available to all of us, but it really helps to understand where we come from. And yeah, I wish a good continuation with your work. May it be successful. Dr. Dörnemann.
Ja, Holger Dörnemann.
Holger Dörnemann.
I'm
in the Central Committee of German Catholics in charge of family affairs.
Aber es hieß lange Zeit Sexualmoral
for a long time, until 2019, we have been talking about this notion of sexual morality. The forum's name was Sexual Morality, and I think it is great that we have replaced this term, and I'm referring to motion number 3, that this should be made public. Well, sexual morality will still be mentioned, but has been completed by other dimensions and other notions such as communication, relationship, pleasure, of course, but also development and education. Other theological disciplines have been included, not only pastoral theology or morals, but also dogmatism. In other words, we have to find a language, but just to keep it short, please make sure that this old title is no longer mentioned, neither here nor in the press. Then people will ask you, okay, what's the name of the forum? Then please convey what you have understood. Please come to an end. Full stop.
Ja, danke. Danke, Dr. Dörnemann. Dann rufe ich Weihbischof Gössel auf.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you, Dr. Dörnemann.
Ich bin auch Mitglied in diesem Forum 4, nenne ich es
I'm also part of the Forum 4.
Und bin auch einer, der mit unterzeichnet Textes der Menschen, seiner Liebesfähigkeit und der Glaube der Kirche.
With regard to,
also ich stehe nach wie vor zu den Inhalten auch dieses Textes.
And with regard to the text, you know, I'm fully backing it. I'm fully backing the text that I signed. But I would also like to mention that this text was never an alternative text to the basic text, but as a contribution to the discussion in the Synodal Forum.
Und der eignet sich auch von seinem Genus her nicht als
with regard to the text itself,
für den Grundtext.
It is not made or drawn up as a alternative to the basic text. I would love to see some of those aspects being incorporated into the basic text, but it is not to replace the basic text.
Danke für den Hinweis
Thank
auf
you
den Charakter dieses Textes.
for underlying the character of the alternative text. Nicole Polinsky.
Ja, vielen Dank für den
Thank you so much for this change in paradigm in the text.
Ich möchte gerne darauf
I would like to
hinweisen,
underline
dass Sexualität
that
eigentlich
sexuality
als Sprache der Liebe
is a
die
language of
Bindungsfähigkeit
love
von Menschen unterstützt
and supports people in their
damit ist sie Teil
relationship.
der Schöpfung Gottes und
It's
gehört
part of
zur
the
Fülle des
creation
Lebens.
of
Und wenn sie
God,
zur Fülle des Lebens
and
gehört,
it's
kann
part
sie
of the
niemandem
abundance of
abgesprochen
life.
werden.
And
Nicht
nobody,
Unverheirateten,
you
nicht
know, be it
Wiederverheirateten,
for
nicht
people
Homosexuellen.
who are married or
Aber
not, for
so ein
homosexuals, it's always part of life.
Brise möchte ich in diesen Text deswegen
And
noch
I would like
weil
to
die
mention
bisherige
one other
Auslegung der
aspect,
Sexualmoral
because
vor
the
allen Dingen
interpretation
in ihren
of sexual
Konsequenzen auch
moralities
Frauen
and in
getroffen hat.
their
Die
consequences
Realität der
affected
Geschlechter wird
women.
durch ungleiche Bedingungen
Because we have
bestimmt und entspricht nicht dem
unequal
idealisierten Bild von
situations,
Ehe,
and
das
it
wir
is
da oft
not
aufzeigen,
mirroring.
mit
The
unbezahlter
reality is
Erziehungs- und
different
Care-Arbeit.
from
Und,
what we speak about in
also
our
eigentlich
texts. Where
ist es
just
so,
think
dass
of care
bei durch das
work.
Verbot wirksamer künstlicher
Given
Empfängnisverhütung
that we ban
Christinnen
artificial
entmündigt werden, und zwar Männer und
contraception,
Frauen, indem sie den Gläubigen
and we
keine
patronize
Entscheidungsreife über den
adult
richtigen
people
Zeitpunkt der Zeugung neuen Lebens zusprechen.
because
Und das ist
we don't allow people to decide themselves when they want to procreate.
Bischof Oster.
Bishop Oster.
Dankeschön. Ich gehöre auch zu den
Thank you.
vielen, die
I'm part
den
of the
Text
4 people
vorgestellt haben und
who
veröffentlicht
presented
haben,
and published
der als
the
Alternativtext
alternative
bezeichnet
to
worden
this
ist.
text.
Das
It
war
was
nie die
called an
Absicht, das war
alternative
ein
text. It was never
Gesprächsbeitrag in unserem
the
Forum,
intention. It
weil
was
wir deutlich
a
machen wollten, dass wir
contribution to a
glauben,
forum
ich
because
glaube das auch
we
persönlich,
wanted to underline that
dass
we
die
believe, and I do
Theologie des
believe,
Leibes
that
tatsächlich
the theology
personalistisches
of
Angebot ist.
the
Also da
body
geht's um
is a personal
das
offer.
Thema der Theologie
This is about the theology of the personhood, and that is directed towards Christ, and that the sexual morality should contribute to the liberation of people. And I know from many people who try to live along the lines of this sexual morality, and for many people feel overtaxed.
Unter dem Stichwort einer Gesetzesmoral daherkommt, dann sehe ich das ohne Frage. Aber ich möchte mal sagen, wir alle sind
legislation, I would say that we are all on the way. We are on the way also with regard to all the other challenges that Jesus presents us with regard to love. And we need to move closer to that. Please take a look at the time. There are requests that we should love him more than father and mother. You should take on your cross and follow him. You should love your enemies. So this is also a part of the offer of liberation. Bishop Overbeck. The topic of this text is to show again the situation of pastoral care. It's a question of liberation, of freedom to be accepted, and it's a question of relationship. And you know, I think we have to be cautious. And many of the things that are written down there, I can sign it. But you know, with regard to our tradition up to Humane Vitae, that we should not forget. So I would like to underline, with every change in paradigm that is being described here, you know, we also have to take care of tradition and the consequences of tradition. And this is a comfort also. And another aspect, the biblical tradition has to be referred to. At the very beginning, this is done very well, and you could intensify that. Professor Aschmann.
Ja, also die Geschichte der Sexualmoral als
the
Geschichte der
history of sexual morality as a history of a liberation. Well, I put a question mark to that. I'm a historian, and I'm very familiar with the 20th and 19th century, and I would say that the history of the Catholic sexual teaching is a history of suffering, and I know that for many people also with regard to Humane Vitae. And we heard the intention today at Mass with regard to the parents suffering, and they suffered, and I know that from different letters to Höfner. And we heard it again now from the statement of the young person acknowledging his homosexuality. I would like to praise the courage that is still needed here. Many clergymen don't have the courage to acknowledge homosexuality, and this is my plea. We need to speak about homosexuality. We need to withdraw from a discriminating sexual morality, and we also have to take a look at where sexuality is not always positive, because that helps us to differentiate, because sexuality that led to abuse was a problematic one.
Katharina Norput.
Katharina Norput.
Ja, ich glaube, uns ist in diesem Text zumindest fürs Erste gelungen, sehr viele Dimensionen unterzubringen.
This text manages to include many different dimensions.
Liebe, von
the questions of fertility, love,
in der Vieldimensionalität
in the multidimensionality. I think we're not at the end yet, and there's room for improvement. But I'm also deeply convinced that if here in the assembly, if we were to meet each other with mutual appreciation and love, that would help us also to understand that text much better. So I would like to give some love to everybody who doesn't feel loved right away, right in this moment.
Eine unserer Teilnehmerinnen, die extern zugeschaltet ist. Ich hoffe, das
we have one of our external synod members. Can you hear me?
Ja, wir hören Sie. Ja, wir hören.
Doris Reisinger spoke about the danger of several groups in our church. She spoke about interchurch sects, where people again and again intertwine spiritual and sexual abuse, and many of the new communities are part of that. And I do believe that we are not critical enough vis-à-vis those groups who deal with young people and students and who damage people with regard to their sexuality and the sexual teaching of the church. Form 4 should deal with this aspect and should make sure and warn in the basic text and orientation text and establish a protection for those people affected. Thank you so much. We understood you quite well. Unfortunately, we didn't see you. I think this is a technological problem, but I think on the stream people can be seen who join us remotely. So next is Professor Katharina Westerhorstmann. I'm part of the 4 people who presented the other text. As we already heard, it was not to be an alternative text, but an alternative contribution. I think in the Synodal Forum, we managed not to become adversaries, but to listen to each other, because there are no easy answers to some of the questions. We really grappled with things, and we grappled also with our text. What was dear to our heart is the theological anthropology departing from the perspective of faith on the human being and sexuality, with a positive notion of sexuality, but at the same time also takes into account that human beings are broken and yet have potential to grow. So, and to follow the love, that was our intention.
Der nächste auf meiner Liste ist Bischof Kohlgraf.
Bishop Kohlgraf is next on our list. I recommend to read the book of Arnold Angenent on the development of the sexual morality in the 2000 years of history. You know, you will become way more cautious with regard to the history of 2000 years of sexual teaching. As a Catholic bishop, I read in the Catechism in the chapter of homosexuality that many people are referred to, and that those people did not choose their sexual orientation, and it's about meeting them with appreciation and respect. But these good sentences from Catechism have to be transferred into a practical life, and we're still reading about those as if they don't have anything to do with us as a church. And from my personal contact with those people, we need to talk to them, not over them. And the academic theology, you know, we need to stay serious partners also in the landscape of theology and science. Thank you. Dr. Flaxbart. Thank you. I would like to tie in with what we just heard on the paper that is very wise and rejects the option to disregard the intimate perspective and the intimate life of individuals. And I would like to ask all of us to be courageous with regard to our decisions, and also mention the suggestion that during the recent years, you know, people changed with regard to sexuality. My mother, after my birth, had to get a blessing because a woman after a birth was not pure. With my brothers who were born later, it was different. So, you know, let's dare to second guess traditions to make sure that we can be relevant for people living in our times. Thank you for your contribution, Mr. Nussa. Dear Father, thank you for your courage, but why not daring more? We speak about the change in paradigm. Let's just implement it. I tried to follow you, and I did not understand what you wanted to tell me. Let me change my perspective. The blessing is just a compromise, because everything is like not appreciated, what is not part of the marriage. We ignore the reality and the multifaceted realities of relationship, because these other relationships are excluded from Catholic life. And the text then explains why heterosexual relationships are different. So if sacramental marriage is for all, and we need to do away with discriminatory structures, and what is discriminatory? This is not what the Catholic Church decides about, but people who suffer and feel marginalized. Next on our list is Bishop Wiesemann. I think that a further development of sexual morality is important. That is obvious, at least for me. And I also see that it's important to develop a positive perspective on homosexuality. But I cannot follow the person who spoke before me, because the teaching of the Church of the sacramentality of the marriage, I cannot see a discrimination in that. We cannot dwell on the details of the theology of marriage here, but it's part of the basics of our church. So I do believe that there are also other forms, and the text mentions them, and that we don't discriminate against, but we need to preserve also the differences in order to be able to deal with each other. So I would like to further develop sexual morals in the bigger picture. Dear Bishop, please come to the end, and I would like to see an acceptance of that further development. And I worry about the acceptance in the people of God, or for the people of God, and this is what I stand up for here. Auxiliary Bishop Seekorn. Yes, just very briefly, a couple of suggestions. Bishop Oberbeck mentioned the first. So with regard to the orientation text, I think it would be important if we dare to include the Bible. The texts of the New Testament, for example, are not being discussed. The same goes for the statements of the magisterium. But if we want to change paradigm this thoroughly, it's good to take a closer look at magisterium and Bible when it comes to the reasoning behind. And then I think it is also good to say something very basic and principle on the relationship between men and women. And we can do that without discriminating against nobody. And with regard to family, we don't say anything, but family is an important topic when it comes to life in succeeding relationships. And this is why we should include family as a topic. Mara Klein.
Wir sagen ja tatsächlich einiges zu Familie insofern,
we say a lot of things about families.
Das Argument gegen die Zulassung nicht
heterosexueller when it comes to not admitting non-heterosexual families or relationships to the sacramental marriage is oftentimes the fact that they cannot procreate. There are many relationships that, along the lines of our perspective, are not worthy of marriage. And there are many people who are discriminated against. Many people suffer from that. Not only the spouses, but also the children, the students. They don't understand why they are marginalized, and they suffer from the psychological consequences of that discrimination. So for the family, the text needs to move ahead and needs to decriminalize the sexuality of non-heterosexual relationships. The last name on our list is Sarah Henschke.
Als das Verbot
with regard to the ban of the blessing for homosexual relationships, people shouted out. There was a major wave of solidarity with an incredible consequence. There were bishops and other church officials who said, we allow for our staff to bless those couples. And I'm so grateful for everybody who positioned themselves at that point very clearly. And I would like to ask you now that again you position yourself very clearly. So when it comes to voting about the text, it will not be a recorded vote. I ask you to draw the consequences, even though we don't vote on an action test on the legislation, that you will not dismiss any staff living openly in homosexual relationships or who are divorced and live in new relationships. It happens, under the carpet that nothing much happens, but that you don't react to letters of complaint, that these people don't have to suffer from questions also in the HR departments. And please do that as of now, not in a year's time. Thank you so much for this debate. We were scarce with regard to the time, but we mentioned a lot of arguments and dwelled on them. We have 10 motions that we are going to speak about, and we then will speak about the overall text. So we will start with text number 1. Hopefully we will see it fast. I know it's difficult to see it.
Wir müssen den Sammelantrag, Sekunde. Kleine Nachfrage an die Antragskommission. Antrag 1 müssen wir abstimmen. Frage an Andreas Lopüde-Pohl, oder?
So ist es.
Okay, dann haben wir den richtigen hier offen. Also die Antragskommission empfiehlt alle Hinweise auf spezielle Formulierungen, Doppelungen, unglückliche, ungeeignet erscheinende Begriffe und so weiter, soweit sie keine richtungsentscheidenden inhaltlichen Änderungen enthalten, gesammelt an das Synodalforum weiterzuleiten mit der Bitte um Prüfung. Sie kennen diese Sammelanträge schon. Jetzt ist die Möglichkeit zur Abstimmung gegeben. Wenn Sie mit Ja stimmen, stimmen Sie dafür, den Großteil der Anträge weiterzuleiten.
If you vote with yes, you vote for transferring most of the suggestions that were made to the Synodal Forum. 192 votes.
Noch jemand nicht abstimmen können, sonst würde ich darum bitten, 193, wir schließen
193, please, let's close the voting. 195, that's okay. 178 in favor, 10 against, 7 abstentions. Thank you. Abstentions. We will move on to motion number 2. This is about sticking to the basic text. Well, several times we heard that the alternative text is not an alternative text as such, and the committee recommends to reject that motion and recommends to turn the basic text that we have from the Synodal Forum to the and declare it as the basic text and continue consultation on those. So if you are in favor of this recommendation, we will stick to the basic text as it is for further consultations.
Wir nähern uns den 190. Geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab. In wenigen
So please cast your vote. In a few seconds, this voting procedure will be closed. 196, I think we can close it now.
abgegebene Stimmen 197, 165
197 votes cast, 165 votes in favor of keeping the text, 22 against, and 10 abstentions.
Dann kommen wir zum Änderungsantrag
Number 3.
Number 3. Die Frage des
This is about the question of the title. So to have another look of at the working title and to review it, the Motions Committee recommends such a review of the title. So the voting procedure is opened.
Okay.
So we have 193, 196 votes cast. 197, I think this is fine. We can close the vote and are waiting for the result. 165 votes in favor, so this is about a new title. 165 in favor of a new title, 22 against it, and 10 abstentions. The fourth amendment proposed, the fourth motion, is the Motions Committee recommends to bundle the statements regarding sexuality of people living in celibacy, for instance, in religious orders, and by supplementing this passage by a new passage. Okay, so the vote is on the way, and please cast your vote and come to an end. We are closing this voting procedure and are waiting for the result. 151 votes in favor of this motion, 27 against, with 15 abstentions, and 193 votes were cast in total. Thank you.
Dann kommt die Änderung 5. Die AK
Number 5,
eine nochmalige Überprüfung
the Motions Committee recommends a re-examination of the concerns what the Church cannot endorse, the potential danger of pornography, abuse among young people, those who suffer in failed relationships, church accompaniment to a mature approach to sexuality, all this with a view to the existing body of text and, if necessary, further specification. So the vote is open.
Ich bitte Sie, zum Ende zu kommen.
Please come to an end.
Und wir schließen die Abstimmung.
And the vote is closed.
Auch hier ein klares Ergebnis.
Clear result, 164 votes in favor, 14 against, with 18 abstentions and 196 votes cast in total. Thank you.
Dann kommt der Änderungsantrag Nummer 6.
Proposed amendment number 6.
Die AK empfiehlt eine
The Motions Committee recommends a re-examination of the concern, which is appreciations of single families and single parents, with a view to the existing body of the text, with a view to the existing body of the text, and, if necessary, further clarification. There's the motion here, Ms. Göken-Wiesmann. Well, I understood Professor Lopudopol such that we will not vote on each 40 motions, but on a choice of priorities, and I would like him to precise that again. No, we are just working on 10. We have chosen them. We only put them into this order from 1 to 10 in order to not get mixed up with, an order like 1, 7, 20, etc. But we will only vote on the 10 priorities. And this is now number 6. Professor Lopudepol, I beg your pardon, but the motion before was not the one we had suggested amongst the priorities, so I didn't intervene in order not to cause trouble. I cannot understand you, sorry. Well, I had not suggested this past motion because I didn't intervene because it would have been more time consuming than simply voting on it. But this is not really the order. The old number 10 was the stronger interconnection of MHG study and the church sexual doctrine, and it is not what you suggested here as point 6. Well, we've looked at our notes again. Yes, you are right. We are now at point number 10, right?
Also wir werden jetzt springen in der Nummerierung.
So we will jump
Dann bitte ich einmal die Nummer 10
in our order here. So number 10 is now the motion we are looking at. The Motions Committee recommends that the connection between the MHG study and the need for review of the Church's sexual doctrine may be explained in a more comprehensive manner, and also to acknowledge the self-testimonies of victims of sexual violence. In particular, attention should be drawn to the fact that the MHG study, in great agreement with the relevant research, a causal predeterminant connection between homosexuality and risk is negated and thus removes the scientific basis for prejudicial suspicions of homosexual people.
Können wir darüber abstimmen?
Can we vote on this now?
Dann rufe
Okay.
ich zur Abstimmung auf. Sie ist
So please cast your votes.
Bitte Sie zum Ende zu
Please
kommen.
come to an end.
Und wir schließen die Abstimmung.
And the voting procedure is closed for this motion.
Wir haben
Okay, our result, 156 votes in favor, 28 against, 11 abstentions,
insgesamt
and 195 votes were cast. So this motion is adopted. Thank you. Next point on the list is number 11. And this deals with the contrasting positions. The Motion Committee recommends that the confrontation of different positions as an expression of honesty about plurality and possible differences to be maintained. The voting procedure is open. Short note regarding next motion, just for our technical team. Next one will be point number 16. So the voting procedure for point 11 is closed. 150 votes in favor, 28 against, 21 abstentions, and 199 votes cast altogether. Now A16. The Motions Committee recommends that the so-called divorce word of Jesus as a statement about the equality of men and women and about the non-arbitrary nature of a permanent binding marriage covenant should be taken up. The vote is open. And next one will be A18 and then A40. So this is again about the divorce word of Jesus. 158 votes in favor, 19 against, and 20 abstentions, 197 votes cast in total. Now, A18 coupled with A40. So A18 says that the Motions Committee recommends that an explicit cross-reference be made to Section 10, in which, for example, with reference to Galata 5.1, additional explanations on the nature and understanding of the consequences of Christian freedom for the meaning and shaping of sexuality and relationships be made. That's the first part. And the second part is... That was 18. The Motions Committee recommends to maintain B10 and the corresponding vote. These passages are theological spellings out of what is meant by Christian freedom, following the Pauline dictum, liberated freedom, again reference to Galata 5.1, in the context of sexuality and relationships. They are therefore fundamentally indispensable. Is that comprehensible, that we vote on these 2 points together? In both cases, it's the reference to liberated freedom. Okay, so we can open the vote. So next is A20. Okay, this voting procedure can be slowly closed. Oh, 200 votes, that's great. 200 persons voted, 201. Okay, we can close it now. 162 votes in favor, 20 against, 19 abstentions. And as I've said, 201 votes cast in total. Okay, next motion is A20, and then our last individual motion will be A30. So A20, the Motions Committee refers to the proposal mentioned above concerning sexuality and celibate forms of life. In addition, the Motions Committee recommends that in the sense of A4, human sexuality and moral legitimacy of the different forms of human forms of sexuality should not be only linked to the respect of the dignity and mutual responsibility of the partners, but also to include other criteria. Okay, I think we can open the vote. I think this should be explained better. What do you mean? The other criteria? Yes, I think we are deviating from the official procedure. Maybe Andreas, 2 or 3 sentences to explain it. Just looking around at the faces of the other members of the Synodal. This is about, in A, we had mentioned the different criteria, especially the criterion as love, as an additional criterion to be included in the context of the respect for dignity. And we have discussed it exhaustively, and the recommendation is to include this aspect, or this criterion. There were a lot of statements in the comments which only pointed to the human dignity and the mutual respect of the dignity of the other as a central criterion of moral legitimacy. And to us, this seemed to be not enough in the sense of the discussion within the forum. Okay, I suggest we close the procedure and open it again because there was this interruption. So please, if you have already cast your vote, please do it again. The voting procedure is open now. We are approaching our usual number. So we are going to close the vote now.
Das war der letzte Änderungsantrag für diese Lesung.
That was the last motion for this reading. 59 votes in favor, 28 against, and 11 abstentions. So thank you so far. We had previously announced that what is missing is A30, which is very important. Excuse me, please. I was too fast. I was looking forward to the coffee break. A30, okay. A30. So, in view of the detailed discussions in the forum, the Motions Committee recommends sacramental marriage as a life covenant between a woman and a man. Okay, we open the discussion, and this aspect was mentioned several times during the debate. Okay, more than 200 votes were cast. And I think we can close this procedure accordingly. 136 votes in favor, 57 votes against, 8 abstentions. 201 votes cast altogether. So this motion is about a sacramental marriage that is to be limited to the covenant between man and woman. But this was indeed our last individual motion, and we had announced that we would like to briefly open the discussion for questions of understanding before getting to the general vote on this first basic text. Any questions or comments? Ms. Brooks-Feldman. Brief question. I didn't really get it. Does that mean that the other remaining amendments or motions will be voted on now, or are they invalid because we have not really looked at them? Well, we have this collective motion at the beginning pertaining to all the, editorial, etc. motions that should be referred back to the forum. Is that the way we should understand it? Andreas Lophude-Pohl and the colleagues from the Motions Committee, they give me the thumbs up. So, no, they are not lost or invalid, but they will be referred to the forum for further elaboration. It's something we did with the other papers as well. Any questions? But we have to differentiate, in the other papers, the motions committees themselves had done this work of compaction before. But, in this case, for reasons of time, scarcity, we decided to discuss these 10 chosen priorities publicly and refer the others back to the forum for discussion or further deliberation. Okay, I think we can now get to the decision whether the plenary assembly accept this basic text as a foundation for further discussion in the forum life and succeeding relationships. Okay, we have a speakers list and start with Professor Hiemel. I would like to congratulate the forum. I think that what we are doing today is really a great hour for the Church in Germany. The Catholic sexual morality has been irritating to me for many years, and even back then when I was a student of theology, and that's 40 years ago, and I think it's great that we are getting away from a focus on nature to a focus on the person, and this is what salvation means. This is what is the message, the Christian message, and I'm really glad that we have this text which offers an opportunity for us to develop. Thank you, Professor Hiemel. Professor Sternberg is next.
Professor Sternberg?
Professor Sternberg? Your speaking time is running. Okay, he's not there apparently, so we continue with Deacon Maul. The last vote, I really had sort of a pain in my guts, because I would like to have a clear definition of this term of marriage, because I think we need to find a sacramental form expressing the equality of all relationships. But at the end of the day, I'm very glad about this text, and I can only agree with my predecessor. Well, we are not going to open a new discussion. We have voted on this point. Okay, next one is Professor Joas. Okay, that's done. Okay, settled. Nobody left on the speakers list, so we will have our final vote on this basic text with the additions or elaborations that we have voted on so far. So vote on the total text. The vote is open now. More than 190 votes have been cast. We are nearing the end of this voting procedure, and we are closing it now. This is a very clear result. 168 votes in favor, 28 votes against, 5 abstentions, and 201 votes cast altogether. Thank you very much. Thank you for making a contribution to this work of precision that needed to be shortened time-wise due to our delays. Thank you for being so disciplined, and we had promised before that we will have breaks. We are a little bit late. Or a little bit behind the schedule. There's the spiritual moment. No, the spiritual moment is after the break. So first of all, the coffee break. But one more note regarding the internet stream. If the people at home tell you, well, nothing can be seen or heard at the moment, the telecom is working on it. There's a general problem. And just please, those who are in the room, please do not have the stream running, the internet stream running on your computers. And we have to agree upon the time when we meet again. Let's say 5:15, 17:15. Okay? Back here at 17:15.
darf noch mal sehr herzlich dazu einladen
I would like to
und dringlichst
invite
darum
you
bitten,
and
die
urge
Plätze
you to
einzunehmen.
take your seats.
So, das Bedürfnis nach Gespräch, nach Miteinander ist sehr verständlich und gleichzeitig verweisen wir noch auf unsere sehr ambitionierte Tagesordnung.
So we have a very ambitious agenda, so please take your seats.
Bitten herzlichst und eindringlichst, die Plätze
We would like to
einzunehmen, sodass wir
urge you
gleich
to
beginnen
come
können.
back and go back to your seats to make sure that we can start right away.
Vielen Dank. Es wird ruhiger, das freut uns sehr und wir beginnen mit einem
calmer. We are going to start with a spiritual moment.
Dass die Sonne draußen scheint und wir hier
The
drin
sun is
sitzen,
shining outside and we are here inside. Well, let's take it as an encouragement, you know, that we can look outside enjoying the sun.
Heute Morgen,
this morning,
als es Schöpfung ging,
speaking about creation and speaking about Jesaja,
nun mache ich
see,
etwas Neues.
now I create everything anew.
Schon sprießt es.
It is sprouting.
Merkt ihr es nicht?
Don't you see it?
Da kam mir gleich in den Sinn und das
and
wurde
what
bestärkt
came
durch
to
die draußen
mind,
ausliegende Zeitschrift, die ich aber jetzt
also
gerade erst
encouraged
vor einer
by a
halben Stunde
magazine
entdeckt
that I
habe.
just found half an hour ago,
Ein Wort, das in meiner
a
Erinnerung
word that I
von Wolf
remember
Biermann so
and
lautet.
attributed
Das
to
kann doch
Wolfgang
nicht alles
Biermann
gewesen sein.
is
Da muss
that
doch noch Leben
is,
ins Leben hinein.
you know, we have to
Da muss doch noch
include
etwas
life
kommen.
into life. There has to be more.
Die Einladung,
So
diesmal
that's the
ohne
invitation
begleitende Musik,
without
ein
music,
paar Momente.
just to
Ja, wo entspricht es meiner
stop for a couple of
Sehnsucht? Da muss noch
minutes.
Leben ins Leben
What about
hinein.
my longing
Da muss doch noch
to
etwas kommen.
integrate life into life?
Auch
There has
nach
to be
einem
more. even after very dynamic working sessions. So where did we feel life? Where do I long for life? There's more to it.
Manchmal verbergen sich sprießende Ansätze von Leben, vielleicht
new
noch
forms of life
unter Dürre,
can be
unter
found
Verwirrnis, Enttäuschung,
behind disappointment,
Durcheinander,
confusion,
in mir selbst,
in myself,
in anderen,
in
die ich gar nicht
others,
verstehe, was sie
people
sagen,
when I don't understand what people are saying, in the atmosphere.
Was davon möchte ich Gott ans Herz legen, dass
What do I want to offer to God?
Leben mehr durchkommt?
What should He do that He emerges really with these new inspirations?
Und auch in die nächsten Stunden hinein.
And also with regard to the upcoming hours, He promises, "See, now I create everything in you. It is sprouting. Don't you feel it?"
Seine schöpferische, lebendige
So His creative power and spirit might open us for us to realize that He's there. Welcome back, everybody, on our part, the facilitators Michael Behrensen and Katharina Norpoth. During the next 2.5 hours, we are going to facilitate the next session. We are going to speak about the basic text on priestly existence and two action texts from Forum 1 and Forum 3. This is what we are going to deal with today. So at the very beginning, we would like to tell you that there's no option to delay our work. So we would ask you to cooperate in a disciplined way of working. Bishop Genn and Stefan Buttgereit, I would like to welcome the two of you. You are going to introduce us to the text. Brothers and sisters and brothers, Mr. Buttgereit and myself have the task to briefly introduce you to the text that is the basis for our upcoming debate. We are heading the forum number 2, Priestly Existence Today, and please note the title. It is a broader title with regard to the definition of the topic compared to the beginning. In our forum, we got together several times in a digital way. We had only very few meetings in person, so sometimes it was difficult to cluster all the intentions and concerns. We asked ourselves at the very beginning about the topics that we would like to tackle in this context, leading to drawing up a text for the Synodal Assembly. So we were guided formally by wanting to drawing up a concise, brief text, and we were guided by the idea that not all the topics of the synodal path that touch this forum can be dealt with bias, be it power, be it the admission to ordination of women or the admission of homosexual men to the priestly existence. We are going to consider that in a separate text. So first of all, we considered the starting point of our forum, and it became clear that there is an enormous suffering of priests who should live in this existence, and they caused a lot of suffering to people. When speaking about priestly existence today, we need to talk about this also. So the starting point was the suffering, the wounds that people have been damaged with. And this is a shock concerning priests also, referring to priests who didn't do these things. A deep shock that this group of people is in charge of such a crime. And personally, I have to say and consider that Ignatius of Loyola, speaking about sin, he says, if somebody considers his sin as a crime, he should pray for shame and confusion. And we have to do with shame and confusion. So we didn't want to look away, but look from that perspective on things. So what might happen, and what does priestly existence today mean in its basic principles before offering then individual fields of action. We were guided by the statement of the Second Vatican Council that we have a priestly office within the people of God, and we were guided by the text being church together, and this text created already a broad reception in the people of God, and we thought we might start there in order to dwell on the details of the priestly service. So the priestly service to the people of God. And so we worked in two groups, the preamble and the basic text. The forum debated it and discussed the text and adopted the text in the session on August 16 in a digital meeting. And we decided, even though it is just a rough draft, we are aware of that, we would like to present it to you all. we had a very interesting and broad discussion with regard to living in celibacy, practicing celibacy, also with a companion who supported us. We chose a session in person in order to be able to have a dense exchange rather than only a digital exchange. We established a working group and they established a text and drew up a text on that topic, but we were not able to debate and adopt that text in our forum. This is why we do not present that text to you today. But on October 11, we are going to continue to speak about what is happening here today, and we will then further debate on a text on celibacy and also for other fields of action. And now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Buttgereit. He's going to comment on that, and he's also speaking about the attitude that guided us in our work and that we would like to adopt for our further work. Given the time frame, I would just like to briefly mention the attitude that the two of us, or rather myself, is standing here. So we have a basic text cannot be understood without the corresponding action texts, and the fields of action and the action texts are going to present it. We know that our basic texts needs specifications and all the feedback, the constructive feedback of Antragsgrün, and the motion committee is going to present you with suggestions that we back. Thanks go to the members of the motion committee and the participants in our forum who, with high motivation in online and in meetings in person, worked on the text in different editorial groups. And we know that our basic text needs to be further developed, and we can reassure you that we are going to deal in the action texts with topics that are expected from our forum, and part of that is the topic of celibacy, but not only. And we're looking forward to a constructive exchange with you. Thank you so much, Mr. Buttgereit and Bischof Genn. And we would like to thank the forum. It became clear. They invested, like all the other forums, a lot of work, and also the Commission, Dr. Kavat, Dr. Labuda, Dr. Leineweber, and Dr. Dietrich Metzlaff. They're going to present us now with the motions that they would like to present. I would like to report to you on the meetings of the motion committee. We had 180 submissions that have been made to the basic tests. We reviewed them in 3 meetings in order to discuss them thoroughly. During the process, some of the comments were profound and extensive. Some relate to theological deepenings, some to formulations and verbalizations, and quite a few dealt with fundamental inquiries about the text and the forum's work. We got feedback with regard to the inconsistent shape of the text, the methodological approach and lack of stringency, and the inadequate inclusion of the findings of the MHG study. Some comments dealt extensively with theological continuations or deepenings, but also corrections of our statements. Many feedbacks regarded the designated preamble, especially the wording, but it became also clear that there is a lack of a specific analysis of a problem that is urgently needed. We'd like to thank all those who have commented on our work and contributed to to it. And we are especially grateful for the fundamental questions and groundbreaking orientations that will be useful for the further work of the forum. You heard about the genesis of the work. When we presented our text, we know that this is not the final draft, but it is an intermediate step, and that is going to be further developed and further specified. The comments were consistently coherent and easy for us to classify in some respects. They corresponded to a concern already verbalized in the forum's work, and some will become more specific once the votes are published. When it comes to working on the motions, you will see that we agreed with most of the requests and amendments, and many things were integrated already. There are two major bundlings. First, on the advice of the Synodal office, we too recommended that all comments on the linguistic forms, wording, verbalization, editorial input, that all that input be referred back to the work of the forum in a collected way. So we did not create an amendment or a motion because we believe that this is dealt with in the same way for all texts. There is one exception to this when it comes to linguistic sensitivity in the field of sexualized violence. We evaluated this as a substantive contribution with regard to the content, and we refer to that in motion number 1 and, if necessary, in motion number 6. So the comments and secondly, we summarize the comments concerning the working methods of the forum and the references to unspecific methodological procedures, as well as the expertise of the forum in motion 2. And you already heard that we commented on that also with regard to celibacy. Motion number 1, that is an extensive motion, works with the criticism with regard to preamble. With the preamble, we refer a comment calling for a rejection of the entire text to the final vote. In this regard, we would like to point out that it has still not been conclusively clarified whether we are allowed to submit a new edition, or if in that case we don't have or present a basic text with regard to the forum priestly existence today. So this is why we have a statement on motion number 1. And I would like to see it on the screen. This is a request to the technical staff to project that motion. Maybe you can just give us further explanations. Yes, let me just continue. So we would like to take back the preamble and replace it by the analysis of the problem, and as well as a thorough also theological revision of the second part of the text, starting with the heading, the sacramentality of the church, starting at line 118. If this motion, which we recommend for approval, is adopted, motions 3 to 9 will automatically be omitted. And we will work on also other motions. I can't see that here now. Can you read that out?
Direkt vor, beziehungsweise kannst du das hier vorne auf dem Bildschirm erkennen?
Kann ich auch nicht sehen, das ist eine Kerze.
Gut, dann lese ich einfach mal den Änderungsantrag.
Okay, I'm just going to read motion number 1.
So, hier bin ich.
So with the submitted amendments to the basic principles of the text, the following was requested. The text as a whole should be thoroughly revised, the preamble should be rewritten, and then resubmitted to the Synodal Assembly. The following reasons are given. First, reason there's no analysis of the problem. Second, lack of reference to the MHG study. 3, no clear description of the group of perpetrators. 4, no clear designation of problems and goals. 5, unmethodical procedure. The Motions Committee recommends that this amendment be accepted. Explanation: after reworking, the following points will be considered: alignment with the basic test of the entire synodal path and the text of the other forums, inclusion of a problem analysis with reference to the MHC study, bullet points: clericalism, types of perpetrators, questions of celibacy, questions of homosexuality, spiritual abuse of power, training of priests and pastoral vocation, social development, and the language of the text should be more sensitive for the topic of abuse. Meaning, amongst other things, that not the priests are those who have been wounded, but those affected by abuse, and this must be the predominant view in the text. The situational analysis will then be concluded with a clear formulation of goals. If you accept this motion, then automatically the motions 3 to 9 will be omitted, since they relate to questions of content of the then omitted preamble. So if the motion is rejected, we will take up the individual motions one by one. And this explains some duplications or overlappings. In any case, we will continue with motion 10, which concerns the conditions for admission to the priesthood in general. The other motions can be found in the draft. We have verbalized them there. We now wish you good deliberations and look forward to the debate. Thank you, Michaela Labuda. So we may now open the debate. As usual, you have the opportunity to put your name on the speakers list, and the speaking time is limited to 1 minute. And the first person on the list is Susanne Schumacher. Ms. Schumacher is online. She's not in the room. Okay. But we can hear her? Yes, we can. Great, I'll start again. Well, my first request would be to clarify what happens if we reject the basic text, because I would vote in favor of this. I think it must be completely redrafted, rewritten, because it just doesn't fit. And I would like to mention a few points that should be taken in consideration. The binarity of clerics and layperson must be overcome. It's about the free choice of life forms that needs to be respected. And it's also about a systemic discrimination of women that needs to be addressed, because this is also a form of structural violence that needs to be ended. The past 2 weeks have shown that the role of the bishops must be reconsidered as well, and in this regard I would also kindly ask to bear this in mind when rewriting the text. And note, please stick to the time. One more sentence. Well, there's a lack of diversity, so I would kindly ask to include the opinion of experts, so that the criterion of diversity is included. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution, and we were even able to see you. Prelate Peter Neher is next. I am also in favor of fundamental rewriting of the text for several reasons. The specific contribution of sexualized violence in the context of priestly existence should be pointed out. So not specifically related to the MHC study, but very specifically. Second, how can priestly existence be lived today cannot be limited to situational analysis. That doesn't help me as a priest. So what is a situational analysis, and where do we need specific notions? Priestly culture of life as a man living in celibacy and a member of a pastoral profession, what is important is what are the things or aspects allocated to a priest. Sometimes certain gratitude is only allocated to a priest and not to the female pastoral workers in the congregation or in the parish. Okay. I've been a member of this forum, and even though there might, well, there have been a few motions or requests for amendments in Antragsgrün that were not worded in a nice way. So maybe some topics have not been elaborated on, but as a woman from the grassroots, working in the household of a parish priest, I can tell you that I find this text far more comprehensible than many texts we have been working on so far. So I would like to thank the forum for keeping this text in this forum, in this length or shortness respectively. And as I'm speaking to you on my behalf, I of course also want our profession to be respected as a service within the church, because it plays a very important role. Okay, Ms. Schwermann, thank you. So we have one more contribution and then close the speakers list. Professor Dr. Eberhard Tiefensee is next. I am sorry to be the person responsible for the speakers list to be closed. The difference in quality, so to speak, between this text and the two other texts is really something that hits your eye. I don't see it in such a positive way than my predecessor, but that might be up to dispute. I was looking at the differences, and my assumption is that the forum had difficulties in agreeing on a draft for this basic test. So I think the composition of the forum might need to be changed, the way of work of the forum might need to be revised, and the forum must confront the question that they have a very difficult question to deal with, priestly existence today, and I'm not an expert in this area. It seems to be a difficult topic, a challenging topic, otherwise I could not explain why this work was so difficult. Okay, please kindly respect the speaking time. It's limited to 1 minute. Brigitte Lehmann is next. And so I'm again speaking in agreement with Ms. Schwermann. I'm a layperson, and I have not studied theology, and when reading the other texts, I have to look many things up, and this text was really comprehensible to me. I also understood that it is not a finished text, not a final version that was known to us before. This is why I am in favor of keeping this language, because at one point or another we have to communicate it to the grassroots, to our faithful, and I don't know how this is supposed to work with the other texts. Thank you. And next one is Father Christoph Gutenreuter. I would also like this text to be based on reality, based on a problem analysis, which is at the same time a situational analysis, a context where we are providing our service, and this is has not been treated enough. And I think if we bundle all the proposed amendments that have been formulated so far, the best idea would be to rewrite the text. That's my opinion. Thank you. Bishop Fürst, please. Dear Synod members, I don't want to say so much with regard to the text itself, but regarding the situation of priestly existence today. I have 155 priests in the active service, and about 300 of them are retired, and with regard to this abuse crisis or abuse disaster, they have been deeply touched and affected, and a huge minority of them are perpetrators. I don't want to play anything down here. However, I would like to stress that this text refers to these 800 or 900 priests. And if you only approach it from the negative side, I think this is a counterproductive approach. The current situation of our priests is getting more and more difficult. They are often suffering from a feeling of overwhelm and of not being appreciated enough. Please respect the time. Okay, thank you, Dr. Stefan Vesper. Well, a worry, a concern, or the experience of the past Synodal Assembly in February, when Mr. Tiefensee and Mr. Semmelmann pointed out the relationship between us and our priests. I invited my parish priest for lunch, and we had a nice conversation. So a direct impact of our discussions, but something which is a really burning issue to me, and I think this should be clarified within the next 30 minutes maybe, what this first motion actually means. Because if we have to completely redraft the text, can this today then be considered the first reading or not? And as I'm interested in the synodal path to continue, and in a result-orientated synodal path, if a text is to be rewritten completely, can today's discussion be considered a first reading, or must a first reading take place at a later moment? That should be decided before we vote. Okay, thank you. In order to guide further discussions, we would like to point out that a new basic text may be drafted, which may contain elements from the old basic text. However, it should become or be obvious that it is a new basic text. And in this case, there would be a new first reading, just to make this clear, and I hope that is comprehensible in terms of a procedure. Next person in the speakers list is Bishop Gieser. I think that this text is very important in a situation where priests are really struggling with their mission in the church, and due to the fact that there's a lack of priests, and this whole profession has been shaken by the abuse scandal. The text ties in with the document Being Church Together, and I welcome this expressively. But the service of the ordained priest is a service of the entire people of God. But then the difficulties start at the level of priests. There are other pastoral professions that develop. Bishop Anders, and it was mentioned today several times, that we need to think about the bishops and the priests, etc. So for the bishops, it's maybe a little clearer that we are actually, though the superiors to the local churches, but where the priests stand to determine this is more difficult since the Second Vatican Council. And there was a colloquium between K3 and K2 where we discussed these difficulties, so whether we want to interpret the priestly aspect from the perspective of leadership or from the sacerdotal perspective. Both approaches are challenging, and I find it not easy to live up to this mission. So I have a lot of respect for this work. Okay, once again, the reminder, please be fair and keep the time in mind, also with regard to our ambitious agenda. Nadine Mersch is next. I would like to tie in with what Bishop Dieser said. From my point of view, discussing this is the most difficult. Well, all topics are difficult, but we have less or the least practice in talking about this in public. And this is why I would like to thank all members of the forum who took on this task or tackled this problem. And I thank them for presenting the text, even though it is not finalized. I think that the proposed amendments, especially motion number one, are very helpful. And I would recommend to adopt it in order to continue working on the text. So maybe it could be helpful to agree on individual motions, but not to reject the entire text. Then we could check whether the text in its substance could remain or whether we need indeed a new first reading. Esther Goebel is the next person on our list. I agree with the two predecessors or the speakers before me. I think it has been mentioned often enough that at this moment there's not a positive general understanding of priesthood, and that needs to be worked on. And maybe I would like to do a little bit of promotion. I'm a delegate for the pastoral workers, and our association has had a lot of experience with different life forms. There's also a magazine where Sabine Demel and Marianne Schlögel make controversial statements on the developments in this regard, and I really recommend you to read this. I recommend this literature to the forum because I think it could really help them, could really be enlightening, and we will make available a non-celibacy points of view to them this way. Okay, Cardinal Marx is next. Well, this discussion shows that this is really a core aspect of the synodal path, a very controversial point which is difficult to grasp. A Catholic Church will not exist without priests, this is clear. And what this means today and how we can actually put forward a word which is strong in terms of analytics, but which also provides hope, is not easy. Felix Genn just mentioned before that we might need more people who help us. What is lacking, in my opinion, is the perspective on the life world, on the situation. I think sometimes we have defended ourselves against surveys in this area, like asking priests whether they are suffering from isolation or whether they see positive aspects of their priestly existence. So maybe there could be kind of a survey, but I think the title could rather be priestly existence today and also tomorrow. So I would like to encourage, yes, a new start for this text. Okay, and Professor Aschmann is next. And I would like to encourage you to be even more bold when it comes to celibacy. I think it will be a central question, and the sexuality of priests is a topic we need to deal with because it's an interface that results from the MHD study, also in connection with forms abuse of power, etc. Maybe there might be a new topic, life and succeeding celibacy. Is that possible? So a survey would really be important, I think. If we look at the practices and the real experiences, please simply ask your priests, ask them about their experiences with celibacy, and share it with us. Does it work? Is it something that works? And if it doesn't, we need to ask ourselves the question, okay, what can be changed in order to avoid some the dual morality and covering up sexual abuse? Because if I incriminate everything as a heavy sin, homosexuality, etc., then I can no longer make a judgment on that which is generally called abuse. Bishop Oberbeck is the next person on our speakers list. On the structure of the text, the first thing I would like to say is that there's a different theological gender when you compare it to the other two basic texts. This pastoral situation is embedded in the situation of all the faithful. And this is in the focus, and this is why I really request that we have an exchange on it and to clarify what this theological gender is in the preamble. Second aspect is to look at the tradition of the image of a priesthood that has changed. So that's the question, what is a priest and what are his specific tasks? I think a lot of priests have become priests in order to serve as a parish priest. Unfortunately, the celibacy has become a criterion of exclusiveness, so that we have no longer young candidates who want to become a priest, and that's not only a problem in Germany. And this also brings us back to the question of in which world we want to testify to this service in order to serve the people of God. Pfarrer Dr. Arnold Zanner is next.
I would like to come back to one problem. We said that not the priests are wounded, but the victims are wounded. I underline that statement, but I would include a but. I carried out retreats for priests for many years, and I was a companion to priests. There is an enormous insecurity among the priests, and isn't that also a wound? If you have to ask yourself whether the structure that you work in is unjust in itself, how can we make sure that the wounds created in the priests and can be expressed without diminishing the suffering of the victims? Because there is also the suffering of the priests, and I'm looking for a verbalization of this. Gregor Porschun, I would like to thank the people working on the text in such an intensive manner. It has been a grappling process, and there's a lot of energy that they put to it, even though I don't like the text. But I would appreciate the people fighting for the text. I would wish for more transparency what is happening in the forum, and I agree that probably you need a coaching or something similar. At the same time, I think that we need a basic text also for this forum, because clericalism is one of the major risks. And also I wish for a debate about the question not only if LGBTIQ people can become priests, but we already have them. They have to cover it due to the doctrine and due to the teaching, and this is also a risk factor. Many other topics are not covered, but I'm lacking time. Maybe we can vote on motion number 1, and then we can still reject the text, and then we can still work with motion 1. Thank you, Gregor. Young Hildenbach. From my perspective, we need a basic text. It is a very complex topic. We just heard about it, and I would like to underline that I personally am irritated and shocked by the facts that during the digital conference, Professor Matthias Sellmann asked questions to the forum, and they were not answered. And now we are here 6 months later, and I asked myself and I asked the forum, what do we need in order to make sure to draw up a good text? I can live with Nadine Mehr's suggestion to approve the motion number 1 and to vote also the other motions to understand the atmosphere and the mood of the assembly, and then we can continue to work. I would like to hear from the forum if that is the right approach, and so it would be interesting to hear a statement of the forum, and then I hope that next time we will be able to talk about a positive text. Professor Matthias Sellmann. I wanted to refer to something else. We had intensive dialogues, fair conversations, and things that have been published also. Maybe Bishop Genn and Mr. Buttgereit can mention them. but, you know, I found a positive atmosphere at this point. Let me add that the self-criticism attitude of the forum is something that I would like to underline. They are willing to criticize themselves, and I would like to encourage them. I believe that the sacrament of priesthood is the sacrament that is the least one that is understood in the people of God. And in order to understand that sacrament in its nobility and beauty, and to focus on the beauty. So Eucharist does not refer to all the terms of superiority, and vocation is part of the whole of people of God, and we should do away with the mandate of celibacy in order to underline the beauty of celibacy itself. We have different requests to the chairs of the forum, so please prepare for a brief contribution in the context at the end of the debate, and after Lukas Nussa, who's the last speaker, has finished his contribution. Professor Henry, I tie in with the suggestion that we can vote on the motions but not on the overall text if the authors are happy with that. It is clear that texts have also different paces of development and so on. With regard to the content, we can come back to certain topics. For example, in the previous forum, we underlined relationship. We could speak about relationship with and without celibacy as a starting point, increasing the attraction of the profession of priests and underline that stronger than before. I think those inspirations make sense, and also the suggestion with regard to wound. I committed to an anthropology that combines the creation of God and the wounds of people, and the vulnerability is an anthropological dimension of people. Konstantin Bishop, very brief. I'm thinking of two things with regard to the Universal Church again and again. We use the arguments of the global church that we need approval or that we need to suggest things. And there are questions involved that refer to the global church. I think it would be an encouragement for the forum and for all of us, and that we might present a major contribution to the global church. There are two things that are important. The honesty that is not possible in all local churches, and to understand that there is not much of a positive image with regard to priesthood today. And secondly, that in the German-speaking area, we have this coming together of priests and non-priests, lay people working in the pastoral care. These are the contributions that we can offer, and let's not lose courage, even though it takes a little longer. Thank you so much. Lukas Nussa. I would like to speak about the scandal that happened in the coffee break. Before that, I would like to thank the forum for working on the text. And I do believe if you work again, please maintain the awareness for the language. And it is important that we use a language that is understandable. But I would also like to underline with regard to the verbalization to focus on something on, you speak about vulnerability and wounds that cannot be compared. The wounds of the people affected cannot be compared to the general suspicion with regard to priesthood in general. Thank you so much. Stefan Buttgereit or Bishop Gant, please respond to this. Okay, it's Stefan Buttgereit who's going to respond. Yes, very briefly, I would like to give a response to what we heard. It is really interesting if people ask what is happening in the forum. What do you need from us? Emotions, statements, quarrel, texts on other platforms to make sure, oh, there's things happening. We're working intensively. We work in controversies, but we work with a target in mind. And I do believe that the action texts are going to deal with the text that you're all interested in. But we decided to have a constructive dialogue, and it's a sign of quality that we don't quarrel on open platforms, but that we are on the way with each other. And we have a forum that is very much characterized by clergy. And this is right, because this is about the existence of the clergy. Of course, also in relationship to the other pastoral professions and to the people of God. But it's good to have the expertise of bishops, priests, deacons, auxiliary bishops, and religious who contribute with their reality of life. And I think that this is going to be mirrored by the texts, and without criticism, that we are open, and we are open to criticism, Bishop Genn, myself, and everybody else. And the legitimate criticism that our text is still a fragment. I'm sure that we're going to make it. And we can also include external support. And who took a closer look saw that in the context of the debate of celibacy with the different, when we asked the different professors to contribute from different perspectives and aspects. I think this is also available on the website of the Synodal Path. So we don't have any difficulties to invite external experts to support us. And I invite everybody here to continue to work on the text with us. So please, make sure that we can continue to work, and don't wish for us debating and quarreling about topics that we are currently solving. So at this point, we would start the motion debate. I see Bishop Kohlgraf. Given that I was part of that forum, I would like to add 3 sentences, two long sentences. I'm the author of part of the text, and one of the problems was that it was never really clear for us which genre of text was wished for. We wrote a very brief text intentionally, with the risk that we don't cover all texts. And I would have never come up with the idea with regard to the other texts of the other forums. I, would have never offered a 50-pager. But now I see that this is possible also. And now we can discuss also topics on a broader level. Thank you so much for these 2.5 sentences. And now I would like to move on to the voting of the motions that we are going to address now. Please take your remote controls. And as we already heard, when speaking about the motion number 1 that you see on the screen here, and please scroll down, it is a little longer. So once we voted on this text and it is adopted, we are going to not vote on the motions 3 to 9. So if you want to vote motions 3 to 9, with the first motion, you have to vote against the first motion. Now I would like to ask you whether you would go along with the recommendation of the motion commission. If you are in favor of this, again, you are in favor of all the aspects that are mentioned here to be tackled again, and then we will do without the motions 3 to 9. So we open now the voting process.
Abgegebene Stimmen. Wir schließen die Abstimmung.
We close the voting now.
und schauen uns das Ergebnis an.
Let's take a look at the result. 157 votes in favor, 36 voted against this motion, and we have 6 abstentions. Let's move on to number 2. It says that with the motions with regard to follow up on the editorial work on the text, we would like to strive for a more theological perspective with regard to the Trinity, reference of Trinity and priesthood, representation of the priest, sacramentality, theological comments, and additional people that should be included as consultants. So we recommend to make use of an external process companion. And the motion committee recommends to adopt this motion. So
191 Stimmen, 194, 198. Wir schließen die Abstimmung.
We close the voting on motion number 2. 199 votes cast, 149 in favor, 34 against, 16 abstentions. So then we move on to motion number 10. As we already mentioned, the motions 3 to 9 are not going to be dealt with due to motion number 1 that was adopted.
So, with the amendment put forward on a further topic to be dealt with, the forum should address the topic of admission or access conditions in the basic text, greater diversification also with regard to women and homosexuals. The motion committee recommends that this amendment be accepted. So the voting is open. You can vote yes, no, or abstain. 195, 97. Okay. We are closing this procedure. And 143 votes in favor of adopting motion number 10. 48 votes against and 8 abstentions. Okay, this brings us to number 11. With the amendments put forward regarding priesthood, it is being requested that the forum deals with the question whether the priesthood needs it at all. The motions committee recommends to adopt this motion. So the question again is whether this question of whether the priesthood is needed at all should be addressed in the basic text. So no questions regarding this, so the voting procedure is open. (194, 95 votes have been cast so far, so we are going to close procedure 198. And please show us the result. Oh, that's really narrow result. 95 votes in favor, 94 votes against, 9 abstentions. So we know that abstentions are not being counted as a no. This is why this motion is adopted. Number 12. Next motion is number 12. With the motion submitted on basic questions of the priesthood, the following was requested. The question of a theologically valid and livable positive assignment of ordained priests and explicitly addressed. The possibility of a more plural structure of ministries is a German specificity. The Motion Committee recommends that this amendment be accepted. And we are voting on it now. And we kindly ask you to come to an end. And the result is as follows. 148 votes in favor, 39 against, 8 abstentions, so this motion is adopted as well. And we will continue with number 13. The motion submitted on the interrelationship of sacramental and leadership ministry. The connection between sacramental ministry and leadership ministry should be reflected, including liturgy, martyry, and diaconia. The Motion Committee recommends that this amendment be accepted. So 192 votes were cast. Just give you a few more moments. Now please come to an end. And the results are as follows. Okay, clear vote again, 165 votes in favor, 21 against, and 9 abstentions. And this brings us to motion number 14. This is about leadership. The text should clearly argue that only spiritual leadership in a narrow sense follows from the presidency of the Eucharist. Two other types of leadership do not follow from this, the pastoral and administrative leadership. The option of a shared leadership is to be considered as well as the biblical justification of leadership. And here again, the Motions Committee recommends that this amendment be adopted. And the vote is open.
Stimmen
195 votes were cast. And the result is as follows. 141 in favor, 44 against, 12 abstentions, and, well, this motion is adopted. Next one is number 15. This is about the evangelical councils. The theological, spiritual, and structural factors of violence, abuse of power should be spelled out in relation to these councils. In doing so, dangers and opportunities of life according to the evangelical council should be named. The Motions Committee recommends that this amendment be adopted. And we are going to vote on this now. And I kindly ask you to come to an end, and we will show you the result.
Stimmen dafür,
146 votes in favor, 33 against, 15 abstentions. So This motion has been adopted, and if I turn around my piece of paper, I see that there are more motions. So number 16, which is about celibacy. General considerations regarding the question of celibacy should be anchored in the basic text, namely positive appreciation, identification of dangers, for example, loneliness, and options for voluntary celibacy should be formulated. The motion committee recommends again that this amendment be adopted. And we are going to vote on it now.
Ich höre, es gibt, das haben wir nicht gesehen, es tut mir leid, einen Antrag zur Geschäftsordnung.
There's a motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. I kindly ask you for clarification or for more precision. If there's so many fields of action that should be anchored in a basic test, can we still differentiate between a basic text and an action text? Or would this mean that we decide something that is contrary to our textual architecture? And I would kindly ask you to use motions pertaining to the rules of procedure if they really pertain to the rules of procedures. I think your clarification rather falls under the category of questions of understanding that will be asked after the last, or before the last vote, the general vote on the text. Okay, now the results for motion 16. 194 votes cast, 168 votes in favor, 22 against, and 4 abstentions. So this motion is adopted, and now we have the second last motion, number 17. And this is about inculturation of ministries and offices. So the pastoral autonomy of the German bishops should be strengthened with regard to the inculturation of ministries and offices. This structure should be filled with life and spelled out in specific terms in its own action texts. Reasoning of the Motions Committee is due to historical constellations. The German Church has at its disposal trained non-priestly lay theologians. With other professional roles than other local churches, we have an enormously developed general culture of bureaucracy in Germany. In public life, we have an enormously developed curative curie and administrations. We have different bodies and different concordates than elsewhere. We have enormous resources that we have to deal with, and we have a bi-denominational responsibility in state church law. We have theology at state universities and much more. That is a quote from a proposed amendment. The Motion Committee recommends to follow this approach, meaning to adopt this amendment. So let us vote. Closing the procedure with 194 votes cast, and we ask our technical team to please show us the result. Thank you. 129 votes in favor, 51 against, 14 abstentions. And a last motion regarding the basic text. It is about so-called anthropology of the priest that was being requested. And the Motion Committee says a special anthropology of the priest should be developed, taking into account his sexuality and social capacity. The Motions Committee recommends that this amendment be rejected. Reasoning: priests are not special people who should be given their own anthropology. Here again, to make it clear, we are voting on this proposal. So, meaning, if you vote yes, you reject
the motion in favor of an own anthropology of the priest. Any uncertainties? This is not the case. Okay, our last voting procedure on the basic test can take place now. We are going to wait one more moment. We have not reached our general standard of 195, 96, 97 votes. Okay, we have reached it now. This is why I'm closing the procedure now. And the result is as follows. 170 votes in favor to follow the opinion of the motions committee, that is to reject motion, 21 nay votes and 3 abstentions. I thank you very much for your focused cooperation, for your discipline, and I give the floor to Katharina. Well, one question was raised regarding an intermingling of basic and action texts. Are there other questions which might require clarification, questions pertaining to the basic text of this forum? This does not seem to be the case, so... Oh yeah, there's one more question. Unfortunately, I could not see you. Mr. Dörnemann, please. Just briefly. It's only 4 years ago, but there was this priest study with the title of pastoral work in German dioceses, which is kind of an inventory of several fields of work. Why was that not included? I think it would be a good idea to include the authors of this report. Okay, thank you for this idea. Any response? So, Stefan Buttgereit, please. The question raised by Arno Zalauer is totally justified. We actually came to conclusions that are or should be reflected in the action text, but I'm glad that we can take them up in the action text and still refer to the basic text. I would like to confirm, I think on Monday, 11th of October, we should speak about how we structure it, and the forum has heard what has been put forward. Okay, thank you to our 2 chairs. So nothing else to be clarified. This is why I would like to proceed now with the voting on the basic text in general. So please now vote on whether you want to continue to work with this basic text. That would be number 1, and then okay. Oh, we have another motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. Ms. Mersch suggested that we don't vote on the entire text in order to not reject it, but rather present it again at the next Synodal Assembly. So you are asking to postpone the vote? Okay. A motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. Any objection? Gregor Potschun? I think this is not possible. The text that was handed in the first reading must be voted on according to our statutes. Even if we postponed it, it would not be possible to work on the text because of what is stipulated in the statute. So I would recommend to adopt the text in order to give the members of the forum a direction and a means to continue to work on it. And it might be very valuable if we provided the forum now with this opportunity and with a direction they should head for. Okay, thank you for this objection. I think there's another motion pertaining to the rules of procedure, but we are now voting on this motion for postponement of the reading of the voting. Okay, if you agree to postpone the voting procedure, pertaining to the entire text, please say yes and okay, or no and okay, or if you want to abstain, it's the yellow button and okay.
Abgegebene
190
Stimmen
votes, 191. Some more votes are coming in, so I would like to close this voting procedure now, and let's look at the result. Okay, with regard to the postponement of the vote, 38 persons are in favor, 142 are against, and 13 abstain. So this motion pertaining to the rules of procedure has not been adopted, and we have another one by Professor Tiefensee. No, that's no longer relevant. Okay, that helps us save time. Thank you. So now let us vote on the basic text. So I would kindly like to ask you to vote either in favor or against this basic text as a foundation for further deliberations, and you can of course also abstain. (192, 93 votes. Okay, we are done now. Please show us the results. 197 votes were cast, 149 are in favor of continuing to work with the text, 30 are against, 18 abstain. Thus, the basic text will be referred to the forum in order to continue to work on it. Thank you very much for your efforts. We have 1 hour of focused work ahead of us. So again, let's mobilize our forces. Next text is about the leadership in parishes, congregations and pastoral spaces. Professor Sattler will be the next person to present this text.
Dear Synodal members, I'm not alone. Bischof Bode is on my side. Speak for forum number 3. I would like to welcome you as one of the chairs of the forum number 3. I would like to introduce you to the debate on 3 texts, women in offices, and we are going to debate on the leadership in parishes, communities and pastoral spaces tomorrow, on theological argumentation in global church contexts, and the third text, women at theological faculty institutes and universities. Dr. Friederike Meyer is going to present you with the Motion Committee report with regard to the first text of the Forum Women. I would like to present you with 3 basic information that we owe to you, 3 insights. First of all, on the work in the forum, second, on the content, and third, on the existing and future action texts. So, on our work until now. Right from the beginning, we considered the whole range of the topic that we covered. And as a consequence, we considered and are going to consider that in the context of the current framework of the canon law, certain things are possible that have not been implemented. Part of it, this is all three of the presented action texts. And we are on the way with the crucial question how, with regard to theology and in the context of the global church, we can argument things and can favor the vote that the majority of our forum votes for, the theological vote for the participation of women in all forms of the sacramental ministry, and as a consequence, the inclusion or the setup of a open-ended debate on a global level. With regard to the basic text, we made progress with regard to the text. After debates, it is going to be read as a first reading in the Third Assembly. We took our time to discuss thoroughly with regard to theology, also in order to debate on controversies. We had an external and have an external support and consultant that is a great support. We try to find a balance and equality with regard to gender justice. We will refer to the Bible and to theology. We are going to include also ecumenical aspects. We reflect on the reliability and the mandatory existing tests and advoce for the participation of women in all sacramental ministry on the basis of the Christ representation of women. So it is going to be very interesting. And third, with regard to the next texts, and during this, the texts, the three texts that we have been presenting already to the Assembly, apart from those, we're working on texts on the question of participation of women in all committees of the church and in leadership positions on diocesan level, participation in proclamation, in the Eucharist, and taking over services and offices in the context of marriage and baptism. We prepare separate texts with regard to the question of vocation of women in the sacramental ministry, and we differentiate a text on the sacramental diaconate and the offices and ministries of priests and bishops. All ministries should be open for women, and this is the vote that we foresee for in our forum. We want to bring the good arguments to Rome and also stand up for them ourselves, because then in another text we would like to underline the offices that we know from tradition can be rediscovered. For example, the spiritual companionship in the context of a biographically burdened life situation. So this is the future projects, and we are going to start our debate with you here today. First of all, we will speak about the text on women in leadership positions in parishes and pastoral spaces, and we already dealt with that in the past in the regional conferences. Thank you, Professor Sattler. Dr. Friederike Meyer, she's speaking on behalf of the motion committee. Dr. Eckstein and Dr. Eckholt were part of this committee. Dear Synod members, for the motion committee, I would like to thank you for the helpful comments. In this case, it were not too many, a little more than 30 comments were made, and especially for the basic acknowledgement of the text. We read all the comments and expressed and formulated a recommendation from 13 motions. They turned into 9 motions. Please don't wonder about that. This is due to the situation that we realized that 2 motions were verbalized in a too general way. This is, and they were basically statements and not resolutions to be made. I will refer to those 2 statements. First of all, in comments, there were considerations on the ordination to priests for women. That motion was discussed in a controversial way. As Ms. Sattler just said, we would like to underline that the question of women in ministries is not going to be dealt with in this text, but is going to be part of a basic text and of a separate action text. That was the motion number 4, but this is a statement and not a motion. And with regard to number 8, we would like to underline that the topic of number 2 will not be further dealt with in the current text, but it will be introduced in a different text on the topic of monitoring. Allow me to address the motions and to give you some further statements, because we thought that Antragsgrün will be shown in parallel. This is why I would like to add something to our notion. Please be brief, but I think it's important. With motion number 1, we acknowledge in the text as a important text, but it has to be aligned with Form 1 and 3. This is what it refers to. This is our first motion. With the third motion, E3, it is an appeal not to have a discussion from the inner church perspective, but also to consider the consequences for the larger society. With regard to number 5, there was a comment with regard to the structures of the parishes, and people asked to consider the inner renewal and the change in mentality. And we try to refer to that with this motion. Number 6, with regard to leadership on parish level, and we have to consider standards and the feedback to the diocesan level. Number 7 has to be seen in the context on the leadership in deaneries. We verbalized that there should be a dual leadership with a priest and a woman taken on the leadership position and responsibility for a deanery. And the question is if non-ordained men are included. We don't want to include them. And number 10, this is number 6, and that means the rights and duties of lay people in leadership of a parish have to be fostered and promoted. There was a comment that to make sure that this is based on canon law, and this is number 10. And number 11 expresses the worry that if we have more priests, all of a sudden, all the parishes would take back the option to have women in leadership position, and we have to come back to that later on and switch on Änderungsgrün. We have an addition that this will not happen. I come to the end. There is one voice saying that what is missing in the text is the characteristics of leadership. For example, that women listen to Christ, and we're going to add another statement to that. A contemplative basic attitude is important also for men. This refers to the motion number 12 and number 13 with regard to the leadership in parishes, people refer to a change in mentality also with the contemporary way of leadership. This goes not only for the parishes, but also that we have to make sure that we consider the Christian ethics on all levels. I hope it was easy for you to understand that for the motions. Thank you, Ms. Dr. Weyer, and thank you to the Commission. And we move to the motions. Of course, first of all, we will have a debate before moving to the vote. You can put yourself on the speakers list now, and as you might have seen, we are learning assembly, and we will limit the time and start at 0 and make sure that you stick to the time limit. Professor Söding is the first to speak. I would like to thank you for the open debate, and this draft can be a role model how the forums work together in a positive and constructive way. We don't need competition, we need cooperation. There's room for improvement to this regard, and I hope when it comes to this important topic, the cooperation between the different fora can be successful. Thank you for your openness. The next on the list is Professor Tiefensee. I would like to correct motion number 3. It is not only about the consequences outside of the church, but it's in general about the question that the forum focuses on the cultural context in Western Europe that has an emancipatory history of 150 years with regard to the question of women. And we need to acknowledge and appreciate that, and we need to tackle that. So not only consequences, but also the impact, the influence that this context has on our considerations. Viola Kohlberger, we are going to close. After you, we are going to close the speakers list. Thank you for this text. I would like to underline it is really important to promote women and to focus on that, but it's even more important, and this is something that is not practiced in some areas, that we focus on the equal rights of all people. You know, even when speaking about the different positions, how we can commit ourselves to our church, not only men and women, but all people, no matter what sex they have. Thank you, Viola. We just closed the speakers list. No further speakers after Professor Aschmann. The next on the list is Auxiliary Bishop Kara. I would like to thank the forum for this text. From our perspective, it is really a crucial text because the leadership in parishes and pastoral spaces is one of our crucial topics for the future, and it's great to have a text on this. Thank you. The next is Dorothea Schmidt. I would like to thank that we women get more involved, and I would like to underline one more aspect. I ask myself sometimes whether reconciliation is needed between men and women, because equal rights is important, but it does not mean the same for everybody. And I don't think it's a depreciation of us women if we cannot be ordained, because we have different tasks along the lines of the Second Vatican Council also. And it's not a question of subordination, but it's about a completion. And infertility. And we women can contribute special things. We have motherhood in us, and we can give life in order to make sure that it can further evolve. Mother Teresa is a great role model. She was not a priest, and she gave life to the many. And I hope that we can reconcile the positions of men and women. Next is Gregor Potschun. I wish that people can complete each other no matter which sex they have. And there are people who are not male or female. I would like to underline what Viola said. This is about anti-discrimination and justice. This is not about promoting women only. And I think we need complete equality of women in all structures, in all cultures, in all ministries, in all positions. And I thank them for their work. And I hope that they can continue the work on this important topic. And I would like to see a intertwining with other fora, because I believe that women in ministries and offices is intertwined with the topic of the forum on power, and I think this is something we can focus on in the second reading as well. The last speaker on our list is Professor Birgit Aschmann. I regret that it is so late, and I am getting a headache, but this topic is so important, and it's really a pity that questions of equality, we focus not on a basic text. And I would like to underline, yes, we need gender justice in all positions, and yes, we need priesthood for women. And this is so dear to my heart, and I would like to underline that here, because I don't know if the nuncio is still here. His Excellency was here, and time ago I talked to him in his embassy, and I told him we need female priesthood. And the reaction was as if this was a radical feminist perspective. And it is important to underline here in this group, this is a rather common perspective and opinion. It is not an opinion of the minority. Maybe women can underline that we are in favor of this.
Okay, we now get to the amendments, the motions, even though there might be headaches. And please, once again, try to focus. Stay focused. We have half an hour ahead of us, and we will directly start with motion number 1. Dr. Meyer presented them. So the Motions Committee supports the concern of the proposers and asks the extended Synodal Committee to set up an appropriate process in order to ensure networking amongst the forums. So please vote yes, no, or of course you can also abstain. The vote is open now.
Abgegebene Stimmen.
190 votes cast. So maybe there will be a few more. No, this is not the case. Clear result, 158 votes in favor of the opinion of the Motions Committee, 18 against and 14 abstentions. Then we have number 3. Number 2 was withdrawn for today. There has been a comment by Professor Tiefensee. So the Motions Committee recommends the appraisal of the proposal addition with a view to breaking up the perspective and a further treatment within the forum. Is that clear to everybody? Could everybody follow Dr. Meyer, or do you need an update? Okay, there's nobody raising their hands. This is why we continue directly with the vote.
weniger 189.
Okay, 189. And 189 votes cast, and we will now look at the result. Affirmative vote, 146 votes in favor, 21 votes against, 22 abstentions. Number 4 was withdrawn, so we continue with number 5. That was about the instruction of the clerics congregation, and the commission motions committee recommends the appraisal of the motion in relation to the instruction of the congregation for the clergy and further consideration in the forum. No need for clarification. That's great. We still have a lot of focus.
Bitte kommen Sie
184, 85. Please vote if you have not yet. The procedure is now closed. Let's look at the result. Again, 153 votes in favor, 24 against, 10 abstentions. Okay, number 6. The committee recommends that the motions be assessed with regard for diocesan backmining and standardization, and that there be further treatment in the forum. No questions? Okay, let's vote.
abgegebene
92 votes cast. So we can continue with the result. 161 votes in favor, 14 votes against, 17 abstentions. Okay, we continue with the next motion, which is number 7. The Motions Committee recommends the assessment of the motion with regard to consideration of other persons and further treatment in the forum. Any need for clarification here? I see that there's a motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. Yes, I don't know what I'm voting on. It is only being described formally. You know, I do not, it is not clear to me what it means in terms of content. It's important that you say this. This is why I was asking the question whether everything is clear all the time, because Ms. Meyer commented it before. So maybe the Motions Committee in the person of Dr. Meyer can help us to put it in context again before each vote. Yeah, and I would also like to point out that what you just raised was not a motion pertaining to the rules of procedure, so please keep a discipline here, that we only use these motions if there's really link to the rules of procedure. Otherwise, it's just a question for clarification. Could you just show it again? We said that there should be a system of dual leadership where there's one priest and the women that are responsible for a office. Then there was the question whether non-male persons who are not ordained should be excluded, and this is why we formulated this motion. Thank you very much for the explanation or clarification. We will now vote on it. The vote is open now. 186, 88 votes. We are closing the procedure for this motion. Okay, 195 votes cast altogether, 156 in favor, 33 against, 6 abstentions. Therefore, this motion is adopted. Continue with number 10. 8 and 9 were withdrawn. So 10 is about the recommendation put forward by the Motions Committee to assess the application, the motion for further treatment in the forum, possibly also in a further action text and in coordination with other synodal forums. Maybe one phrase to explain it, Dr. Meyer? Well, you know, there was an addition that it needs to be backed up by canon law, and there was some appraisal of this. Okay, thank you. 810 is going to be voted on. $189 votes cast. So we're closing the vote. 190 votes cast in total, 160 votes in favor, 16 votes against, and 7 abstentions. Thus, 810, motion 810 is adopted as well. 11, the Motions Committee recommends to appraise the motion with regard to any additions and the further treatment within the forum in alignment with the Synodal Forum 2. Dr. Meyer explained, Professor Tiefensee said when it came to strengthened participation of women in leadership positions, said that this must be independent of the number of ordained priests and, you know, personal preferences. So he said that we should extend this half sentence or add something. This is what is being expressed by this motion. Okay, let us vote. $186 votes cast so far. A little bit more, so we are closing the procedure for this motion. And this is the result: 189 votes cast in total, 153 votes in favor, 33 against, 4 abstentions. So this motion is adopted, and we come to number 12, which is the second last motion. The Motions Committee appreciates the concern about leadership in the Church and refers it back to the Synodal Forum 1 for further consideration. Maybe one sentence for explanation. Well, there were voices raised that in the text some things are missing, which should be more specific with regard to women, for instance, listening to Christ. And we have therefore decided that we want to appreciate this concern and therefore speak again within the Synodal Forum 1 again about what should be characteristic of a leader person. Okay, let us vote now. Please vote if you have not yet. Vote is closed. Some people have come in again. So 148 votes in favor, 30 against, 14 abstentions. So this motion is adopted as well. And our last motion with regard to this action text is as follows. The Emotions Committee appreciates the concern for Christian leadership ethics and the consideration of all levels and refers it back to Synodal Forum 1 for further consideration. Well, it basically says it's all, so this leadership ethics should be considered at all levels, and that is something we want to appreciate on the one hand and to refer it to the Synodal Forum 1 on the other hand. Okay, the vote is open now. And it is now closed. 157 votes in favor, 25 votes against, 8 abstentions. So this motion is adopted as well, and we will directly proceed with the question, is there any need for clarification, any questions regarding understanding? Bishop Frist, please bear in mind that you have 1 minute. With regard to my behavior during the vote, I just want to ask a question. This asterisk here in the document means that the decision pertains to all other texts, and I would like to know what is behind this asterisk. We can tell you that is regarding the way of including all genders that has been decided by the Synodal Committee. It's nothing specific to this forum. Other questions regarding understanding this action text? This is not the case, so let us vote on this action text. Who is in favor of keeping this action text as a foundation for further deliberations? You can vote yes, no, and of course abstain.
So, wir haben
191 votes cast. Close the vote, and we will have a look at the result. 168 votes in favor, 28 against, 3 abstentions. 192 votes were cast altogether. So this action text has been adopted and will be referred back to the Synodal Forum 3. Thank you very much.
There's still one text, one action text to discuss on the sermon regulation coming from the forum number 1. Professor Knobich, I would like to ask you for an introduction to the text. Just a brief hint. You see that time is running. Please be aware that we would like to progress with regard to this text as far as we can, and we will continue tomorrow if necessary. Professor Knob. So, the action text on sermon regulation, let me introduce it to you, because some of you might think, well, that is just, things are happening. Why do we become active here? So we refer to a question that has been discussed for 50 years at the Würzburg Synod. The vote was that non-ordained people that can be commissioned to hold a sermon. That was the first vote. And in 1973, it was banned by the commission. But for me, it was just normal that also pastoral workers were holding a sermon, and it was later on then prohibited again by Rome. So the question is if non-ordained people can give a sermon. And at the same time, we have the situation in Germany that we have a lot of highly qualified, full-time pastoral workers in the parishes. So what are we talking about? This is about quality management with regard to proclamation. And if only the clergy is allowed to hold a sermon or a homily, you know, we will not safeguard the quality management. It is about the participation of women in this context, and also about the parishes listening to other people, not only to priests and other people interpreting the gospel and making use of the potential of many men and women who are working full-time in the church. With regard to the numbers, it is as many people as priests in active service. You know, there are a lot of questions that are concerned here with regard to the self-image of priests, questions of the job descriptions of pastoral workers, and it's also a question of power. This is why also the Forum number 1 contributed. We would like to talk about this regulation because it's about participation in the ministries and role of men and women who are lay people with regard to the institution, but with regard to their qualification, they are expert. So we have this potential and have had this potential for more than 5 decades. Other churches on a global level don't have that potential, so we should make sure that we change the sermon regulation in a way, and we recommend that. And this recommendation is handed over to you, and then to those who, at the authorities in Rome, are in charge of an adaptation of a sermon regulation on a global level, or in Germany for the German situation. So the committee is going to introduce us to the motions. Professor Emunds and Professor Himmel were part of it. We have received many amendments and many motions and comments. We thank you for that. We would like to include most of them. Participation of women in liturgy, the question whether only priests are allowed to hold a homily, or if lay experts can also proclaim the gospel of the Lord, have a consequence for the participation of women in liturgy. This is why also the Women's Forum tackles this topic, and as a motion committee we recommend to include the women's suggestions also and to refer them back to the first forum with the goal that those two fora align on the content and present one text. We explicitly recommend to include in the text that especially women can interpret the gospel after the sermon. Women are also people proclaiming the gospel, the good news of the Lord. We all desire to listen to great sermons. So it was suggested to consider how it can be promoted to listen to and to have positive and good sermons. We would like to refer that back to the forum in order to include a text on quality management. And we would like also to underline that taking back the former practice of sermon regulation had a negative impact on Christians in the church. We recommend the clarification that the question of sermon regulation does not only refer to the Eucharist on Sunday, but also on regular day services. And we also recommend a clarification that this topic is not only about parishes and pastoral workers, but also about other qualified theologians, like people who are in charge, for example, of the Catholic associations. We are hesitant when it comes to the next aspect. We share explicitly the concern and the intention that also people who did not study theology should be able to witness their faith in front of the parish and also speak about the importance of faith for their life. This is a witness of faith, but the text presented is focused on the sermon, and it should be done by people who are enabled in a special way by having studied theology. This is why we refer to the motion 8. It was suggested that the relation of presidency and communion should be precise in the text, but the action texts are not the right place for a deepening with regard to theology. It has been put into doubt whether evangelization is the goal of the synodal path, and the motion committee underlines that this is one of the goals of the synodal path. And this text is about the cohesion in the church, and this is why we recommend to change the last sentence, the last half sentence to be cancelled. And a personal note at the very end, as a non-theologian, I can share with you that in our forum we have a lot of expert theologians gathered. I wish you had the chance to listen to what these people have to say on power and power separation in the church, and how they presented us with strength from the gospel. And we cannot do without this expertise, and the parishes should be able to participate in this expertise during the Eucharist. Among those theologians, we have professors and female and male, and they educate and train our priests. They teach our priests to hold a sermon. But if you can teach how to hold a sermon, who is called to train others to hold a sermon is also called and an expert in holding a sermon themselves. This is why we present you with the vote on this text. Thank you so much also for this personal note at the end, and we move on to the debate of the text presented. You can put yourself on the speakers list.
Okay, Professor Kaup is the first on the list. I'm a trained pastoral worker, and I have had a training in holding sermons with Professor Zerper. I think when it comes to evaluation, the same criteria should be applied to lay men and women than for priestess, or vice versa. Well, that's it. Thank you. Just one comment. The speakers list will be closed shortly. So our next speaker is Bishop Rudolf Voderholzer. I'm quite surprised regarding this imprecise use of terminology presented by Professor Kloop and also others. I think what we are talking about is a homily in the Eucharist. Holding sermon is a much broader term, and opportunities to hold a sermon outside the Eucharist is something that is not being hindered. I think that needs to be borne in mind. What is also important is that the reasons should be mentioned with regard to the presidency or the chair of the Eucharist. It's a development that is expressly mentioned in the Second Vatican Council, and we know that before the Second Vatican Council it was not usual to hold a sermon before or in the Mass, but before or after the Mass. So my question is whether we want to return there. And we continue with Prelate Peter Neher. Just to reply to Bishop Voderholzer, if a priest celebrates the Mass and another one is coming to hold sermon, then the presidency of a Eucharist and the sermon fall apart. But this is not the reason why I raised my hand. It is about a precision. A homily and not only requests a theological training. There's also something that is called homiletic, and not everybody who studied theology is apt to hold homily. Okay, thank you for keeping with the time. And next one is Ms. Enschke. Well, I studied homiletics. I had the homiletics course after concluding my studies together with the deacon and the pastoral worker. So we have the same training, we have the same skills, and yes, I give or hold sermons regularly in masses, and I will continue to do so. This is a minimum request. And there is no longer any understanding at the grassroots why we are still discussing this. Friar Simon Hacker, please. I am a Dominican belonging to the province in North German, but I've been trained in Austria. Why am I saying this? Well, I thank you for this great draft. However, I would like you to bear in mind that this is not only a situation that is specific to Germany, but which also pertains to the German-speaking countries and beyond. So please bear this in mind, because I think the colleagues in Austria, in Switzerland, and elsewhere are keeping a close eye on what we are doing here, and they would be grateful if we bore this in mind. Thank you, Friar Simon Hacker. Next one is Gregor Putschun. Yeah, I also sustain this action text. I am in favor of lay people and women being able to hold sermons. And Sarah, you are completely right. It is absurd that we are still discussing this topic. I have something to say with regard to A8, so motion number 8, where I asked for an exception to be made that in exceptional cases, non-theologians should be allowed to hold the sermon. It was a practice in the Catholic university community in Berlin that there were sermons by biologists, social workers, educators, etc. And this is a really exciting perspective from the outside, perspective on biblical texts. And I think this kind of diversity would be great. Also include people who have not studied at all, and to have exceptions would really make sense. Thank you very much for keeping with the time. And Svenja Stumpf is next. I would also like to thank you for the text. I think it is super important that we are voting on this as a group, that it should be a rule that women and layperson may be allowed in church in general, and that it is not an arbitrary decision. And I've studied education sciences, and I find it really strange that in my home diocese, I am allowed to hold the sermon and to hold the homily in the Mass. And when I'm doing my internship in my university town, then I'm not allowed to do that. So we have a very fragmented landscape here, and it should actually not depend on the individual superior person. I really want to thank you warmly for this action text, and I say that as a woman of the KFT. who was in charge over the past 2 years for, 12 women, 12 places, 12 sermons, 12 spiritual leaders celebrated at 12 places in Germany the Eucharist and held the sermon. And there was a huge resonance within the association and in the media. And I could tell you now about the difficulties we encountered even in the year 2021. I could tell you about the general of persons who called colleagues and pointed out that they infringed canon law and threatened them with sanctions. So, on behalf of the 600 spiritual leaders in my association, I'm super happy with regard to this action text, and I hope it is soon being implemented. Next person is Bishop Overbeck. Well, to add on this, the Eucharist, celebration of the Eucharist, and holding the sermon and interpreting the Gospel and other scriptures. Well, there's no doubt about that, but there's a pastoral doubt, brothers and sisters, that is moving me. The less priests we have, and the more we are living in a highly differentiated world, the more the question comes to our mind that how the gospel can be interpreted in a way that it lives up to diversity, and at the same time, how can we still link this text to the idea or the concept of communio? And if you do so, then you can share these other forms we have just discussed. And practically speaking, I think that many priests or parish priests find this service of holding the sermon very tiresome. And, well, at other times, people were rather positive with regard to holding sermons. Okay, next person is Winfried Quecke. I don't know whether I overlooked it or whether it might have been forgotten with regard to motion 7. There seems a profession lacking. The religious education teachers in schools, they have a theological training as well, and in practice they are holding sermons at school. Their school services, for instance. There is hardly any priests coming into the schools in this area. And if I think of pastoral workers at schools, I don't see any difference in terms of quality when you compare them to pastoral workers at the parish level. So please bear this in mind, whether this group should be included here. I don't know whether this is due to the fact that my ears become tired, but please, I don't know, get closer to the mic so that we can hear you well. Next person on the mic is Christoph Oettchen-Reiter. What I wanted to say has been said, so it's fine. Then there's Claudia Eckstein. I'm referring to motion number 2. The Women's Forum, I can give you the input that we are really looking forward to the possibility of working on this text together. We have tried to find a common modus operandi for a long time. It was not easy. It would be great. However, it would be great to have our text on an equal footing, so to speak, and in this way we would be looking forward for a cooperation. Thank you. Next one is Dr. Claudia Lücking-Michel. We are looking forward to cooperation with the Forum 1. I don't want to repeat the good arguments, but for me, this motion is also a contribution to what we are living as a reality and what has already become natural for many people in both directions. For the many who could hold a sermon and who have the same qualifications, an ordained priest, and vice versa, for the many priests that we are seeing in services who hardly speak German but formally are ordained and are entitled to hold the Eucharist. This is something that cannot be, made understandable to people. And we should also tap into the potential of the talents we have in our congregations, and we should seize this opportunity. Thank you very much. And the last person on the speakers list is Parish Priest Leist. From my experience of 33 years, I would like to tell you that I've heard many sermons by women who were really appealing to me because they were really authentic. And as my predecessor said, not every priest has enough charisma to hold a sermon. Me, as a president of the Eucharist, I wouldn't feel disadvantaged. I would really welcome women to hold the sermon because they have a different view on biblical text. And for me, and also a Christian congregation, it would be really enriching. Okay, one more contribution. Let's have a look into the Holy Scripture. We see that it is 3 women were the first 3 witnesses of the gospel, of the resurrection, and they proclaimed this message to the apostles. So the women were the first. And please bear in mind that the time is shortened to 1 minute, and I would really like to strengthen women in this respect because that would send a clear signal to the outside. Okay, time, Mr. Leist, please. So really, I plead in favor of granting this position to women. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this contribution. We will now continue with the motions committees, and I am ambitious enough to adopt it today. We have 10 minutes left, and if we don't manage today, we will continue tomorrow. So we will directly start with motion number 1, which might seem familiar to you. It's about editorial amendments that are not being discussed and referred back to the Synodal Forum for further consideration. No need for clarification. Let's just directly start the voting procedure.
Müdigkeit macht sich bemerkbar. Es geht nicht ganz so schnell wie bei den letzten Malen. Wir sind bei 182.
Are at 182.
Und wir schließen die
We close the procedure and move on to the results.
Deutliches Votum.
Clear vote that favors 168 in favor, 9 against. Number 2, the recommendation is the reference that Form 3 also deals with the topic and that an action text is about to be adopted, is to be included with the comments from the Form 3 and Form 1 for a more in-depth discussion and, if necessary, coordination with Form 3. We talked about that, and we move to the vote.
Ich sehe keine oder kaum noch Bewegung, deswegen schließe ich die
I don't see any movement. I close the voting.
Zu den Ergebnissen.
We move on to the results. 168 in favor, 10 against, 8 abstentions. Motion adopted. We move on to number 3. The recommendation is an addition of a passage on quality assurance and evaluation regarding clergy and laity. That should be developed in form number 1 and is to be worked out there. If you agree, please vote yes, no, or abstain.
Bei denen auch vorhin ungefähr 186 Stimmen.
All right, 186 votes. We closed the voting process. Let's take a look at the result. 153 in favor, 24 against, 11 abstentions. Motion adopted. We move on to motion number 4. This is about gender-just expressions. The Commission amends for the lines 10 to 14 the following wording. It is necessary to emphasize both the importance of the homily, which is reserved for the bishops, priests, and deacon according to canon law, as well as other voices, especially female voices. This is the addition that testify to the faith and interpret Holy Scriptures, both as a statio at the beginning of a service, as well as a servant and as a servant after the proclamation of the gospel. We move to the voting on this motion. We're back at 186 votes. I close the process and ask for the result. A clear vote in favor of the Assembly, 163 in favor, 20 against, 5 abstentions. We move to the next motion. This is number 5. The amendment tabled on preaching practice requested that it should be clearly emphasized that the withdrawal of former preaching practice in Germany has caused injuries to many people in Germany without ordination. The committee recommends that the motion should be adopted and proposes that the following sentence should be inserted after line 26. The withdrawal of former practice of preaching has had a negative on the inner and outer commitment of many Christians in the church. If you want to adopt this sentence, please vote in favor or against. Please come to an end. We close the voting process. Take a look at the result. 117 in favor, 55 against, 16 abstentions. So the motion is adopted. We move on to motion number 6. With regard to the existing legal situation, requested to make clear that the existing legal situation nowhere differentiates between a sermon on Sunday and on weekdays. In line 40, however, workday services are mentioned. It is proposed to delete in line 40 all workdays worship services and to use the following expression. Thus, the possibility of preaching by non-ordained people, Canon 766, who are called to cooperate with the bishop and the priests. And this should be narrowed to all non-Eucharist worship services. In addition, the Commission proposes that all other passages in the text should be adapted accordingly. Please vote with yes or no or abstain. As for your votes, we are at 158. I close the process. And let's take a look together at the result. 132 in favor, 25 against, 29 abstain. So we adopt also this motion. Move on to number 7. The proposed amendment on the subject of permission to preach is intended to reflect both the perspective of parish and pastoral ministers as well as that of spiritual leaders in Catholic associations, and that should be taken into account appropriately. The Motion Committee recommends the amendment to be adopted and proposes to change the text of lines 49 to 57 as follows. We are talking here about people who are highly theologically experts and trained, trained and qualified for the preaching ministry, in addition to the spiritual leaders of the association. These are the first and foremost the pastoral staff who work as a parish and pastoral assistants. The latter exist only in few other countries. They are regularly commissioned by the bishop to preach the word of God. In some dioceses, it is common practice for them to preach after the gospel. If this is in the case, that usually they hold a sermon only at the very beginning. This creates a difficult situation in the perception of the congregations. We have a request for clarification. I asked whether the motions have to be adopted in the exact wording, because sometimes I don't find the wordings ideal. Can the forum use a different verbalization? These are recommendations and suggestions for changes and amendments, but if the forum wants to adopt the text in a way that we vote on it in the second reading, we have, in the second round of working on the text, you can integrate it in the second reading, and then we will carry out votes on it again. So the votes are open. I would like to ask you to cast your vote. I close the process here. The result is 146 in favor, 29 against, 12 abstentions. Motion adopted. Due to the time, we are going to interrupt the process, and we are going to continue with the motion number 8 tomorrow morning. And now we will hand over to our spiritual companions for the next spiritual moments. We would like to thank you for your great support and cooperation, the concentrated cooperation, despite the fact that everybody was already a little tired. Have a nice evening and enjoy dinner.
Einhalt. Paulus an die Gemeinde in Philippi. Lebt als Gemeinde so, wie es dem Evangelium Jesu Christi entspricht. Seid untereinander so gesinnt, wie es dem Leben in Christus Jesus entspricht.
And consider each other and treat each other along the lines of the gospel of Jesus Christ. We talked about many things. We resolved a lot of things. And you know, we consider now the attitude that we had during this day. So what does it mean to treat each other and to be with each other, that it mirrors the life in Jesus Christ? So we would suggest to give space to the question, what does it mean to live a life according to the Spirit of Jesus Christ? Before we start, I would like to read what Paul says. There might be things that you agree with, and some things might be good to be true. Paul says, if there is a purge in Christ, a community of the Spirit, mercy, and also compassion, please be
einander in Liebe verbunden,
connected in love to each other.
einmütig, einträchtig, dass ihr nichts aus
unity.
Streitsucht
Please
und nichts aus
don't
Prahlerei
do
tut,
anything just to be bold
sondern
about things
in
and
Demut
to boast
schätze
about
einer
things,
den
but
anderen,
be humble
ich
and
ergänze,
appreciate each
eine,
other.
die andere, höher ein als sich selbst.
And
Jede und jeder achte nicht nur auf
everybody
das
should
eigene
not
Wohl,
only take care of their
sondern
own
auch auf das der
well-being,
anderen.
but also of the well-being of the others.
Maria Boxberg und ich haben überlegt, dass wir einladen möchten zu einem ganz kurzen Austausch. Wo war etwas von dem heute, was ich erfahren, erlebt habe, was dieser Gesinnung Jesu entspricht? Oder wo wünsche ich mir, dass es mehr wäre, dass es anders wäre. Vielleicht einen Punkt mit dem Nachbar, der Nachbarin auszutauschen. Wir werden gebeten dazu, das mit Mund-Nasenschutz zu machen. Es gibt da 3 Minuten, nicht 2 Minuten Redezeit, sondern 3 Minuten Redezeit für den unmittelbaren Austausch mit dem, mit derjenigen, die gerade neben mir sitzt. Was hat dem Leben in Christus entsprochen, der Gesinnung? Und wo merke ich vielleicht auch, nee, das kann noch mehr werden. Ja, genau. Es ist ein schönes Bild zu sehen, dass viele miteinander
picture,
im Gespräch
so many people in an exchange with each other.
Bitte ich jetzt darum, dass wir ins Hören
But
des
I would
Abendliedes
like to
hineinkommen,
ask
das wir
you
jetzt
to
vorgesungen
start
bekommen.
listening to the evening song that is going to be sung for us.
Bei uns, Herr, die Sonne geht nieder in dieser Nacht.
Mir fehlen die Noten, Entschuldigung.
Bleib bei uns, Herr.
Die Sonne geht nieder
in dieser Nacht, sei du uns Trost und Licht. Bleib bei uns, Herr, du Hoffnung, Weg und Leben. Lass du uns nicht allein, Herr Jesu Christ. Bleib bei uns, Herr, der Abend kehret wieder. Ein Tag voll Mühe und Plag hat sich geneigt. Bleib bei uns, Herr, die Nacht senkt sich hernieder. Lass leuchten über uns dein Angesicht. Bleib bei uns, Herr, im Dunkel unserer Sorgen. Du bist das Licht, das niemals mehr erlischt. Bleib bei uns, Herr, bei dir sind wir geborgen. Führ uns durchs Dunkel, bis der Tag anbricht.
Mit dem Blick auf das Kreuz und das österliche Licht,
We look at the cross and the light of Easter. Please bless us this evening and during the night. Bless everybody that we feel connected to.
Und des Heiligen Geistes. Amen. Ich wünsche allen einen
Have
guten,
a
erholsamen
wonderful
Abend und
and
eine gute
relaxing
Nacht dann.
evening and a good night.